Get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To do it all!
Plus only TikTok to scroll and share non-stop. Power, work, life, and more. With Smart Power all-access data now up to 90 days. Load now!
Tuloy-tuloy live selling, tuloy-tuloy content, tuloy-tuloy gaming. With new Smart All Access 99. May 9 gig ka, now for 15 days. Load now, live more today, and tomorrow, and after, and the day after.
don't know the power of the dark side.
Target on the move. Prepare to engage.
May the Force be with you.
I will do what I must.
At last, I am complete. Worldbreaker! Come in fairness. Annihilation awaits. Boundless is my hunger.
no ifs, no buts. Winning any game para to sa PIN na yes. Di mo matitinag aming boses on your level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switch na lane na parang gera, HP racing may reset up. Built agad ang buhat, we heal that full load SS parang Lyra. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin ito dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi ito atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi ito atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on, yeah, wala ka sa Pinas. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malag crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like pow, east to the southeast. So matawag proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin ito dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi ito atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi ito atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 14th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 14. The official tournament phone of MPL Philippines, Infinix GT20 Pro. Partner in esports, Maya. Official supplier, EMC Asia and Index Salon. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPLPH on TikTok for more content. Experience the Lakas ng Pinas playoffs of MPLPH Season 14 action live at Green Sun Hotel. Grab your tickets now via official MPLPH website. You can also get a chance to win 1,000 diamonds by sharing your hashtag MPLS14 live experience on Facebook and TikTok. And to ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Welcome to Day 3. This is MPL Philippines Season 14, the playoffs.
lamang si Pua hinahabol din. At si Cruz Gold yung mga shoot muna and si Pa! Ngayon nalinis na yung apat. Triple kill para kay Kelra. Pwede nila tapusin ito. Tatapusin pa rin nila ang buhay ni Trika TZ. At ang unang laro na ito ay mapupunta sa Super FCAP. Wala na nating Onyx Philippines. Pero tuloy-tuloy at kompleto yung top, mid, and bottom. Ilalaban na to ng Falcons APBren. Pero hindi kakayanin ang lakas ng Super Family. Hindi pa available din ang bigay dito pero nandun yung ultimate mula kay Black TZ. Base lock na daw at tinatawa ni Kyle TZ pero layo naman ng Pilipinas at magtatagumpay. Dalawa na lang ang natitira. Parang nagmamadali na naman ang Falcon Fanatic Onyx Philippines. Meron sila mga minions dito na kasama. Black TZ.
Ayan na!
Narito din. Base lock na si Kelra at ang unang kumunan na makakakuha ng ticket para sa M6. Fanatic Onyx Philippines. Para sa Blacklist International, kaya na ata nilang tapusin itong game na ito at ang Team Aurora will secure this game number 1. Napabasag na ito rin sa may bandang iba ngayon tuloy-tuloy ang Team Aurora at yung base na nakakanilang nakikita. Match point na! Apat na members pa mula sa Team Aurora ang buhay, lalo na si Doming. Kaya niya mag-base lang dito, kaya niya mabubusin lahat ng minions at tuloy-tuloy ang pag-abante ng Team Aurora. Kailangan umato sa Blacklist International, pinaflash na nandito ng Viewe at ito na yung next wave, ito na yung pulutong ng mga minions at narito na rin ang paghakbang ng Team Aurora sa next round.
We're down to the last 2 days of the season. It's been a wild journey, full of unexpected surprises that no one could have predicted. Today we begin the first ever best of 7 match between the reigning world champions, Falcons APBren, versus an emerging contender, Aurora MLBB. The survival of the champion hangs on the line, while the latter proves that their team was built to win. Sinong koponan ang makakaabante patungo sa Grand Finals at sino ang magpapaalam? I'm Mara Aquino and this is MPL Philippines Season 14, the lower bracket finals. Casters, pasok!
And you guys heard it right there, the lower bracket finals, the first ever best of 7 is about to unfold between Falcons APBren and Aurora MLBB. What is up, guys? Welcome to the English Desk. I'm Naisu, joined here with Ingan. You still got your hair. How we doing, man?
I'm doing great because I love my beautiful hair and it's not going anywhere, Naisu.
Okay. Well, you know, there's probably some people out there disappointed with that, but you know what? I'm happy you have your hair because right now we have an amazing game ahead of us. We have nearly a fully packed crowd here in the arena, of course, and I'm sure it's going to get more full as the games go on. Hopefully we get 7 games, but before that, we also have to thank our sponsors because now you can level up and game anywhere with Smart's Power All 99 for just 99 pesos. You get 8 gigabytes for all your favorite apps, plus you get Unleashed TikTok and Unleashed Text All networks.
And you can stay connected, improve your MLBB skills, and keep the fun going with your friends no matter where you are. Just load up now and enjoy non-stop gaming with Smart.
And with that being said, the matchup once again about to start just in a few minutes. Well, we got to reset there, of course, but yes, FCAP, RORA. We saw this yesterday. I think people, like Mara put it really well. We had some things happen throughout the playoffs up to this point that people weren't expecting here. Ingan, for one, too, I think people knew how dominant Fnatic Onyx Philippines were, but that match yesterday, I don't think people actually knew just how strong they were until they showed us what happened yesterday against Falcons APBren.
Yeah, you even said it yourself. They're just too damn strong.
Yeah.
Going up against the defending world champions Falcons APBren. That's a hard, very, very hard thing to do. But looking at the bracket, it's the final match before the grand finals. Falcons APBren and Aurora in a best of 7. First time, nice. First time best of 7 or bracket finals.
First time ever, and you know, with that being said, I hope we get at least the 6 games. I'd be happy with that because
you know what?
What? No, don't. Inga, no, don't look at me like that.
If this game doesn't go to 7 games,
stop.
Naisu will cut his hair.
Nope, we're not. Not until you fulfill your promise, right? Today's schedule, though, once again, Falcons APBren, Aurora MLBB, and this one's going to be a treat, especially if you caught yesterday's games, guys. You saw how dominant RORA was against Blacklist International. I think even with that, people didn't expect it or predict it to be a sweep, a 3-0, just against a Blacklist that looked really good in the playoffs here.
Especially since Blacklist took a Falcons APBren to 5 games the last time that they met in the playoffs, so who knows what outcome can come here. But I'd also like to point out, happy 1.3 billion views again to MPL.
Again, thank you for the milestones here. We're going to have the panel break down this matchup for us. Let's see what these gentlemen have to say about this one.
This is the Infinix Game Tambayan, and you know what? We called for backup. Welcome here, and I am Rockhard, joined here by Renmar, and of course, Midnight, to make it the power of free. How you boys doing?
I'm an English baby. I'm new here. This is my first time joining the English panel. I'm happy to be with you too.
Yeah, and I'm happy to finally be sharing such a close personal space with you yet again for a best of 7. So it's gonna be a long night for all of us.
Yeah, I mean we can definitely get much closer, you know.
100%, especially if the camera goes on to you right now. I love it. And we're back here, and just want to remind you guys, of course, this is gonna be a best of 7. We'll get into that in just a few moments. You can see right now on your screens, that is Falcons APBren walking it up here, followed by Aurora, looking as on fire as ever.
Yeah, well, you know, when I saw Aurora earlier, there was one guy that really stood out for me for multiple reasons, but for the sole reason of he looks so absolutely locked in today. Domeng, man.
Yep.
Domeng looks like he's hungry to prove something.
I mean, not just today. I think for the past 3 days, we've seen Domeng just, you know, lock in with that serious face. Even with the player walk-ins, even in the stage, he's always showing a cold stone emotion. You know, that face where he doesn't show anything. He's not even, like, that excited. I'm pretty sure he's excited about, like, you know, possibly going to M6, but you don't see it in the face.
That's true. Maybe we'll see it in their actions later on. Of course, this tournament is brought to you by the Infinix GT20 Pro, the official tournament phone of MPL Philippines Season 14. Now, we are going into this in a best of 7, and we're going to harp down into this because first time ever that we're going to see a lower bracket best of 7. And we're going to talk about that in a little bit. And of course, what better way to talk about like really long tournaments, preparation, and whatnot than the guy himself. Coach Panda is actually joining us today via call.
Is none other than a very well-decorated coach, RSG's Coach Panda. Hello, Coach. And of course, our English panel, that's Renmar, Midnight, and Rockhart. Salute to you, boys. But as of the moment, Coach Panda, kinagagalak po namin na makita kayo. Thank you so much for giving your time. How's it going? Kamusta ang panonood ng MPL so far for you?
Good afternoon, everyone. Grabe talaga yung MPL Season 14. I mean, I've been in MPL for a very long time, and I can really say that this is the most competitive MPL, especially in playoffs ever.
I love it. You mentioned more about the competitiveness, and I feel like the English panel is going to dive a little bit deeper on that one, right, guys?
That's right, because we want to know, Coach Panda, how would you rate the performance of Falcons APBren right now? You have your famous scoreboard, brother. Give him a grade right now.
I like that.
If anyone has any eyes, and I can really say that I'm not in the position to rate right now. APBren. APBren is already proven and tested. They're 100 out of 100. Today's match is really going to be about who's going to be more excelling in the draft or in terms of good luck regarding some rotation and gameplay. So I'm really excited to watch today.
That's the idea that they have in mind. More gameplay, the draft, very much important there. Midnight, you have another one, right?
All right, Coach. I know you've been watching a lot of games in MPLPH, and I know you're very particular with players. But in this current playoffs, who do you think are the standouts, or who do you think are the shining ones so far in this playoffs of Season 14?
I've been really seeing that the gold laners, especially for all the top tier teams, like literally they have almost zero dead, or they're super consistent regarding sa team fight and sa puesto, and regarding sa sariling play, how to turn around the game. So again, today's game is really going to be about, for me, not only the gold lane, but really all the roles. So I'm really excited.
Yeah, Coach. Now, talking about Falcons APBren, which specific players do you think should step up to the occasion for this match against Aurora MLBB?
I guess usually when it comes to two strong teams, I always look at the performance of the roamers, Ogwe and si Renike, because roamers are really the game changers, especially when both teams are super pantay regarding sa calibration.
I mean, that really goes to show, especially with the stats that are showcased on the frame of your screens right now. Grabe yung decoration ng kanilang mga playoff experiences. And not only that, I feel like Aurora would also do the same thing.
And speaking of Aurora, no, Coach Panda, sinabi mo naman na kanina na wala ka sa position mag-rate. So instead of rating the performance of Aurora MLBB, Coach, I want to know, ano ba ang nagiging special, or pwede mo bang ma-describe ang Aurora MLBB for us in the panel right now?
I can really say that Aurora game style is really aggressive. They have a balanced draft. They can also play like Link plus Angela. They can also play Alpha, and then like the gold. They know how to snowball through the gold lane. But it's like seeing the old Blacklist style in a way. They focus on the gold lane, plus the Echo game style where you really want to clash, plus the Bren game style where really focus on the objective as well. Parang they're creating their sariling entity by gaining all the strength points of all the top tier teams.
Yeah, I mean, that was very much specific, and nailatag din ni Coach Panda lahat. In the same way, you see everything for Aurora on your screens right now. Renmar, I know you have a lot of things to ask about this team, but you have an opportunity to ask Coach Panda about that one now.
Coach Panda, it's Renmar here, and we had a different question prepared for you, but it's similar to what we had prepared. What or how would you say Demon Kite, the former player, is performing right now with Aurora? How would you like to comment on his performance, considering that you've gone up against Aurora and his team this season, and I'm sure you've seen his performances in the playoffs? How would you comment on Demon Kite so far?
That's a good question.
Kite, I am super proud of him. Instead of spinning too much with my words, I would just say 10.
It's a 10. It's a perfect score.
Perfect 10. You know, he doesn't rate other teams, but if it's one of Coach Panda's boys, that's where the score is gonna come from. Rockhart, you do have one more, right?
Yeah, actually, we again pretty much a different question prepared, but I just wanted to know, how do you think is the performance of Aurora so far? What can you say is their biggest strength against Falcons APBren right now?
I can quite say that it's going to be the aggressiveness, and then also knowing the patience when they can hit their power spike, when they know when to come back in the late game. So kahit lugi sila in the early game, napansin ko na as long as they have Doming's farm, they know how to come back in the late game.
Okay, one of the few, or there have been few of the many strengths that I mentioned to Coach Panda about both of the teams, and I feel like that's gonna be needed now, because for the first time ever in league history, we're gonna have a best of 7 series in the lower bracket finals, homie.
Saktong-sakto, no, Coach Panda, you are one of the most decorated coach in the Philippines, at kitang-kita natin yung prowess mo in long series such as this. In a best of 7 to a best of 5 matchup, kung ikukumpara ang dalawang yon, Coach, gaano ba kahirap mag-prepare para sa isang best of 7?
Best of 7, all I can say is that whatever that both teams prepared, last night for today's best of 7, I can say that it will stop working after 3 games.
That's my favorite take. It was stop after 3 games.
Yeah.
It was like anything that they prepared daw, Hans, ay mawawala din lang pagkatapos ng 3 games. Kumbaga, bardagulan na by that time.
Pero kung titignan mo rin yung mga muka na nandito sa screens nyo ngayon, kumbaga batika na tong mga to sa best of 7 series eh.
Sila lang.
You would see most of them all the time. Midnight, I'm sure you have something else in store for Coach Panda in terms of both of these teams.
All right, considering the caliber of our top three teams here, Coach, with Fnatic Onyx already in the grand finals, and we're still waiting for the last team to fill the slot going into M6. What do you think are the chances of Philippines in the upcoming M6?
Super mataas for me. And I'm very excited also because we have FNOP right now in the grand finals already for going to M6. And I can say that FNOP really deserves where they are right now because their chemistry and then the way how they play the game and they understand how to play the game is just really superb.
See it. Okay, so that's the thing that we've seen. I always like listening to Coach Panda's thoughts, and also in terms of the games, we're starting to see it, even though it's low-key Coach Panda. Now, I feel like this is a perfect time to ask you, Coach. You probably know what this is.
Nako.
And it's related to scoring. So, I'm just gonna go straight to it. Who's gonna join Fnatic Onyx Philippines in the grand finals? We need a score, Coach.
May
We need a
number.
score.
Coach,
English
may
panel,
number.
do we need a score? Do we need
We
a
need
score?
a score.
Yes.
We need a score.
We need an actual, accurate score.
All right. Sorry, Coach. It's unanimous
It's
here.
tradition, it's tradition.
Go ahead, Coach.
This won't be cursed because I'm not Mirko, right?
Yeah,
No, you're not. You're Coach Panda. You're
It's the
Coach Panda.
Panda blessing. It's the Panda blessing.
I will go 4-3 Aurora.
Oh! Coach, kindly enlighten us. Give us an explanation on why that's your answer.
I just want Kite to go to M6. That's
Yeah.
it.
I like that. There's no analysis. It's just love.
Fair enough.
It's just
That's
love.
just love. That's just love. Coach Panda, we surely love all of the insights that you've given us today. I am sure na sobrang daming Raiders din na nanonood para sa araw na to. What's your message for all of them in supporting? But again, so far, I guess that message is gonna be for later, Coach, because we're gonna head back to the games in just a bit. So I'm gonna stop you right there, but thank you so much, Coach Panda. And thank you also to the English panel. I hope you have lots of fun. I'll see you guys again soon. Paalam.
Thanks, Coach.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
There it is. That is Coach Panda.
So sweet.
I am just... It's heartwarming, isn't it?
I'm going to say this now. Out of all the predictive analysis we've heard, that's my favorite one. Why did you predict 4-3 for Aurora? I just want to see my Demon Kite go to M6.
Yeah.
That is wholesome, man.
Yeah, and it's also like giving to the audience as well. We get to witness 7 games, and we get to witness 2 new teams. If he is ever right, 2 new teams in the international stage.
Well, I don't know about you guys. We want your opinions. First of all, press 1 if you want 7 games. I need to see number 1 if you want 7 games. Press 2 if you want to go home early.
No
one. I don't know. We personally don't want that. But after that, also comment or click on the online poll. Who do you think is going to win? Because that's also important. Is it going to be an FCAP victory, of course, reigning world champions, or the young guns, Aurora, coming into play here? I personally will mirror what Coach Panda said. I think this is going to be Aurora for free. I know the stats are against Aurora right now, but my instincts just tell me something will happen similar to that.
Yeah, coming into this, I kind of wanted the Aurora to win as well, 4-1, but, hearing what Coach Panda said, and also to give back to the community, I want 7 games, baby!
Yeah.
I want 4-3, but again, I'm kind of leaning towards Aurora.
All right, so I guess at the end of the road, the potential end of the road, the FCAP fanboy, the guy who dressed up like a bee and lost his voice in the M5 World Championship to lead the Filipino crowd in the Rizal Memorial Coliseum. I'm the only one who's going to go 4-3 Falcons APBren.
Yes.
Either way, 7 games. Gentlemen, I think we can ask for nothing better than that, right? Again, comment also why you think that is going to be the case here. We're going to try to read some of that later on. But for now, we were talking about best of sevens. We didn't get a chance to kind of go deeper into it. Why is it such a big deal? Why are we making it such a big deal?
You know, I feel like this guy should answer it. You fought a 7-game series to go to Riyadh.
Yeah, you know what Coach Panda said about best of 7? It's actually true.
It's true.
Everything you've prepared before the match, it expires by Game 3, at best Game 4. Game 5, Game 6, specifically Game 7, it's about how well you can adjust and how well prepared you are to face against the other team.
So that's why it seems like the longer a 7-game series goes, it's like harder to predict. Like
it's more random.
Yeah, it's a little bit more random. At that point, is it like you ask the players more like, all right, what are you feeling? It's more at that?
It's a mix of both.
Okay.
Like you'd rather be more concerned about what the enemies are going to be throwing at you than you know what you're prepared. And by Game 5, Game 6, you're more like leaning towards the comfort fix because you want your players to be in a very comfortable situation. So again, it's a little bit tough right now in the lower bracket finals.
Well, these are things that we can probably get into later on, but for now, guys, players are starting to walk into MPL Arena alongside their communities for the face-off for this lower bracket finals.
Ang palag ng madla. Para sa Aurora MLBB, ano ang palag mo?
Tama na, kaka-World Tour. Magpahinga na kayo, kami na bahala sa M6!
Para sa Falcons APBren, ano ang palag mo?
Wala kaming palag, talo kami kahapon eh. Manood na lang tayo.
Palag kung palag. Fist bump. It's a clash between legacy and a force built to conquer. Who will reign above all? Panel, pasok.
Let's bring in our panel of marshals for the lower bracket finals, the first best of 7 series. Yakujev, Chico, Patrick, and Wilbert! It's the reigning world champions, the kings of the world, Falcons APBren versus the rising contender, Aurora MLBB. In the EXP lane, Flap TC, the first ever holder of the finals MVP skin, and Mr. Consistent Edward. In the jungle, the inheritor of the TZ blade, Kyle TZ, versus the smiling demon, Demon Kai. In the mid lane, the idol of the world, Few and the Roamers, Master Ogwen and the Hitman, Renegade. Finally, in the gold lane, the bulletproof Super Marco versus the next standard, Domang. And their coaches, Coach Trevor and Coach Master the Basics. Only one of these 2 teams will go to the grand finals and fly to Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia to represent us in M6.
And here we are after how many months of MLBB action. we are about to determine our second representative for M6. And who knows that better than Falcons APBren?
Last year, they stood at the top of the world, and right now, the mission is to go back. Falcons APBren, even though they sit at the number 2, it's not a problem to be the second team to go to Malaysia.
And going up against them is a team newly minted. Players who have played with one another for a good amount of time, but 2 new faces with them. And together they have formed a new organization that is challenging the world. Yue, Edward, and Renegade with Demon Kite and Domeng. One of the most unexpected teams to make it this far. Well, don't doubt them anymore. Here they are.
That's a good way of putting it. You know, Aurora is trying to challenge the world here. But in the face of Falcons APBren, who has been very dominant in terms of macro and micro, all the skills required for them to be able to take out the reigning champions of the world have to show up here. Macro and micro is going to be very, very important for Aurora MLBB.
Again, preparations just can take you so far. We're going to have to see maybe someone plan at least for match number 5 or game number 5. But so far, it does feel like in terms of drafting, Master the Basics really has grown as well. And here in the head-to-head, it feels like the mid lane is just as important as ever.
Yeah, Few and Yue and their hero pools, the tradings between the Faramis, the Aurora, the Vexana, but Yue, surprisingly enough, still hasn't shown a Zask in the entirety of the playoffs, and that's one of the picks that helped carry Aurora in the position that they are in right now. My question for Falcons APBren, are you really going to give us Valentina?
Yeah, I think that's going to be, very, very hard for Falcons APBren if they do face up against a Valentina of Yue. But so is the set matchup. The TIG battle between these 2 players, Ogwin and Renegade. They've both been very, very good at either setup heroes and utility supports. Even the Lolita, the Mathilda, whoever gets their hands on their heroes are going to be very, very comfortable.
And of course, our razor-sharp gold laners. This has been a point of discussion for quite some time now. It does feel like they're very consistent. Marco, despite some of these losses, do remain to have a pretty high KDA, barely dies even in the games that they lose, while Domeng, definitely a guy on the rise.
You know, yeah, on the rise, 100%. There's a stat line I've been following with the gold laners, the bulletproof leaderboard.
Yep.
They're both standing at 16 games won with 0 deaths.
Ooh.
At the end of this matchup will determine who's more bulletproof. But these 2 are not bulletproof. Their job is to take those bullets.
Yep.
They take the damage, they front line. But right now, Edward seems like he's just been a little bit more consistent in terms of holding the front against Flap 2.
And maybe Flap can kind of catch up. Here are your Infinix keys to victory. For Falcons APBren, remind everyone why the Bees are the reigning world champions. Pretty much speaks for itself.
For Aurora MLBB, you have to cement MPL PH's new landscape, possibly being the next team to qualify for M6. And that means we're going to be seeing 2 new teams again.
Yeah, and if you don't want 2 new teams, Falcons APBren, if you want to defend your world championship, Aurora, if you want to contest that, and as a new team make it to M6, play it like it's the grand finals. This is our very first best of 7 lower bracket finals in MPLPH history to solidify the idea that lower bracket is for Bees. Falcons APBren. Or upper bracket is for Bees. Falcons APBren, you go through the lower bracket.
And they will be picking blue side here, by the way, with a 60% win rate so far for Falcons APBren.
Those lights.
Aurora really showing that they came here to play.
Yeah, that's going to be a first step advantage for Falcons APBren. Again, knowing the blue side takes majority of the W's in the MPL Philippines. But so far in this current playoffs, I think that's changed.
Yeah.
Some teams have actually been able to take over on the red side because of the fact that the first pick has been really the story of, do we get Suyo or not?
Yeah, and most likely teams would rather get the Suyo. But the problem is there have been teams who have been able to counter the first pick Suyo. It's not like he's unbeatable.
Yep.
He has somewhat of a 55 or counting win rate percentage, but that's still something that you have to respect. That Suyo first pick if Falcons APBren is going to get it.
Yeah, and guess what? The most successful team against Suyo is Aurora MLBB.
Oh, that is saying
They have
something.
the most wins against Suyo, and we've seen that yesterday. They let it slide twice against Blacklist International. They won against that hero once before facing the Blacklist International yesterday. And it might change today, but we never know. That definitely is a challenge up to Falcons APBren.
Despite the moniker of Suyo, does feel like he is not immortal, at least inside this game. Heading in the draft for game number 1, any big first picks you expect?
They're letting go of the Suyo.
Are they?
Are they though?
I mean, they can just ban out the Mathilda and let Falcons APBren have the Suyo, and then take the Ling for Demon Kite.
Yeah, I think if they're gonna give the Suyo here and the Matilda's also open, then that means they're setting up for Renegade to steal it. Knowing Falcons APBren though, you'd rather take the Matilda. But it's Suyo, it's a Gata Kacha removal because that's been a trend of Falcons APBren recently where they'll get the Gata Kacha for Ogwen in pick 2 and 3.
Yep, but they go for Suyo, first pick on Falcons APBren. Phoveus and Mathilda is up for Aurora, so is the Alpha. The quote-unquote soft counter against the Suyo because he's able to match the jungling speed of the Suyo, and he also deals so much damage in the early to mid.
That's right, and Suyo becomes like a question of who can actually follow up well with the Suyo. Hylos is actually open, so I don't know if it's clear-cut Matildas yet, but you're right, Phoveus is also a really big tool of Falcons APBren, as well as Aurora.
Oh, Edith and Matilda. Okay, instead of the Phoveus, they go for the Edith.
Once they gotta lock that in. Phoveus will be available here for Falcons APBren, but it's been hit or miss for Falcons APBren. It's not hit or miss for Aurora though.
Yeah, but it's gonna be up with a Paramis though for Falcons APBren. They haven't picked up their gold lane yet, so we might be able to see a gold lane on the side of Falcons APBren. But again, just the thought of the Phoveus and Paramis being a same lineup is kind of tempting.
Yeah.
But instead of oh
wow,
okay,
little change up in priorities for Falcons APBren.
Yeah.
I understood why they ended up going for the low E. With the Paramis still open, if they picked it here, the Valentina could have been picked third for Aurora.
Oh, you're right, yeah.
And this time around, you sort of level out the map pressure that Matilda can provide, but again, it's you being reliant on the ultimate to apply the map pressure.
It's kind of funny because like you also don't want Yue to pick up the Valentina. So Falcons APBren go for a different route. They go for a Khalid, which we don't know yet if it's gonna go to XP or Rome. We haven't seen Ogwen yet put his hands on a Khalid.
Yeah.
But so far, again, the story of the matchup between Aurora and Falcons APBren, it's a game of 7. Any form of surprise is definitely much welcome.
That's right. And again, Louis is the best tool for surprises if there ever was one.
Oh,
right?
You're right.
Aside from the draft surprise that we're talking about here, and I'm also going to be surprised if we see a draft that doesn't involve Hylos right now. I think they can forego the Hylos here for Aurora.
Yeah, for both sides, it's still definitely up for the taking, but Aurora, they're now on the 3rd pick. I think they have to go Assassin here, either Julian or Ling. But they go for the Alpha, because again, they have the Mathilda, so this is the Blacklist strategy that we've seen from day number 1. The way to go against Suyo is to get the Mathilda and the Alpha, and we've seen Demon Kite on that hero. Even last season, he was the first player to use the Alpha in the playoffs.
There's one thing I'm looking for here if it's going to be the Valentina ban for Falcons APBren in this second phase. Other than the fact that it's a respect ban onto Yue, we saw in Aurora versus Team Liquid Philippines that if ever Falcons APBren wants to roam this Khalid for the first time in the hands of Ogwen, after level 4, Valentina and Matilda actually messes the Khalid up. Because when he uses the full blast of the first skill, they'll just survive through it with a little bit of the shielding, and then he'll eventually get out-poked.
Oh, okay. 1-1 ban coming up from Aurora. Really looking deep into the hero pool of Super Marco. But again, going back to what Renmar said, I think it's a warranted ban for Falcons APBren to remove the Valentina. Maybe alongside the Paramis. You don't want to give up so much utility to the side of Aurora because they already have the Mathilda and the possibility of taking up the Paramis there with the potential, I would say, fighter gold lane, something like that. Maybe like something like a Lunox, that amplifies just an early group up from Aurora.
But it does feel like there are options here for Yue. Either go for the Faramis or go for that the Valentina.
Yeah.
It's all right. No, it makes sense because if you're Valentina,
you're still Faramis.
You're still Faramis sometimes.
Got in my head.
Depends on the costume.
And if that is the case, it will become a 4 protect 1 here for Aurora. So their gold laner is just going to be even more important.
Oh, okay. 60% win rate on the Suyo. I think Kaltis is just behind King Kong when it comes to the actual win rate of the hero. Because I haven't seen King Kong lost lose on the the Suyu. He still has a 100% win rate on that hero.
If I'm not mistaken, yeah, he should be.
He is, right?
Yeah.
Should be. So now, coming into second phase, it really is up to Falcons APBren to force the matchup on Yue. They can either choose to let go the Paramis or the Aurora. Because I think what FCAP is thinking here is that they remove the Paramis, deal with the Valentina, because you don't want to be dealing with the NetherRealm if you're the Suyo and Khalid.
Again, you're trying to remove that for protection. Ooh, none of the above.
They're willing to give it. I think they're confident in their team fighting that they could get if ever that is a Faramis. And if Yue ends up with this Comfort Valentina, just make sure that the Kali definitely goes in the EXP lane. Because if that goes wrong, again, we saw it happen, it's going to struggle against the pokes of the Matilda and the Valentina come level 4.
Yeah.
However, though, what if Aurora will surprise and just bring back the Zask, the pick that brought them back
that's
success?
that's actually nice.
Does that fit here?
I think it is nice to have a Zask with an Alpha, because like, you just dive in. And then you can just use the Guiding Wind to let the Alpha go out of the team fight, and you still have a Zask that can rain terror on the team fight. It's either the Zask or the Paramis, honestly, because again with the Paramis, it also blocks the potential for FCAP to pick up the tick.
Yeah.
So they go for the Valentina.
They default.
Maximum comfort for you. I guess that's pretty smart as well.
It still does the same thing. It still blocks a tick. Because you don't want to be giving up an implosion to Yue. Same thing with like the rocks. So I think Ogwen is left with like, a Cho, or maybe do Khalid roam and then place Flap TZ on an Aura or something.
Oh.
Yeah, Phovis is still available actually, if ever.
I guess Roam Khalid is also okay if there's a Phoveus on your lineup.
Still, maybe I got traumatized watching that Team Liquid game that I don't want to see Roam Khalid here, man.
Roam Khalid.
Hey, if it's Chak Mamba, no problem.
Yeah,
If it's Chak Mamba.
It's a Barrett's EXP.
Barrett's EXP.
Wow.
Don't tell me they're gonna roam that.
Okay, that's a good answer against the Alpha Mathilda.
Yeah, and dude, they pinned down Doming with all of the picks. He's just left to pick Carrier or Lunox to be able to whittle down the Barretts.
Yeah.
Or hear me out.
What?
Masha. Just kidding.
No. God, no. They're probably gonna go with Moskov here.
Moskov, yeah.
It's the winningest marksman for Doming, specifically for Aurora.
Would you carry here?
No, against Bea, Khalid, Suyu. Yeah, they go Moskov. That's the safest route. I would say. 3 purple heroes on the last phase.
Very good observation.
Yeah, that's a sign of Ube that they still have.
Yeah,
inherited.
That's not a joke. That's an actual thing.
It's the same roster. Come on.
Yeah.
All right. Here's the index here. Can you guys explain this a little bit before we go?
I would say early game FCAP clear cut, but if if Aurora gets form of momentum in the early game, then they just win mid game.
Yeah, Falcons APBren just really needs to pressure the jungle, and Ogren and Flap really need to work out their timings in terms of who's gonna front and who's gonna go dive, because if you mess that up, that Aurora lineup can punish them hard.
Well, it's a very crucial game 1. It will determine momentum. Throw it over to Naisu and Ingan.
And here we are. Well.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
And here we are, jumping into the land of Dawn. Game number 1 in this first best of 7 that we're going to see unfold here for us. Ingan, Naisu to bring in the action here. I know we have a really loud crowd here, and I hope you can hear me, Ingan, because I'm looking to hear you.
Naisu, I do agree with the panel. Again, Falcons APBren, they do have a good potential to dominate the early game. But let's see, because so far the Alpha and the Matilda, like what they're doing right now with the picks onto Ogwen, that's going to give Ogwen, even with a Khalid that can be dominant in the first 5 minutes, it can be hard for Falcons APBren. So let's see. How's the rotation going to go for both of these teams for game number 1?
Okay, so here we are. We're going to have to wait for this to unfold again as they're trying to get their paces going here. One of the big things about this, though, and I like that they talked about this, is, the potential for that early game that can happen, of course, for FCAP, and also paying attention to where Demon Kite goes. They got to be able to put pressure on the jungle. They got to be able to work towards that as well. Because right now, based on this lineup and everything else, RORA, if they get to that mid game, They're going to find a good spike. They have a ton of utility to work with.
Well, speaking of working with, they're trying to work on Few. But Few manages to turn things around and take two. Demon Kite and Renegade will fall down. The over-aggression of the Aurora was capitalized by Falcons APBren. Now, that's the strong start, actually, the panel was referring to. Because, again, we all know that when you have a Calidrome, as much as possible, you want to invade the jungle like what Open's been doing. Don't give Demon Kite a good time, because so far, Demon Kite has been performing phenomenal all throughout the season, all throughout the playoffs. And if he gets his groove right, especially with the assistance of Renegade on the Matilda, Aurora can easily turn things around. But right now, Kyle Teasy is working on it. Here comes the Donuts Welcome. They're going to catch someone there as Kyle Teasy gets the first turtle. Here comes a clash. Demon Kite has to walk away to Spear of Falcon, but Edward, though, might be sandwiched with the Raging Sandstorm. Gonna get ganked up by 4, and now a diversion for Few onto the middle lane.
Man, good response, I would say. Not only that, but also you get the objective to work around from, and this is what we were saying, you know, with the early game potential from FCAP's lineup is going to be quite devastating for RORA to deal with. They've got to be able to adjust to it. Look at this pressure on Demon Kite.
And just look at Ogwen. Okay, he has the flicker. Now here comes the Raging Sandstorm. US stole from him just to make sure to punish Ogwen. Ogwen's over aggression. And so far, Falcons APBren still had the lead, but a heads-up play from Yue as Aurora gets up a kill. And here comes the Circle Eagle. They want to go right after Pew, and they're going to bring them down. Next target might be Flapteezy, but a flicker is there to save Flapteezy. So,
hey, they get on the board. You know, at least you have that. Again, it's mainly for RORA to go ahead and build up what they can in the early game. Just kind of deal with it. They know that the strength also mid-game potential is going to be there. It was so much focus as well on Domeng right here. You want to be able to scale that up, get the Mozcom where you need to be if you're Domeng. And that's why, again, a lot of the pressure is going to be on FCAP to get that control of the early game, make things work the way they want to, and secure all the objectives. And they have, like I said, a ton of utility to help them out. The Beatrix has been slowly, you know, coming back to, I would say, meta, but not as much as some of the other gold laners. Still very valuable in a lot of the lineup that is going to be shown here from FCAP. Whether that's a Raging Sandstorm being set up from Ogwen or a Flapteezy, who, again, this Barrett's has popped up a couple times now for the playoffs. Surprisingly so. A lot of pressure here once again. Purple buff. Demon Kite's going to be fine. Relying on the team. Wow. Renegade, though, he'll take quite a few shots.
But the thing is for Falcons APBren, they have so much kit to actually go for neutral objectives and give Demon Kite a hard time to try and even contest this. Look at this, Flapteezy goes in again with the Daytona's Welcome. Okay, Spirit Destruction won't connect, but this time look at Fuse Dispersion. Rotation gonna connect onto 3. Demon Kite and Renegade has to walk away because 4 members are here. Here comes Open with the Raging Sandstorm. Edward's gonna be able to escape though, as Kyle Teasy gets the turtle. And now going to bring down Yue and Edward. So far, Falcons APBren, their re-engage, reinitiation is doing wonders for them.
It's very strong, right? And that's what you really have to look at with the lineup here, where how they can go ahead and force what looks like it's going to be a fight, but then go ahead and kind of disengage, and then you'll see that re-engage as well. It was a good attempt, too. You know, Yue brought in that Raging Sandstorm himself. He utilized that, but unfortunately for Aurora, they just don't have enough firepower just yet. So if they're playing to the tune or the pace of FCAP, whoa, Renegade, again, look how much damage he is actually taking here. And that's the whole point. You know, they have great utility, they have great mobility around the map, but they kind of, it's literally like taking a buckle and just buckling in for now.
Yeah, and if you're going to talk about utility, speaking of utility, there's the catch coming in from Flapteezy, serving them up to Super Marco Edward. All of a sudden will be bursted down. No response from Aurora. And Falcons APBren just really on the driver's seat, controlling the pace, controlling the rotation. And speaking of kit, when it comes to the Lords later on, as Domin picks up a turret, the thing is for Falcons APBren, even if you don't mind the other 3 players, just focus on Kyle TZ and Flapteezy alone circling Eagle. They want to go right after a few flickers out right on time, saves himself. Now Ogwen wants to answer right back. Super Marco is here. He's changing up his gear now. Will they go for the counter attack? And Smart Missiles will catch Yue! Expert Missiles to bring down Yue.
That's got to be so tough, Ingon. I mean, you're what should have been a kill, or you're looking, you know, just 1 hit away to at least get some more momentum building in your favor for Aurora. They can't get that, and then the counter punch comes in from FCAP. So Aurora will, you know, it looks like they're kind of trying to make these plays happen because they already lost control of the early game. And that's fine if they can make it happen, though. If not, again, they're in for a long ride here. Last turtle of the game is up, and it looks like they're going to be full force to fight this one and possibly contest it.
Demon Kai goes in with a Spear of Alpha. Flaptisi don't trying to soak up the damage as Demon Kai this time will get, but look at this dispersion rotation coming in from Pew, going to catch 3!
Wow.
And there's the diversion play. They want to go for the backline. They might catch Yui, though. Yui with the dash out. Here comes Pew. Trying to chase over the 2. Yui has to use a Raging Sandstorm to walk away, but still going to catch up. And Super Marco doing Super Mac things with the Renner's apathy. 100% accuracy.
Let's take another look at that. All right, Infinix since the replay. That's not what we were looking for, but hey, every single person on FCAP's lineup did what they had to do, and to a T, because RORA getting wiped out this early on is not a good sign for game 1.
You know, we've been trying to explain a couple of things, but it seems like there's no time, Naisu. Because once we're getting to our point, something happens. So I think the panel has to explain how crazy Falcons APBren has been performing. Looking at the KDAs, Super Marco remains bulletproof, 4-0-1, picks up a Malefic Roar. We've seen the effect of one Renner's apathy connecting is already detrimental, deadly.
Yeah.
And with that Malefic Roar, you can expect Super Marco to burst out any member of Aurora at this point.
And Super Marco is obviously there, but even a big part of this is just Few. Few is
exactly
one of the few players, like we always mention when the Luo Yi comes through and it slips through the draft. Again, the panel mentioned this, that it was picked up, you know, earlier on than maybe we see in the past. But nonetheless, it's Few, and off the top of my head, I think Super Prince as well, that just love this pick. They are so devastating with it. So, I mean, whether it's a diversion or not, it's just the hassle for RORA of being like, all right, where are they coming from? And even if we try to retreat or disengage, we don't know. Like, there's too many angles that FCAP's lineup can take. And, I mean, I'm not even talking about Ogwin. Like, he can literally just sandstorm over a wall if he wants to and cut them off. Here we go.
Here comes a Daytona's welcome. Another cash plus a Raging Sandstorm going to connect onto all the members of Aurora. They want to go for Demon Kai, but Demon Kai has to back away. Now going to work on the top lane turret. Renegade and Edward again. Not a good sign for those two players. They suffered another death. And they're going to pop the Holy Shields up top as Doming tries to work down bottom. Okay, another diversion.
Oh, they're going for Doming.
Oh, they're going for Doming, though.
Run, Doming!
Spear of Destruction. Will it connect to Suyu, though? It did! He was able to escape!
Oh, man.
But Kautis is going to get the Lord, might be able to catch on to Doming.
Wow!
Doming was able to escape. That was a big brain play from a big brain player.
Would have been way cooler if somehow we got the Lord too, you know?
But that's too much.
We still got to talk about the facts. They're still down 9,000 gold. Great escape, Doming. But again, you're going to have to deal with the Lord pushing in, and with this kind of power lead that FCAP has, it's going to be tough here for RORA. They might look to end the game here on that first Lord push as they focus down the tier 2 turrets and everything else. Couple Holy Shields still up, but RORA has the work cut out for them. Lord now on the top side.
Okay, seems like they're going to burst down the top, inhibit their turret, and Aurora will focus up on bursting down this Lord. Falcons APBren, look at the immense gold lead. That's 11.1k. Literally taking a page out of the book of Fnatic Onyx with the fast games and dominant starts they've been portraying right now. Circling Eagle coming in from Renegade. Another catch coming from Flaptisi. Raging Sandstorm for Ogwin. Just the zone out. Here comes the dispersion rotation coming in from Few as Super Marco picks up a kill onto Renegade. And they're going to work on the minions. They really want to force out another inhibitor turret takedown.
Okay, so they stay in the game. They at least don't have it end just yet, but FCAP, like I said, massive lead at this point. RORA, what do they have to do to possibly turn this around? Well, number one, withstand this assault because they're going still for the mid lane, even without a Lord. Still going to work on it. Oh! Super Marco!
That's not even the ultimate! That's just a normal basic attack from the Renner! Wow! Gonna bring down Doming, also mid lane inhibitor turret now working on the bottom. They don't even need the Lord, I think. They can actually end this with a beautiful clash. All the ultimates are here. Ogwin goes in with the Raging Sandstorm Flicker combination. They're bursting down Edward. They have minions. Here comes Marco with the Renner once again. Gonna bring down Renegade as well. Next is Demon Kai and Falcons APBren breezes through the first game.
They breeze on through game number one. They just went in, stomped, and I'm not talking about the Barons here. Talk about a game number one, dominant as ever. Falcons APBren, RORA, gonna have to make a huge adjustment after this one. Can't wait to hear what Rockhart, Renmar, and Midnight have to say about game number one. Let's throw it over to them.
You know what? I really like that we have our boy here, Naisu, willing to throw out words like that.
Yeah.
We don't use that word a lot. It's a stomp, bro.
Stomp! Simple as that. And it really began in the first 2-3 minutes of it all. I mean, we laid down the condition. Falcons APBren needed to get that early win, needed to get that early skirmish.
Yep.
And they got it. That quite forced, although it really looked good for Aurora to try and catch out Few in the mid, but he was able to flicker out in time, and then they just got sucked in by the rotation dispersion, and that was instant 2 kills. That was the early game condition of Aurora gone.
That's true. Again, foiled by the man with the plan. This guy in the mid lane, it is Few, who does feel like he can do anything at this point.
5-1-15, Rockhart.
That was a relatively short game as well.
Yeah, that was intense. What Falcons APBren showed up here, and if they are not gonna go gentle into this good night, if they are gonna be saying good night here, it's like this was like a heat check on Aurora. It's like, you guys want to play early?
Oh,
this is how we play early. We'll remind you why the World Tour went on for so long, for so many tournaments all around the world. And Aurora, they found glimpses, but which came from the most obvious target, which would be Ogwin and Few around the mid, playing around there. But it was just a story of multiple attempts to get more kills failing. And because they couldn't get the victory in the mid, the side lane suffered. Super Marco got to farm. Flapteasy was a nuisance, bringing back an old favorite, one of his favorite picks in M2, the Barretts. It was just, this was classic Falcons APBren.
It's very classic. At the same time, there's a bit of a flavor that you don't really expect that much anymore in the draft. Ooh. Specifically this Barretts. Look at that combo by Kalteezy, and of course, Renner's apathy there by Super Marco really demolished, literally obliterated a single target. And one thing that I actually was surprised about this lineup was that AoE. Bro, they hit multiple targets with ferocity. They hit so hard.
Yeah. It's like every time that the Barretts gets a catch, well, when they'd be able to get a bite onto someone, it's like Flapteasy isn't afraid. Once they got to the point where they were fighting 5v5, Flapteasy would just stand there. Yeah, he'll be taking damage from Aurora, but Aurora can't even get that close, lest they suffer the Bennett's Rage coming in, the grenade launcher hits coming in. And I like the itemization of Super Marco real quick. He went instantly for the Hunter Strike, BOD, knowing that they spiked, and so that they could stop the power spike if ever Aurora would get there, immediately went for the Malefic Roar. He went with Heptasis last. And then later on for the Barretts, one of the reasons he got tanky, good itemization as well with the Radiance Armor and the Dominant Size.
Funnily enough, these are games that you kind of want to go for Sky Piercer, and Super Marco was no frills, no fuss, no coconuts.
Yeah.
He just he went straight up into business.
Yeah, pure business here. Even though at some point you could have argued, hey Marco, come on, show us a little bit Sky Piercer, maybe for the second, maybe for the third. But then now he was just like, no, I will stick to this item build here. This is what we need. They needed a little bit more penetration. They needed that extra 25% or 20% damage boost after hitting a target within a specific threshold from the BOD. So it was just a great itemization from Super Marco.
And again, you need to do that against a lineup that really wants to dive and also scales super well.
Yep.
I was actually a bit concerned that Doming was getting a little out of hand despite, you know, a very dominant performance here by Falcons APBren. But you know what? They shut that down relatively quickly as well. Yeah. 11 minutes, and Doming did not get a chance to do any free hits at all.
Yeah, and what I would appreciate about the performance of Falcons APBren here is those 3 kills that Aurora got. They went back to the idea of, okay, we need to trade it. But lately, Falcons APBren, especially in their series against Fnatic Onyx Philippines, it looks like there were lapses. This wasn't the cleanest game overall by Falcons APBren, but it's close to the standard that they want to have for themselves in terms of like how cleanly they were able to get the win.
Yeah.
However, one thing that I'm seeing that maybe Aurora is seeing as well that they could really pinpoint on for the next games is the aggression of Ogwin through read the map, because usually that's where things start falling apart for Ogwin. for Falcons APBren, from Ogwin, from Few.
You also have to wonder, is this 2Yo gonna see the light of day here? Because it's just too good right now.
Yeah.
Maybe Midnight has something to say about that. He's actually doing the solo analyst segment as we speak.
It looks like they came to the stage with their engines already running. We're going to be breaking down game number 1 as to what happened in that game, as to what contributed to their victory. Well, first of all, Falcons APBren understood their timings and how to utilize their hero lineup, specifically when they picked up the Barats. The first objective of the game, the first major objective of the game is the first turtle. 2 minutes in, we already saw Falcons APBren utilize their crowd control advantage over the Alpha. And after that, they waited for their next timing, they waited for the next turtle, and then it just went snowball from Falcons APBren from there, and Aurora didn't have any answers against the Daytona's welcome. Right after the second turtle, they took towers after towers after towers, and Aurora's answer was just a split push with the Moskov on their side. Even though they got 3 towers to their name, they weren't able to stop the aggressive snowball coming out from Falcons APBren. As you can see in the item progression, the build-up from Super Marco, 5 minutes in, he already has the Blade of Despair, and they had enough damage to take out any target that FCAP is able to land their CCs on, specifically with the damage output coming up from both Kyle TZ, Super Marco, and the macro advantage coming up from Few. That's why they're able to constantly rotate around the map, look for kills, and even pose threat in the opposite lane or the opposite side of the Lord. And again, unfortunately for Aurora MLBB, they were required to sort of like form a momentum in the early game, but they didn't get that, as Falcons APBren was able to secure the first turtle and then just continuously snowballed from there on. That's why it was sort of an easy game from the Bees, and Aurora MLBB, they need to find an adjustment coming into game number 3. Before we head on to the next game, let's throw you over to Marakino.
It is live here in the MPL Arena. A lot of people are very excited. Kasama na dyan ng ating special guest, ang ating professional volleyball player from PVL, siyang Abby Maranyo. How are you?
Kinakabahan po ako.
Bakit ka kinakabahan?
Bago kasi ito yung setup for me. Kung volleyball to, okay lang ako.
Alam mo, we're so used to seeing you on TV. Talagang nakakakilig din na may isa tayong professional athlete sumusuporta sa MPL. How long have you been an MLBB fan?
5 years now.
Pre-pandemic?
Pre-pandemic pa.
Okay, sige, highest rank.
Mythical Glory.
Wow. Best hero, best hero.
Lunox and Farsa.
Lunox and Farsa.
Yes.
Oh, Farsa. I love Farsa. Sino dito ba ang sinusuportahan natin?
Siyempre yung friend ko si Renny J from Aurora.
Binubuhat ka ba niya?
Hindi pa kami naglalaro pero bubuhatin ko siya pag naglaro kami. Tsaka, lang.
Kamusta itong MPL experience mo so far?
Feels surreal for me kasi ang tagal ko na pong parang dream na makanood ng yes.
Dapat
correct.
tinawagan mo kami.
Super tagal na pero I was given a chance to finally be here, and nung pagpasok ko dito para akong super duper fan. My heart is really happy to be here right now.
Siyang Abby, next time, tawagan mo ako. Lagi kang VIP dito.
Thank you
Kasi
po.
we want to have you, an athlete like yourself. You know what? How would you compare, what would you say as a professional athlete? What are your thoughts on esports athlete? Kasi yung iba sinasabi na ibang type naman daw of sports ang esports. What can you say about esports athletes?
I guess different stereotype ng mga tao is pag sports dapat it has to do with physical games, but this one is really different. Kasi I got to play this sport. Hindi siya madali.
Exactly.
Ang hirap talaga to strategize mentally, ang dami mong sakripisyo. So, before I came here, I was like, ano kayang iniisip ng mga atleta before the game? Anong preparation na ginagawa nila mentally? Kasi kami more on the physical training, mental, and all that. Pero sila, ano yung preparation? Gaano kahaba din yung preparation nila? Ano yung nararamdaman nila? Anong kinakain ba nila? Diba?
Exactly.
So, given that fact na itong mga atleta na to, hindi basta-basta yung binibigay nila, they put into work for playing this sport. Dapat hindi natin sila parang i-look down or hindi iangat. lalo na sa Pilipinas kasi ngayon nakikilala na talaga yung sports ng Mobile Legends.
And it's so nice to hear that from you, from a professional athlete, talagang tinitingala ng ating mga manonood. From one professional athlete to another, ano ba ang gusto mong sabihin sa mga competitors natin today?
Ang alam ko po kung sino yung mananalo dito will represent the country. And I too were part of the national team before. So congrats na kagad kung sino man mananalo and ibigay nyo lahat para sa bansang Pilipinas.
Thank you so much for supporting us. Sana bumisita ka ulit bukas sa Grand Finals bukas.
Yes, basta focus lang kayo sa mga objectives nyo.
Now we're gonna go back to the panel. So tulungan mo ako sabihin mo pasok. 1, 2, 3, panel.
Pasok.
There you go. And you know what? We could go in the podcast on how esports is, some people could argue, a bit harder than some, traditional sports. But that we're gonna get into that. But we're just very happy to, to see people from all walks of life supporting MLBB and still enjoying MLBB 5 years. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Following the game for a long time, and for the international viewers, she's one of the volleyball superstars of the country. So honestly, the moment she showed up on screen, I was like, oh, she's here? She watches us? She enjoys MPL?
She's been watching MPL since season 3.
Yeah.
5 years ago.
5 years.
And she quickly answered that. It's like, what's your highest rank? MG. What? Favorite heroes? Lunox Farsa.
No.
I love it. I love it. But of course, like, Abby, maybe missed out on the Grand Finals ticket for tomorrow. Don't worry. You are covered by Infinix because, of course, we're giving away, because our official tournament phone will be hosting a watch party, in the pop-up in Katipunan, Quezon City, Renmar's home turf. That's happening on October 20. And admission is free. They're also giving away a lot of stuff there. I'm sure it's going to be a whole party. Bring your friends, bring your loved ones, bring your whole volleyball team. You can probably hang out there as well.
Yeah, bring everybody. Bring everyone. Bring even your co-rank mates, I would say.
Your dog.
Maybe.
Bring your squad. Baby, bring your fur baby, your cats.
Yeah.
Bring your labubu.
Bring everybody.
Bring everybody.
Everything, too.
And everything. And again, all watch parties also happening right now. A big shout out to all the watch parties. Hello, guys. We know you guys are very excited to see who's going to go to M6. And I know all the international watch parties are in full swing right now. So whatever happens, just stay tuned and again, strap on. It's going to be a bumpy ride.
Yeah, because it's hype. Like we're witnessing the battle to determine who is going to be going to M6. Of course, we already have Fnatic Onyx, but even though we're happy with whoever we send,
of course.
Still, it's still like a process. You still get to enjoy the competitiveness between Aurora and, of course, FCAP, the defending world champions, still.
And don't forget, we're also, again, we figured this out yesterday, by the way, and I'm surprised. We're actually giving away an all-expense-paid trip to Malaysia for the M6 World Championships. All you have to do is gather a 5-man squad and watch out for the Road to M6 nationwide tournament. And that's happening on the MPL Philippines Facebook page. So again, MPLPH Facebook page. Go over their social media accounts. Maybe it's on Instagram as well. Check it out on TikTok for more information.
Oh, you get to fly with your squad?
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Cool, right?
Just win a nationwide tournament. Nationwide 5-man tournament, and you get to fly to Malaysia. All expenses paid.
Yeah, we just win a tournament. You get to enjoy breakfast, lunch, dinner, all expense paid.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure you're gonna be able to eat a lot in Malaysia. Food's amazing there.
Yeah.
But of course, the electrifying atmosphere of getting to watch M5 live in Kuala Lumpur.
Yeah.
Wow, just by winning a tournament. Sign up.
Let me inspire you. If ever I'm not gonna be working the M6 World Championship English broadcast in Malaysia, I'm going to be paying for everything myself. My own flight, my own food, my own accommodations, my own ticket. So, if you want to avoid being a loser like me, play with your 5-man and join that nationwide tournament.
That's like the biggest flex, right? I'm flying with my squad all the way to M6.
It's a big flex. You get to enjoy with your friends, with your family. No expense paid, everything for free. And again, you get to witness Philippines win again in M6. No, just kidding.
Whoa.
Come on, man. We're going to end up in a clip compilation.
I know. I mean, we get to be hopeful because we've been winning internationally. I mean, we did lose MSC, but
we're getting there.
Still, we have an amazing track record. And I'm just being hopeful, you know?
And
I'm just being hopeful.
We're all hopeful here, right?
Yeah,
Because
nothing wrong with hoping.
We got to rep. We got to rep. And of course, Aurora picks blue side, by the way, with a 60% win rate on that side. And of course, if they choose their side, they get 56% so far in the playoffs as well.
Close to the actual win rate for Aurora's blue side.
Yeah.
So that just means they're a blue side team. Because this percentage, the closer it gets to your actual side win rate, the more accurate you are with, you know, winning on the side that you want. So Aurora, again, story of this matchup is going to be Suyo, Mathilda, Alpha. Whoever gets it, the red team has to adjust.
Take your pick, as they say.
Yeah, the tendency for Aurora Gaming is when they're on the blue side, they really just go ahead and get their pick for Demon Kite right away if it's the Suyo. If it's not the Suyo, I wouldn't be surprised. There's two surprise first picks that I'm looking out for from Aurora on the blue side. It's the Jushin and the Edith.
Oh, you're right, yeah.
All right, so let's go into the draft for game number 2 here. And quickly enough, Lo Yi removed quite early.
There we go. Okay, for a moment there.
That's a good move. FCAP actually removed the shit.
There you go.
And
yeah.
Oh my. So what's your answer here, Aurora? If you pick up, I think Phobius is the best choice because I think if you go Mathilda, you're kind of setting up yourself for failure.
It's like a
you're
trap.
You're not gonna get the alpha.
Yeah, it's probably gonna be taken away by FCAP, or if they're gonna steal it, FCAP is just gonna end up picking another pick right away in their first 2 picks on for the mid. High crowd control.
Matilda first.
Okay. Should be Phobius +1.
Yeah.
Alpha.
Phobius Alpha. Gatot Phobius. I think is very viable.
Feels better as well.
I'm okay with them. If they want to continue the trend of Flap being a little bit more active, I think just get the Phobius again, as you mentioned, and you know what? Surprise it. Pick up a Vixana for few.
Yeah.
You know what? I actually love their priority on Flap because I'll be honest with you guys. I've been watching some of the replays. Flap TZ has been. It does feel like there are signs of struggle for Flap side. So honestly, the game 1 was a big breath of fresh air for me in terms of FCAP.
I think what FCAP has to do here in the first place is not be concerned about the Mathilda, because either way, you know, whatever Aurora wants to pick, it's still gonna be able to come out on their side. So they do get the Gatot Kacha and then the Aurora. I really like this because that now you have engage and re-engage for the side of FCAP. You also are forcing Aurora to sort of like pick their jungler first. It's not a good lane game, honestly, for Demon Kite, so he has to go back to the Julians, the Nolans. Haya kind of died, but you know, those 3 are still the top 3 choice, I think, for Aurora.
You're right. Actually, it does make sense that the Matilda goes first as well, so it kind of can play around the Ling. So maybe Carl TZ will hesitate going for the Ling, which is what I think Aurora did against Carl TZ's Ling as well previously.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Kyle TZ's pick picks up 3rd. Doman gets his Harith undefeated.
No way!
And they get power picks up the wazoo.
Spicy.
Okay, that's what I was worried
They
about.
go to the Hayabusa. Okay.
So now Aurora, I mean, it's a power pick. Like they get the Alpha, they get the Harith, but those 2 are really bad against Hayabusa.
Sorry, I have to correct myself. It's not undefeated. It's 5 for 7 is that Harith.
5 over 7.
Yeah.
Not bad. Still pretty high.
So 2 losses, right?
Yeah, 2 losses.
Okay. Now, big problem for Aurora is that they have to protect this Harith and Alpha pick. I think FCAP is going to block out the Promise second phase. You can argue that Aurora can just get either Vexana or Zask for Yue, so that they have enough, you know, coverage for the team fights. Alpha doesn't need to go in every single time.
Yeah.
Because their problem right now is, you know, the post 5-minute mark. Like the Hayabusa is always gonna be able to match up the Alpha. In fact, he's stronger on the XP side when the junglers start, you know, taking over that lane.
Yeah. You know what my dream draft here right now is? He's undefeated.
100% win rate.
Well, I think he's
on
only
Haya.
played it 1 game, right?
Maybe 2.
He has a good
Is this
amount of
playoffs
skills
only?
also. 4.
4 games, all right. That's
4 over 4?
Yeah, he's 4 for 4.
Wow. All right.
Yeah, that's an undefeated Haya.
Also, why is the Edith not banned out yet?
Yeah, a little bit snubbed right now. You know what a dream scenario for me for Aurora is looking at the picks of FCAP is that if they bring back their Edward Cho flex, put that into the EXP, then pick up the Zask for Yue.
Yeah.
So it sort of substitutes as your other
I'd like
frontliner.
that, yeah.
Because just pick off. Because you already see the Hayabusa on the other side. You see the Gato. The team fighting style of those three would get messed up with like a Cho and a Zask last pick here. If that is an Edith EXP.
Yeah.
If.
There goes the promise block. So I think what Renmar is saying, what Renmar is saying here is a solution to what FCAP is bringing to the table here up against Aurora. Like if they get the Edith here for FCAP. Oh, they steal the Cho!
Smart.
That's a smart move!
That was such a
good.
smart move.
I think you have to go Khalid or Arlet here on Edward.
Yeah,
Those are the two choices. Khalid, Arlet, and then pick up the Vexana.
Yeah, it can't be Edith. It has to be one of those fast wave clearing EXP laners, or you're always going to be falling behind.
Well,
on the Cho.
Hylos. How's Hylos?
They're going to lose on a split, honestly.
Yeah.
I mean, they could, and then just imitate what Blacklist does. Like 5 minutes, group up, screw the opposite lane, let the Hayabusa farm just bulldoze a lane. That's definitely a route to go for, but I'm concerned about the mage position. Honestly, like if they want to pick up the Hylos, might as well go for the Zask once again. So I think Arlet, Vexana, or Hylos Zask is the combo here for Aurora.
Yeah. Actually, my question is this for sure a Cho for Flap?
Edith Zask.
Well, that works, that works.
Well, I call actually, okay.
Yeah.
But they just traded some things.
Yeah. I mean, they mixed the, the
Yeah.
ideas.
Okay, so for sure that's a Cho EXP now because it handles the wave, the lane much better against the Edith.
So I think you go Claude here for Supermarket. No.
Yeah.
That's one of the easiest Claude games you'll ever see in this tournament.
It's going to be all dive though for Falcons APBren, but it makes sense because the lineup of Falcons APBren doesn't have someone who can actually protect
What about
the backline
Walmart?
well.
Oh, never mind. Oh, that's
Nathan,
actually,
all
actually
right.
a good choice.
Okay, yeah.
It's nice against the Harith. You don't have to worry about like the Mathilda ulting in.
Yeah.
And then he also has, like compared to the all the Nathan games that we've seen, he has the luxury of going Flicker.
Yeah. By the way, it's a Chogwin. They put the Gatakachu in the EXP.
Oh,
All
interesting.
right.
Versus the Edith.
Did that change up your perception of this draft?
I still like the the draft coming out from FCAP.
Yep, same. But it seems like there's something about the lineup of Aurora that if they just get their, make sure that game
Stuff,
number one
right?
doesn't repeat and they get their early game rotation. If they win a little skirmish after or before that first turtle and they get the first turtle, then that should be a smooth ride from them moving forward.
Does feel like survival mode still for Aurora. Let's see what our casters think. It's gonna be Naisu winning and giving us the action for game number 2.
And here we go, game number 2 upon us in this best of 7.
Welcome
Our
to
lower
Mobile
bracket
Legends.
final here. Once again, I'm Naisu, joined here on desk with Ingan. Woo! And as you see, game 1 was dominant as ever for Falcons APBren. This time, they do a little switcheroo. Look how aggressive Oakwin's being too. What they call it? The Chogwin?
The Chogwin. Master Chogwin again rocking his Cho. It's funny because prior to the playoffs, Ogwin wasn't known for using Cho. Even Atianara asked Ogwin if he's comfortable with using Cho. So before the playoffs, we've seen Falcons APBren stream. Ogwin was really working on mastering this Cho, and it seems like he's confident enough to be this aggressive early on in the game.
He's pretty much got to be, and at the same time, you have Flap with that Gatakacha that has been such a great pick for a lot of teams all throughout the playoffs. And even, what do we say, I think it was debuted week 6 or 7 of the regular season.
No, I think it was earlier with Chuck, no?
No, I think it was towards the end. I know it was the second half of the regular season because that's when we started seeing more of those kind of interesting roam picks picked up, and now you see them flexed. Yeah, now they're flexed either in the XP lane or they're put in the roam, and part of that again is you have to play against that plus that revitalize, because over on the other side for Aurora, you're not going to have that. And it was interesting because when you saw the index coming into the game, they had a massive rating, Edward.
Okay, now they're trying to go for Flap Teasy. Here comes the revitalize. Kyle Teasy goes in. Wanted to go for the kill. We Shadow Kill might be able to bring down Demon Kite, and the first blood onto Demon Kite. And this is what you were saying, okay, Ogwin? They'll be able to escape there. And this is what you were saying. The revitalize of Flap Teasy.
My
So
goodness.
you saw it.
Oh no!
Oh, Frosty Breeze. Barenge escapes their Frigid Glacier. Has to use the Flicker though. So now Falcons APBren, they got the kill. Forced out a lot of resources for Aurora.
That's one of those moments, hang on, where you're just like, you got to be kidding me. You commit so much to getting a kill there early on. and he still doesn't go down, and then you end up getting counter-punched in the face. And yeah, that's the Revitalize in the early game especially, how much healing it does provide, but also the fact that this is just a Gatakacha, and you know, that even that extra little bit of tankiness that he has with the emblems that he brought to the table, the firmness is there too. The fight for the turtle.
Oh, what a beautiful kick! Plus paired up with the AOG. Few gets the turtle plus the kill onto Demon Kite. Not a good start once again as Edward pops his Primal Wrath, but look at that, just ganking up on Edward. Falcons APBren continuing to extend the lead. Now this is what's alarming, as what the panel has been mentioning. The spike of Kyle TZ, when it comes especially past the 5-minute mark, the Hayabusa is really going to overpower Demon Kite. But even prior to that, he's already at 1-0-2. Now Super Marco has to walk away because Domin goes in with his Examine Force. Paired up with a Circling Eagle. Now a shutdown kill onto Super Marco. Kyle TZ wants to go in. Wants to go for the counter engage. Going to bring down Domin though. Be able to escape. But that's a trade Falcons APBren are willing to take, but they want to go for more as Demon Kite punishes Kyle TZ. Ogwen answers right back with another kill. Few just hiding in the brush, waiting for the perfect moment to stun Renegade. And then Falcons APBren again, same story. Always 2 steps ahead of Aurora.
They're always ready for the response, and that's the way you have to respect about Falcons APBren. Ever since they started their dominant, you know, run throughout the world, and even last year, you know, this is what you saw from the team, and this is what a lot of teams admired from them, is their rotations, is their responses, the way they counterplay. And, you know, for Super Marco to go down that early on, but then FCAP still gets a lot out of the exchange, that's okay for them, because really when you're playing this Hayabusa into this lineup that RORA has, you want to be able to build up, get that momentum going, the snowball. It's already happening for Kyle TZ, and you can see the way they're playing into that, the way they're taking advantage of that. So if you're RORA and you're looking at how these past couple minutes have gone, then yeah, you really have to get ready to go ahead and start to win some of these fights, win some of these skirmishes early on. Well, how do you do that? Well, you've got that mobility from Renegade. You've got a lot of options to go even with Edward here. But you got to make sure you have enough firepower, and that's where the main question is right now, because as the lead builds up, you're going to get out-itemized and out-damaged. Now they want to fight for this turtle here. They're all here for this one as they stand off 5 members from RORA, 5 from FCAP. Looking to feel out the situation here, and really, with this kind of lineup being on, it could be RORA that starts things up.
Okay, here comes the kick once again, plus the AOG onto the backline for Flap TZ. Demon Kite's gonna get the turtle, but Frigid Glacier is there.
Whoa.
Coming in from Falcons APBren. Edward though with Primal Wrath gonna pop out. The Pride of Ice is gonna bring down Few eventually.
There it is.
Plus the kill onto Flap and to Kyle. Next story it is Oakwood. Demon Kite working on him, and a double kill for the Smiling Kite.
And there you go. Smile on his face, gets the objective, and they get a whole lot more. Now RORA can switch into gear, look to get this tier 1 turret. That is exactly what they needed to stop FCAP's just snowball building up.
The best part is they got a mid lane turret. Kyle TZ doesn't have his purple buff. No casualties this time for Aurora, and also Doming gets a turret down bottom. A huge swing from Aurora. And I hope that there's an Infinix instant replay, because honestly, that was a good catch from Ogwen with the Way of the Dragon. Unfortunately, they weren't able to burst down Edward. He was still able to use his Primal Wrath, then burst down Few. Even with the Pride of Ice, it was more than enough time to bring him down. A catch from Flap TZ onto the back line with the AOG wasn't enough, because Falcons APBren, during that clash, they were separated. They couldn't target, they couldn't lock on anyone from Aurora, because Aurora was just literally in a better position for the counterattack compared to Falcons.
And that's why I said it comes down to the positioning for them, how they started up.
Oh, okay, here comes the Circling Eagle once again. Gonna work on Flap TZ. Here comes the Revitalize. Might be tacky enough to out-sustain this though, but here comes the AOG. He's gonna escape. Edward
was there.
With the catch, just waited for one of his most familiar rivals. Calculated is the right word for Legend Zero. And a dominating start for Aurora.
I literally, like, the way that I saw that in my head is Edward is like, arms open, here I am. Jump on into them. So he's ready for that. Super Marco will go ahead and get a little damage here on that tier 2 turn on the bottom side. Trying to get something through that. But now the turtle's up here. 1-for-1 for both teams, but this one's just going to go over to RORA very easily. Demon Kite clears it up.
Demon Kai just continuing to ride with Renegade. And that's just a statement that Aurora is telling Falcons APBren that we're not going to give you an opportunity to counterattack, to come back, because our aggression will continue. Every single time they get a neutral objective, automatically it translates to other objectives, like turret takedowns down bottom, into the middle lane, and now the crowd's going wild, nice too.
Oh, they're going in blind right now, so that's the reactions we have them. Again, right now, they're just waiting here. They're going to have to pull out their phones to hear what's happening, but hey, looks like we're going back to it. Still top side, that tier 1 goes down, mid lane. A big part of this focus here.
Whoa.
You know, the RORA fans they're feeling it. They're feeling good about this one. Now that they have the lead built up, they're working through it. FCAP is the one that has to kind of adjust from this, because this is all what we were talking about, even when the panel mentioned that Matilda and everything else, right? You have it. You utilize the fact that you have a circling eagle. You have the guiding wind just like this.
Okay, now that's just to make sure to let Ogwen go out of position from the brushes that they have. And apart from that, credit to you for a clutch Nightmare response, because right now they're just camping on every open brush that they can find. But Aurora has to watch out for a potential kick coming in from Ogwen off angle though. Now Few has to cast the Frigid Glacier, want to go for the counter attack. AOG coming there, but Ogwen's gonna fall down. They have to walk away. Nightmare spawn. Dominator's Descent is also there as Flap TC pops his Revitalize. They're only gonna lose Ogwen, but this is Aurora maximizing the lead that they've established. 12 seconds in, the first Lord is gonna spawn, and so far Aurora is controlling the map and the pace.
This is a lot better game for Renegade here. He's got 8 assists right now, and he's doing a lot of work, and that's what he has to do with Matilda. You know, gets that second chance to do it, pulls it off really well so far at this point of the game, and they're following through with it. So RORA, their fighting capabilities when it comes to those, you know, small choke points, even in the jungle, even if they put pressure on the purple buff, if they want to, or the orange buff or anywhere, they have this kind of advantage to work around because they can displace themselves or get an angle that FCAP has to respond to. Look at this. They're just going to drive Falcons APBren off the Lord. There's no area for FCAP to even get into because, again, Kyle Teasy, he's not ready for that fight. Neither is the rest of the team here.
Yeah, it just shows that Aurora has good ground cover that time, and I do agree with what you've been saying for Renegade. I mean, they first pick Matilda onto the blue side, and this is the reason, because it's a mixture of the hitman and the heal man, providing a lot of shields, providing a lot of heals, and at the same time, going for those very aggressive dives, paired up most of the time with Demon Kite. Then once it connects, automatically gonna cast the Spear of Alpha as Kyle Teasy just watching as Aurora takes away his precious purple buff.
He's gonna wait patiently there because right now, RORA looking to take some more across the map. That Lord going down the bottom side. FCAP might try to defend here.
Okay, here comes a Wiki Shadow kill though. As Kyle TC goes out, the sustain from Aurora is there. And as you can see what Yue has been doing, just placing Nightmare Spawn after Nightmare Spawn and all the brushes that he thinks Ogwen will be in. That's why during that prior clash, when Kyle TC went in, Ogwen was backing away. Ogwen had the perfect angle to actually, speaking of
Ogwen.
Speaking of Ogwen.
Chogwen waiting there patiently. An off angle. Lord down still on the bottom side. They might look to take the long trip around. Right now, Kyle Teasy gets spotted out too. Ogwen still waiting patiently. They'll clear out the Lord pretty quickly. Again, their lineup from FCAP can do this relatively well, but they might be looking for their own sandwich play. Ogwen, he's going to get caught off though. Better that he gets on out of there. This was the right idea, though, for FCAP. They might have to look for something like that in order for this game to turn over in their favor. All the while, what this is doing, Ingan, is letting Super Marco get the items that he needs to see to the point where he has that, what we call, you know, that Nathan bomb, the Super Marco bomb with this, that combination. He's got that Holy Crystal already starting inside Feather Heaven, so he's pretty much online. It's more so surviving these areas against Rora's lineup.
But the thing is, again, the dive-centric lineup of Aurora is just too much. Might be too much later on for Falcons APBren once Aurora secures the Lord. Again, we've been seeing Renegade circling Eagles almost on the offensive end, wanting to go for those crucial damage deals for Falcons APBren. And the thing is, even if Ogwen manages to find Doming, again, there's Doming's Purify, saved up for that perfect moment. And at the same time, the guiding wind again from Renegade. A lot of times he has been saving Aurora from Falcons APBren's counter initiation. With the kit that Falcons have, they have the AOG, they have the Frigid Glacier. It's surprising that until now, they only have 6 kills because of the defense Renegade is providing.
There's just a whole lot of utility that they can use, but no in FCAP in the way that they like to approach the game. And it's like, you know, if they don't have to commit it, they don't need to. If it's not going to be a sure thing, then they won't.
Yeah.
Now that Super Marco picks up the Divine Glaive, they might actually contest this and try to get one of those quick kills if they can. Maybe if it's even Oakwind here to get a kick in the right direction, and they might go for that unless this just goes in their hands. Lord sitting at half health here. It's going to go for this reset. We've seen this many times. Even yesterday, we saw some of the longest Lord dances, the new Lord dance we'll call it, back between both teams where they just kind of feel out the area. Big defensive items also being picked up here. Winter Crown now for Renegade. So even if they give the go signal, they might just try to go in for a feign play here. Quarter health on the Lord.
Okay, they're going to commit fully on the Lord as Demon Kite secures it. Falcons APBren picking their fights for now. They're going to leave it be. And they will just go for the defense.
And this is what I'm saying, man. You pointed this out earlier. That zone defense with the zone options that RORA can play with the fact that they even have UA on the Zask pick. The Nightmare spawns alone are enough to kind of keep FCAP from second guessing. And if it doesn't even need to be all of FCAP. It actually just needs to be Ogwin.
Yeah.
Whether they're checking the bushes, whether they're just kind of spotting him out so that he can't as easily get that setup that he's looking for, or possibly get a kick that he's looking for. So it kind of spots them out and keeps them at bay, whereas FCAP has made the decision being like, okay, that's not going to happen. We're not going to be able to approach these objectives. We might as well just go for the base defense here.
As you were saying, again, Ogwen got spotted out from that brush, specifically from you. And here comes the Lord marching down the bottom lane. They want to burst down the inhibitor, and they will do it successfully.
Whoa.
Here comes Edward, goes in with the Earth Shatter Flicker combination. Now going to cast the Primal Wrath, going to bring down Ogwen. Next target is Marco. The Bulletproof has now fallen down. Aurora evens out the series.
Very refined in game number 2. Aurora this time around will bring things together, and you can hear the crowd of Aurora going right there on the screen. They even out the series 1-1. We knew this was going to be an amazing series, man. Best of 7. We can't have it any other way. We didn't want a 2-0. We wanted the 1-1. And this was, again, perfect execution with the draft that they had. Remember, they struggled in the early game, and they were able to go ahead and readjust and get things together here. So let's go ahead and have it thrown over to the Infinix Combiner.
And what do you know? We got a series, ladies and gentlemen. They're getting going here. Aurora equalizes 1-1 against Falcons APBren. And I must say, in a pretty descriptive fashion, pretty dominant one.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah, and that came from the fact that their early game wasn't going exactly as they wanted it to be. Chogwin was doing great until he didn't. He sort of overheated a little bit more on that later, but eventually, again, it was very important for Aurora to get the early game that they wanted. And on the back of Renegade as this Matilda, again, the roamer plays such a crucial role in terms of setting the tempo. Early on, they made questionable trading decisions. They were able to get a key kill onto Kyle Teasy, but that came back to bit them. That became a big losing trade. But then after that second turtle fight, when little by little, Aurora realized, wait, we got a big win here. We can continue that. You got to commend how Renegade rotated with the rest of the team, not stepping their foot off the gas.
That's right. And you know what? This team played pretty similarly to what we know from a specific team that they just beat. Look at this positioning here. We have to really commend Kalti's effort, obviously, to do what Hayabusas do, but the ongoing team fight, after you threw all your skills, you know what? Aurora was still alive.
Yeah, the problem for that team fight is that Ogren actually got the kick onto Edward's Edith into the back line. So that left the Nathan and the Aurora very susceptible to just getting free hitted from an Edith that had a full Primal Wrath stacks. And then eventually Falcons APBren. From this play also that came from Ogwen failing to get the right angle on the kick. And from those two errors, Aurora capitalized. Again, errors only look like errors of the team who committed it, eventually lost, but it became an error because Aurora capitalized on it really well.
As usual, targeting, you know, punish one small thing. And for some reason, Aurora is just so good at doing that.
Yeah.
And then this was not as short of a game time as we did in game number 1. But the biggest difference here is we didn't actually see a big full-on team fight erupt like in a 50-50 manner. It does feel like Aurora was ahead each and every time.
Well, they had that one team fight out for that second turtle. After that you could clearly tell that it was just Aurora's tempo that they were going for. The lack of C Halberd here on Kyle TZ, going for a Sky Piercer despite them falling behind, came back eventually to bite them.
Yeah, it did. And I think that at this point, you kind of just wonder how powerful is the Edith, right? Still in the hands of Edward. We came into this playoffs with Edward, I think, still having a pretty stellar win rate, probably around 80 to 70%.
Yeah, right now, he should be around 80% with this game.
So you kind of...
75 because they lost in the first one, excuse me.
Oh, right, there you go. So you have to wonder, is it really worth it to leave picks like this open so late into the draft that, you know what, they really capitalize hard on it. And on the other side, though, I love the Aurora pick, the hero, for a few. But somehow Ogwin just wasn't slotting in the way that we expected him to be.
Yeah, again, he overheated. It was going well until it didn't, and he missed some key kicks, and eventually, actually, a few kicks ended up becoming a detriment to his backliners. So when you have a mid lane Aurora, you gotta make sure that the itemization of your jungler really needs to be on point. You're gonna need that C Halberd. You're really gonna need that extra bump of damage because, again, you're gonna be the bridge for that Nathan. Up until that Nathan gets his items, it's gonna be the assassin dealing majority of it. The Aurora hurts, yes, but mainly she does deal crowd control, and the damage is gonna be spread out until it gets to the point that Super Marco is good. I think that's one of the things that Falcons APBren overlooked with their desire to take control of the game early on, getting those setups, getting those right picks. Eventually, they forgot that you guys have to set up for this Nathan. You guys have to help this Nathan work. If you are not careful in the mid, that Nathan will suffer. That's what happened.
It does feel like that, right? And, you know, Super Marco didn't really get that shining, you know, moment in the spotlight.
Yeah.
But I guess we'll have to wait and see if maybe Falcons APBren can kind of just adjust a little bit there so he can get Super Mac to where he needs to be.
Yeah.
For the meantime, I think Midnight has a few things to say about the specifics of this game.
Earlier we had 7, now we have 5. It's back to a best of 5 lower bracket finals between Aurora MLBB and Falcons APBren. And Aurora had a fantastic answer in this game number 2. Once again, my name is Midnight, and we are going to be breaking down as to what happened in that game, how Aurora MLBB was able to win out that fight against Falcons APBren. Now, to look at the stats here, first of all, Turtle, it did go to the side of Falcons APBren. The early game, they had some form of control, but in the mid to late game, wherein Aurora's composition actually wins out against Falcons APBren, they were able to find the right timings. So now if we're going to be looking at the the objectives for Aurora here, they got their timings at the second turtle, which is the 5th minute mark, where unfortunately for Ogwin, he didn't have the right set to find for Falcons APBren. And looking at the damage dealt here, you're gonna be seeing, like, first minute of the game, Ogwin was able to output so much damage, but after that, it was just Aurora dishing out so much damage output onto the side of Falcons APBren. Specifically, both the mage and the jungler here for Aurora MLBB, the Zask and the Alpha. The English panel actually touched upon this, on the advantage of having both the Alpha and the Zask against Falcons APBren. It's just a matter of grouping up, honestly. The way to counter this lineup coming up from Falcons APBren is to group up the Matilda. The Cho's not going to be able to find any sets, any form of pickoff coming out from Falcons APBren. And if you just group up, you can nullify the damage output coming out from Kyle TZ on the Shadow Kill. Now, we look at the items for Kyle TZ. Unfortunately, for the side of Falcons APBren, the only anti-heal that they had was on Aurora. Dominance Ice, yeah, sure, it takes effect if the targets hit them. But if you're going to be melted down even before you apply those passives to the many members of Aurora MLBB, it's not gonna matter. Because both Demon Kite and Yue is dishing out so much damage, they didn't have enough damage on the side of Falcons APBren to deal with the heals and also the shields that were coming out from Aurora MLBB. It was a mechanical and tactical advantage that Aurora MLBB utilized in this game number 2. Again, the Alpha and Mathilda pickup was sort of a, I would say, a hard solution to deal with whatever Falcons APBren were putting up in game number 2. So that was what happened, why Aurora MLBB was able to win out against Falcons APBren. So moving to game 3, we're going to be throwing you over to the panel.
I mean, we did touch on that, right? I mean, getting the Matilda and an Alpha in the same lineup, that was the clear-cut priority. And we saw how effective it was in these scenarios where the Alpha could do whatever they want. And I think that was similar to what Falcons APBren were doing with this, right? So I gotta say, we might have a little bit of contest happening here, but the best from Aurora seem to be, that link.
Yep, in terms of the best picks that they've had, or their top hero pairings, again, you see a good amount of Fovis games in there. The Ling for Demon Kite. You see you and Edith in this playoffs has done very well. And of course, you got to watch out for the Jushin of Yue. That's why it's getting respected by Falcons APBren.
And again, we can't not talk about the Suyo, which probably will make waves later on the moment you let him out of the cage of the ban phase. I'm sure he's probably banging on those right now. Let me in! Let me in! And right now,
for sure,
I kind of expect that to happen later, because it just feels like we don't have enough ban slots right now.
Yeah, I mean, we did see Falcons APBren remove the Zushin earlier. Like, it's the standard. What could happen if we, we open up a lot of heroes, but then they suddenly figured out that it wouldn't be nice, because, like, again, Aurora MLBB, they had different options. They could have gone with the Alpha, Mathilda, Jushin combination. Could also just take Edith for his pick. So I think there's a lot of pressure when it comes to, actually drafting on the red side. That's why, if you want to win, go to the blue side.
Is that? Well, we'll see what's gonna happen later on. For now, though, guys, this just in, and I'm also very pleased with the surprises that we hear for the past few days. It does feel like we are nominated for 7 awards at the Mobies. So vote for Mobile Legends Bang Bang as the Mobile Game of the Year, Mobile Strategy Game of the Year, and Mobile Competitive Game of the Year. That's a lot of, what do you call that? Categories. Moonton as the Developer of the Year, and M5 World Championships as the Live Event of the Year. I'm assuming that's Esports Live Event of the Year. APBren as the Mobile Team of the Year, and Flap TZ for Mobile Player of the Year. I mean, come on!
So many categories. Yeah, a lot of awards, Philippines, they're not done yet with the awards. We want to take more.
Yeah,
those awards. Eat my candy.
Come on, let's go. Live Event of the Year. If you were there for that Grand Finals of the M5 World actually not even just the Grand Finals, the
whole
M5 World Championship as a whole, even especially when we got to the Rizal Memorial Coliseum, was a really great experience.
Yeah, so vote now.
You can vote up until November free. Yeah. So please go to Mobies and go ahead and vote for Mobile Legends Bang Bang, and make sure that we have a beautiful announcement again on M6, hopefully.
I mean, there's always beautiful announcements in in M6.
Well, maybe, aside from the
new hero,
maybe, I don't know. Aside from that,
a movie.
We need more movies. We need more MLBB esports movies.
Yes.
Honestly, like the little documentary they made for the MSC victory of selling our Red Giants was fantastic.
Oh yeah,
we need more stuff like that. Yeah,
that was hella good.
Yeah, guys, 14 seasons in the movie. Make it, lock it in, or you know what I mean. Catch MLB Philippines Season 14 playoffs on our Mega Restreamers official channels. We got a lot of them. We got Chelsea Reyes, Ming Mong TV on Facebook. H2O is also streaming as well. We got Sight on YouTube, Cho on TikTok, as well as Fuego Gaming.
Not me. That's not me.
That's not Fuego.
I'm not Fuego.
Are you sure?
Wait, are you sure?
I hate you guys. I'm not.
there might be a slight switch up on Remar.
Maybe we need a sub in. He looks like a stand-in right now, but
no. That's Renmar.
He's live right now. Fuego, brother. We miss you, brother.
Yeah,
we'll see you soon.
I can't be Fuego. I'm not anywhere near popular as Fuego.
No.
When people see me on the streets, people go, "Hey, Fuego!" So if Fuego, there are people telling you that you're a snob, it's because of me. It's because when people shout Fuego, I just don't say anything.
No, imagine if it goes the other way around. Like, Fuego gets called as a Renmar. Yo, Renmar! I'm not the shotcaster.
You know what? As long as you don't dye your hair blonde, you're fine.
Yeah, I'm done with that face. Yeah. So
You know what I mean?
Nah, I'm done with
The
that.
moment you do that,
downstairs.
No, I'm good. I'm good.
the moment you do that, you're done. You are fuego.
Yeah,
You
no.
gotta accept it.
No.
And right now, okay, here we go.
Yeah,
Are they gonna defy the odds?
They heed the advice, you know. If you want to win MPL PH Season 14, unless you're TNC RC Blacklist, go blue side. Because, again, those three teams, they love red side. Come on.
Okay.
To
That's
be
what you mean.
fair.
That's what you mean. Yeah.
we've
alright.
seen black take over red side.
Yeah.
Even in their game against Falcons APBren.
They
Yeah.
prefer
Four
the red
games.
side.
Dude, 4 games.
Right.
The team that won in that specific series, 4
Red
games
side.
was on the red side. But still, you know, stats don't lie. Blue side is still the winner. That's a real word. The more winning
Winningest.
side. The winningest
winninger.
side.
Win-
Winninger. I wouldn't say winningest because, you know, it lost.
That's the maximum.
Yeah, let's stick
It
with
lost a couple.
winningest. Yeah, we're good.
It just feels like blue side right now feels like they're right-handed people, and red side is like left-handed, unorthodox, right? So
Yeah.
that's the short story to that. Obviously, a lot more people are used to right hands, but
Yeah, it's
again,
like the southpaw for MLBB.
there you go.
Yeah.
Some teams just really go that way, and again, if it works that way, if it works for them, why not, right? So for now, the trend does feel like it's still blue-sided. And again, what do you do with this blue side, right?
Yeah, well, for Falcons APBren, it's one of the 2 TZs usually that they go around for. Their EXP pick or their jungle pick on the blue side. And then eventually, once it gets into the second and third phase, that's when they start picking up their mids. And if they don't have their jungle yet, then they pick it up there. It's like XP jungle mid is their usual priority over in the blue side.
See, that's why he's Renmar.
That's
That's why we're sure he's Renmar. He has the stats.
Got the numbers.
He has the sequence. He has the numbers.
I have the lack of followers across all my social media.
That's not true. That's not true.
It's true. Compared to Fuego, man, the dude's a celebrity.
It's technically Fuego does do stats as well, a little bit,
Yeah.
right?
For like, you know, a lot of his videos.
Smart
He does.
dude. I learned a lot from him. He's
Yeah.
very
Very
nice.
Yeah, him and Elgin.
Yeah.
Those guys are like huge helps to the community.
They're
to be
the
honest.
goats.
If you guys want to learn more about some certain heroes, some certain plays, do check out those channels.
Yeah. If you don't want to read up on the advanced server patch notes, just go to Elgin's channel.
Elgin does it so eloquently as well. You should.
Hey guys,
Elgin should
what's up?
be join us here someday, right? Soon. Elgin, if you're watching, if you're listening, you should definitely be here someday. I will look forward to that.
Yeah,
I know he's a little shy sometimes.
Hit us up. Hit us up. Anyway, going back.
Anyway, sorry, we got into a tangent here.
Yeah,
we are looking for what Falcons APBren's gonna
Yeah.
do with blue, and do you think Aurora might falter on red this time?
I do want to say though, I don't want to see Suyo. And I mean, as much as hype as we were before the playoffs, I think it's high time that the red side always bans Suyo. But for the love of God, we've never seen Chip in the entirety of the season.
You know what's funny?
I think Suyo deserves the same amount of respect for sure.
That's what I said on day one. I feel like we have a new love team on red side.
Yeah.
And I feel like that should have been the case since day one, right? To be honest.
Yeah, but I think it's one of those things where teams realize, especially teams in the Philippines, that you're going to face it eventually. If you want to make it into M6, you're going to have to get used to going up against it. You're supposed to be ready for it. And I think in a region that is very macro-dependent, of course, Chip makes sense as a do not give at all costs hero. While Suyo's like, yeah, he's a great micro hero, but I mean,
there's a lot of workarounds.
We can work around with it. Yeah, exactly that kind of idea.
I mean, to be fair, that was literally Chip like 3 months ago.
Yeah.
Like people were saying, oh, he has macro advantage, but we can work around it. And then PH just comes out with like a couple of Chip picks, and then the world was like, screw Chip.
Yeah, no more Chip at all.
Oh,
Suyo,
no.
still gonna be Suyo.
That's why I think
Jushin.
Yeah,
Jushin.
they lock it in.
All right, no more alphas. I think Aurora, they definitely have the ability to pick up the Suyo because they cannot pick the alpha without the Mathilda.
Feels like a power pick. Suyo, again, we mentioned this yesterday. He's not immortal. He's at 60-something% win rate right now.
Yeah.
But that's still pretty good.
I think 55 to 6.
I think he won. Earlier before we started, he was 61. So
Well,
maybe
yeah.
65 now.
Yeah.
Because he won.
I want to see them get jungle and EXP here.
Gatot, maybe.
Gatot, yeah. Gatot sounds like a doable.
I'm more for, you know what, just get the Edith on Edward again, honestly.
Yeah, let's go for the comfort.
Yeah.
Personally, the Edith is just too good. Edward's win rate with it is climbing right now. But again, Suyo, not surprising.
Oh, and
Aurora?
Okay, Aurora. I was gonna say CC. Sounded like her. Oh, the swerve!
Here we go.
Again, it's very rare for teams to think of Fanny when they're dealing with Falcons APBren. And sometimes, especially when you're on red, you forget the Fanny.
Especially if it doesn't get insta-lock.
Yes.
They don't insta-pick it in first pick.
Because Falcons APBren, they don't usually do this.
Yes!
And you know what? It actually makes sense. It feels like Falcons APBren actually preempted this Fanny pickup because they banned out the Matilda in the show in the first phase. Now looking at it, it's like, no wonder why they feel safe picking up the Fanny.
Yeah. Oh, this hurts. I think they did the same thing with Blacklist International. They kind of baited out the jungle matchup, still, just to get the Fanny last pick on the first phase.
Yeah.
So Aurora again resorts back to their winningest marksman. It's a Moskov and Doming, but you're still cooked. Either way, you have to pick up a hero that can deal with the Fanny. Cho's already out. Your remaining options are take Grok. That's it.
Yeah, I want to see Aurora consider the Grok more because it just allows him to get a little bit more vision, and maybe that's why.
Why?
So
Why?
They're taking Grok.
Why? Okay, they're taking. Never mind.
They're going for Grok
I'm
here.
so bad. I'm so bad. That's why they're drafting, not me.
Another Ogwin ban here, maybe. Number 5 on ban number 5. That could work.
Yeah. Probably remove Gatot Kacha from FCAP. Remove Gatot Kacha if you're Aurora, and then take Grok. Just like what Renmar mentioned earlier, because now it makes sense. You're kind of limiting the hero pool of Ogwin, and then you're also setting up for a potential good early game answer against the Fanny. Because now you have Moskov and Grok. These two heroes work wonders. Even if they don't get to invade, just the Moskov Grok duo in the gold lane is so annoying to deal with.
And you can set up those instant Guardian Barrier stuns combo if you can coordinate properly.
Yeah, with the Guardian's Barrier, one thing that it does really well against compositions that has Edith and Jushin is that if they're not careful, they get split off from the rest of the group.
Yeah.
Or you're gonna already be forcing the Crimson Beacons from the Jushin to come out.
What the hell? What? Call me crazy, but is this right, Renmar?
That doesn't sound right for me.
Did they just remove their last remaining option against the Fanny?
Are they gonna go Aurora? Angela?
Also,
Carmilla?
We didn't even mention that Grok is so great against Fanny because Guardian's Barrier will block out the Fanny altogether.
Yeah, and of course you ban out the Jawhead because that's
remaining.
like the last single target.
Wait, Rafaela is open for Aurora. I think what they're looking for here is to get XP. I think Gatot Kacha would suffice here. Either Gatot or Terizla. Not Terizla. This is Jusin.
Randy J, throw it to Franco. Come on, give me a Franco, bro.
Gatot, okay. So I think they're going for a Rafaela or Estes even on the last pick.
I like it.
Well, yeah.
I like Franco better though.
Yeah, Franco Renegade. Yeah, the hitman, the literal hitman.
Literal hitman, right?
Back in season 9, yeah.
Come on, Franco Renegade, give it to us.
I experienced Franco versus Jushin. If I don't get my hooks on the Jushin, I cry as a Franco.
Yeah, because you just get sliced, right?
Yeah, it's like, let's say I missed my hook. Instantly, I got lantern flare on me and have to walk away, and then I'm just like, oh, I'm dead. Goodbye.
And then the Suyo serves you medium rare.
Yeah. I think I fall under that idea also where this might be a support healing type roamer.
Yeah.
Last pick. Yeah, if ever that EXP pick will be a Gatot.
Marco Lunox? Oh, click. Okay. And they go Hylos. Okay. That's bad for Aurora though. Yeah.
I'm surprised Hylos is reaching this moment where super last pick.
Yeah, I mean, FCAP just needed to find a hero that can, be a meat guard for the Fanny alongside the Edith, and they also have the Jusin, so it's a nice protection. But I'm really looking forward to an Estes.
Cameraman thinks it's
either Estes or Rafaela. Somebody shouting behind the English panel. They're also rooting for an Estes here from Aurora.
Jella.
And Angela would suffice with the Suyo in the early game. Any other surprises could come out from Renegade?
I will choose my own path.
Not super surprising. All right, that's not bad.
We got our hopes up.
Yeah.
It should be an XP Arlott.
I'm not mad.
Arlott's win rate. We were talking about Arlott's win rate, right, a few days ago. I feel like it's not that high right now, especially with these matchups.
Yeah, 50-50 if it's going to fall into the hands of Edward.
I'm not a huge fan of Aurora's draft right now. I'm not a huge fan. I mean, I get the idea. This might work against the Fanny, but look at the meat shields.
Even their mage is a meat shield.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Arlott versus Hylos usually doesn't fare well for an Arlott, so this feels like Aurora picking up a lineup that might actually be able to capitalize on mistakes by Falcons APBren in objective team fights.
Yeah, I think so far the panel does agree. It is a very FCAP heavy lineup. So let's see if Naisu and Ingan is going to agree with that as they bring us into the action for game number 3.
Meat shields, ice shields, all types of shields, and tankiness.
Welcome
is
to
what's gonna have to
Mobile
be dealt with
Legends.
here. Again, we'll see if RORA has the answer to this lineup, especially that Fanny. Can they shut it down? Can they keep Kyle Teasy from building the momentum? Welcome back to the English desk here. I'm Naisu, joined with Ingan. Ingan, how are we feeling as we get a look at both these junglers here?
You know, again, Kyle Teasy, the first time Kyle Teasy used up the Fanny, they won, but he didn't have a huge game. I believe it was 1-0-4. And the last time he did dominate. So let's see, because so far, you know, if you're Kyle Teasy with the Fanny, you have to prove that it's worth it to ban out or to pick Fanny when you're Falcons APBren. That's why the panel was saying that when you're going up against Falcons APBren, you don't really think about the Fanny when it comes to Kyle Teasy. Although he's capable, he has to prove it this time that it deserves to be respected, deserves to be banned out.
I would say for a lot of teams, when they're thinking about the junglers in the current meta that come up, Fanny is very niche to specific junglers. Yes, Kyle Teasy is one of them, but for the most part, you know, you've seen so much of Alpha, you've seen so much of Ling and the Suyos and
the
Julian occasionally and Nolan's, right? But and that's all because the Fanny, obviously you have to have a pretty high skill ceiling on it, but also you have to be pretty confident that you can also rely on your team to help you out when that game when the game transitions to, all right, we got to protect the purple buff almost at all costs for a Fanny. And so for Kyle Teasy, knowing that, and the rest of the team, that's why they drafted what they did. I mean, they have a ton of utility with this, especially the Jushin alone. Like, we have seen how valuable this hero can be and how much it can cause havoc on the lineups that are like this from RORA.
Yeah.
So this first turtle, they can't even contest it. Look how fast it just goes in the hands of FCAP.
Yeah, and at the same time, Jushin, in terms of zoning, is there, and there's literally no hard lockdown when it comes to containing Kyle Teasy. I mean, you have the final slash, and if you paired it up with the Frigid Glacier, that's assuming you catch Kyle Teasy. So it's really going to be a hard thing for Aurora right now.
And this is also where part of this equation comes in for Edward. Like we saw from the previous game where he was very proactive. You know, he's going to have to do essentially the same thing here. Now, this would change a little bit because Renegade is on that Gatakacha, and we usually, I don't know, where you feel like you like to see him better. You know, do you like the Gatakacha more so in the roam or the XP lane? But in the hands of Renegade, this should allow him to be that, you know, more Hitman-esque roam that he needs to be. Plus, again, Revitalize is very useful here, and that's why Flap took it up as well.
Oh. Okay, Kyle Teasy goes in this time. Edward's going to miss that final slash. They want to burst down Edward here as Flap Teasy just soaking up the damage coming in from Aurora. So, okay, those are the things that Kyle Teasy eventually needs to secure. Those instantaneous steel cables, then Cutthroat, eventually going to burst down anyone there. And if Falcons APBren continues to find these kinds of kills for Kyle Teasy, man, it's just going to give Super Marco a huge advantage, because now they don't have to think about Marco. They have to think about Kyle Teasy first, and eventually we all know the Clint when it gets to the later games. Man, it's going to hurt as hell.
It can, and that's the thing. So Kyle Teasy, if he can get kills, it's either way. Like that statement can be for either of the junglers, whether it's Demon Kai or Kyle Teasy.
Yeah.
Because we've seen Asuyo do pretty much the same thing to an extent where once that snowball gets going, it's really hard to stop. And so this is relatively a pretty low-key early game. There's nothing much happening except for these objectives being focused. You know, little fights for control here. And this is where FCAP also has some of that advantage because of this Jushin pick and that Lantern Flare. So now the level 4 is coming to play.
A catch onto Edward. Crimson Beacon going to be casted to walk away. Here comes the pull from Renegade. And now a good zone coming in from Aurora. This time they have 5 members. Doming is also here. AOG going to connect onto Flap TZ. That was a beautiful jump, but here comes the Revitalize coming in from Flap. Now, Suyo Demon Kite is going to get the turtle. No response from Falcons APBren. And that's a 1-for-1 turtle take for Falcons and for Aurora.
Very interesting the way they play that too. You saw Kyle TZ. Like, he was waiting there. He put some pressure on this tier 1. He's going to go, gets it finally, so that's the trade.
Oh, the steel cables.
Oh.
Edward, though. Okay, goes out. Gonna be able to escape. That's Edward, you know, Legend Zero. It's not embarrassing if you don't pull off a kill onto Edward, because, I mean, veterancy, accolades, he's got it all. Huge final slash also for Edward to focus on the minions, but fortunately for Kyle, he still was able to bring down the bottom lane turret. So technically, Edward didn't miss that final slash. He was really aiming for the minions.
Yeah, he was clearing it out, trying to save the turret. But that's what I was saying. You know, for FCAP, they traded that turtle knowing farewell because Kyle TZ waited down there. And then it ends up getting a turret, so that's fine. They can go ahead and now work with this mid lane.
And beautiful catch plus chain CC. Crimson Beacon View has to walk away. AOG onto the back line. Might be able to bring down View. He's gonna escape the spear of destruction. But still, View's gonna fall down. First blood will go to Aurora. Now working on the purple buff. Flap TZ has a glorious pathway as Edward works on the back line. Supermarket though being able to deal out the damage. Flap TZ just trying to zone out the members. Another catch coming in from Edward. Here's the Revitalize though. Over to the Earth Shatter. And they're going to bring down Flap TZ.
There's some good fighting from RORA, man. You know, Few really tried. He sidestepped, dodged the arrow. The AOG came in, but unfortunately wasn't able to get to the safety of the turret in time. And all that ended up in a collapse too, you know, allowing RORA to get to this point where now they've got a little bit of a lead. It wasn't anything too crazy because FCAP was actually building that on the macro level. And so, you know, it's them trying to keep things from getting too out of control. Last turtle is up now, and either team can take this. And they also have a decision. Do they want to go in with this 5v5? Edward does jump in, has a final slash still ready and locked and loaded.
Okay, Edward's gonna miss, as well as AOG coming in from Renegade plus the Frigid Glacier. Here comes the glorious pathway. Kyle TZ going in with the steel cables. They're gonna bring down Renegade. Kyle TZ just continuing to dish out the damage as Ovi falls down and Phil as well. Doming on the hunt plus Demon Kite. They're gonna bring down Flap TZ. And Aurora, just for the price of the Hitman, are gonna take down 3 plus the final turtle.
Oh man, what a fight this game number 3 is bringing us so far. Still going to be working on this turtle, but they'll go ahead and call it off. Wait for this to come up. Kyle TZ's now here too. And you're seeing, you know, this is where, when you look at RORA's lineup, the fact that they have some of those utility options where, yeah, even if Edward doesn't get the final slash he's looking for, if they're fighting around objectives, they have great options, whether that's an Avatar of the Guardian from Renegade, or they just lock down with a Frigid Glacier. Conceal's going to be used, fighting for it. Demon Kite gets the turtle.
Oh, and another catch onto Flap. Paired up with the Frigid Glacier. It was just too much crowd control as Oakland has to flicker away, cast the Primal Wrap. Now the chase is on. 5 members after the Master. And Demon Kite's going to bring down Ogwin.
Oh man, RORA really making the adjustments. The calls are looking really good too. The way they secured that turtle very quickly, and then they go in for the fight. And this is a big pickup for them, a big swing in the momentum that they're going to be able to build into. And you know, all this too, Domeng, he's got the Corrosive Scythe, he's got a Golden Staff working on his next, a little bit of defense too to help just in case Kyle TZ shows up. You know, he's got his pair of steel pants. And so that's all he's relying on at this point. And the fact that, again, you have your team there to help you out, keep you safe, a Revitalize or the Peel. And so Domeng will be more of a problem as the game goes on here, and that's where Super Marco needs to get to. Oh.
Okay, Renegade goes right after the backline. Here comes Aurora. Frigid Glacier going to connect onto Flap TZ plus the final slash. They're going to bring him down, but here comes the counter attack coming in from Kyle TZ. He's also going to bring down Renegade. But Aurora depriving Kyle of his orange buff, really zoning out the members of Falcons APBren. And this is where you see Aurora shines again. The kit that they have, They're not afraid to commit a lot of ultimates just to bring down FlapTZ because they know that they have enough damage, even though they don't have crowd control anymore.
Pressure for the purple.
Okay, the pressure is here. FlapTZ, he's not going to get his purple buff. And that's bad if you're a Fanny.
Yeah, that's tough. That's what I was saying in the beginning of the game, man, you know? If you lock in the Fanny, and there's not many junglers around the world that will pick it up still, you know, with the way the meta has kind of fallen into place. Because, yeah, you really need to rely on certain things to happen here for your team throughout the game. You're almost that 10-minute mark. Lord is now up. And honestly, FCAP might be in a position where they have to let this go.
Yeah.
It's already going to be held here. No purple buff on Kyle. There's the final slash.
Another catch for the breeze. FlapTZ goes in with a glorious blast wave, paired up with the Revitalize. They want to go for the counter attack. Spear of Destruction will connect, though. A hard reset for this Lord. Now they're focusing on Ogwin. A lot of ultimates has been casted.
All right, back to it. It's reset. Edward forcing out. Super Marco does pick up a Malefic War. They might look to break out in a fight here.
Another will catch onto Few, forcing out the Crimson Beacon. Here comes the AOG. Super Marco being able to free hit, but gonna get caught up in a frigid glacier. Ogwin, FlapTZ down. Doming and Edward on the charge. Want to catch Few here. There's the Lantern Flare just to zone them out. And it's gonna be an uncontested Lord take for Aurora.
I pointed it out the previous game in Game 2, and Renege is doing it again, this time on the Gato Kacha. That spear won't land this time. He's got 10 assists, and this is why the ultimate, that Avatar of the Guardian, is so crucial, because even if Edward chooses to start a fight and FCAP tries to disengage, Renege can always jump in. Looking at the Infinix Instant Replay, this is what I'm talking about. Able to find two members. Tanky enough as well. Unbreakable taunt towards the back so that he can unlock the passive and get that hit in, and the rest of the team collapses on. This is why the Gatakacha is so annoying to deal with for teams going against it, because he gets low enough, his passive activates and everything else, and you think you're going to kill him, and he doesn't, you know, and then that's not even with a Revitalized or not.
Yeah.
He's just that tanky and able to even pump out some damage, decent damage. So the silver lining here, though, is FCAP, Super Marco, still bulletproof, hasn't gone down yet, has been able to farm up. They got to withstand this Lord push, though, if they want to stay in this game and keep their base turrets up if they can. Because right now it looks like Aurora wants to go ahead and press this one in and knock on the base of these turrets from FCAP. The Lord making its way to the top. We'll see if FCAP has enough firepower to go in for a fight here. FlapTZ clearing out the waves to jump in.
AOG coming in from Renege for his own. FlapTZ answers with the glorious pathway. Ogden pops his Primal Rat. They want to go for the counter attack. Edward with a beautiful final slash. Paired it up with the frigid glacier. They're going to catch Super Marco. Edward, though, quite dangerously low. He's going to fall down. But in exchange for FlapTZ and the inhibitor turret, a huge win for Aurora.
Another big win. Only Edward to go down, and goodbye again, the purple buff of Kyle TZ. You're seeing little shades of damage that Kyle TZ can do, but he can't even overextend into a fight because he could easily get taken down as well, especially with the fact that he doesn't have that purple buff. And they have to take this disciplined route. They have to be able to play into the fact that we got to also wait for Super Marco to get there. Super Marco not bulletproof anymore, did go down in that exchange. But FCAP will look to go ahead and try to recuperate the losses here. This next Lord is up in about 30 seconds or so. And knowing them, like I said, they'll continue to contest it. It doesn't matter if they're down, what is it, 6,000, 7,000 gold. They'll look to get a fight. They'll look to get an advantage in terms of the numbers here. But RORA knows it as well. They will play to the advantage, especially with you right here on this Aurora. He's been massive in winning these fights.
Oh, Edward! Another catch, forcing out the Crimson Beacon. As Kyle TZ just trying to survey the scene. Ogwin in a good position here in the brush. 7 seconds before the next Lord spawns. And if you're Falcons APBren, fortunately the inhibitor that was taken away from you was on the top lane. So it's easy to manage your minion waves and at the same time try and contest. But it's gonna be hard up against the Suyo of Demon Kite.
Oh, look at this. Yue, Renege, and Edward all playing that front side. That's a Lord. Just taken out so quickly for Aurora. Now once again taking the purple buff and taking everything from Falcons APBren. even with a jump in, just to make sure that there's no follow through. Now RORA, a big lead, a Lord. This might be that push in to get this game number 3 here under their belt.
Yeah, game number 2 was around this time, 14 minutes as well. And Super Marco has been having a hard time, although he only has 1 death. The problem is the kit of Aurora, AOG, Final Slash, Frigid Glacier stops him from being able to dish out the damage, because we've seen it prior to his death. He got frozen, he had to flicker out. In the second clash, he got taken down. Now the Lord marching up top.
Let's see if they can do it. There's a flicker. Now they're going to keep it together. They have to deal with the Lord here. RORA might just force a fight. Edward does have a flicker.
Oh, okay, Spear of Destruction will connect. Now they're going to work on Flaptisi. Flaptisi had to revitalize with the Glorious Pathway. As Aurora backs away, they got what they wanted. An inhibitor in the middle lane. Now they have minions in the mid plus the bottom.
Right now, they just want to get this last base turret down. Wave pushing in. Aurora, are they going to press this team fight against FCAP here? Base completely exposed. They have a moment here. They have a choice to decide, even with a 9,000 gold lead. Do they go and take the chance? It looks like right now RORA will take the discipline route and back off for now. Ingan, we are at an interesting point in the game, almost the 16-minute mark, and so far FCAP, aside from the early game, has not been able to do too much, even with this lineup. When we look at the items, Super Marco still working on his next, maybe a BOD, but is he going to have enough, or does he also go a defensive option? Because at this point, when you have a base completely bare, you've got to be able to win these defensive fights. You've got to be able to turn the tide here. And now if they do it for the next Lord, if they actually try to contest this in about a minute, still, we might see FCAP just get collapsed down on.
It's looking hard. I mean, Doming has an opportunity to split push here. Even if Kyle TZ manages to find him, looking at his items, he does have that Rose Gold Meteor plus Wind of Nature, so he's not going to be scared, even if Kyle TZ tries to target him, opposing the Lord side up top. And so far, Aurora, they have no reason to risk a lot because, again, they have a 9.1k gold lead. Looking at the turrets, it's almost complete.
And this is what we're talking about too. You know, RORA with their lineup, they'll just control pretty much everything on the map. Like if they want to set up around the mid lane and cut things off, they can. Nice little Queller check right there on Kyle TZ. And that's what they'll do because they can go ahead and set up almost like a triangular defense and a cutoff option with the Avatar of the Guardian. And so it's really difficult when you're looking at Falcons APBren lineup. You're trying to think, you know, how can they get some space to work with? How can they actually move forward? I mean, that tier 1 still stands in the mid lane for RORA, and that's where the difficult part is. They have to be so crucial and cautious in approaching certain areas of the map, even these bush takes in the mid. And right now, Lord's going to be started up here. Domeng go ahead, whacking away on it, and they look to set things up. Kyle might actually get his purple this time around, but they got to make a choice.
Okay, Flaptisi wants to go for it. He's going to get the Glorious Pathway, but Demon Kite gets the Lord. Now the Frigid Glacier, Renegade onto the backline. They want to go for Super Marco as Kyle Tisi walks away. Super Marco's still alive in exchange for Renegade. Now they're going to get Ogwin down. Aurora just bringing down bodies. Now they're going to work on Few. Now they're going to work on Kyle Tisi. Demon Kite remains alive, but he gets the Lord.
Only Renegade down in that exchange. Ogwin and Flap for Falcons APBren. So they'll go in for a quick reset here. RORA gets ready to march in with this Lord. This is going to be taking a lot of finesse to pull off.
Whoa!
Domeng!
The next standard takes
might have
down
done it.
Kyle Tisi and Naisu. That's it. That's it. It's going to be hard for Falcons APBren to pull off an amazing defense. Even Domeng goes for the backline with a Spear of Destruction. They're going to bring down one more and take game 3.
RORA, what are they on? They are making the adjustments so quickly and coming out with another victory here. 2-1 right now in the series, the best of 7, a lower bracket final. RORA's adjustments have been on point. We're going to let the guys over on the Infinix and Bayern to talk about this more. Rockhart, Renmar, and eventually Midnight. You guys take it away.
Yo, brother, this is too much. This is too much. I am literally blown away by that chain of events that happened here.
Yeah, massive props to Aurora.
Wow.
Going in there with what looked like a rather more questionable draft, but then they executed so much better than Falcons APBren. To put it as simple as that, they executed much better than FCAP. And yeah, that man's the MVP right there.
Yeah, I mean, that's a bit of a spoiler, but you know what? He deserves it. That's Yue, MVP on that Aurora. Just the namesake, of course. We gotta talk about that game. I really thought coming into that one, that Aurora was gonna fight the uphill battle, but looks like they proved me wrong right off the get-go.
Yeah, much better overall team play coming in from Aurora. After a very quiet start to the game, Falcons APBren got the first turtle with no contention. In the second turtle, it was just poke after poke trading, and instead of letting go, Falcons APBren decided to commit the fight, and then eventually Aurora just got a big win there, stole the purple, and then just continued that over and over again. That's one of the risks that you get after the second turtle of the game or after the third turtle. Your jungle is susceptible to invades if you're packing a lineup that has a Jushin with it, especially if the roamer paired up with it is something like an Edith. Going up against, within this context, the high burst damage of the Suyo, the high control of the Aurora, and the high control and respectable damage coming out from the Gatot Gacha. That every objective fight by Falcons APBren needed to be perfect. If not, then they would get punished, their jungle would get controlled, and it got to the point where because they kept taking purple buffs away from the Fanny, kept getting resources away from Falcons APBren, FCAP just had to play from behind.
Fanny really is becoming a double-edged sword, especially specifically in this matchup where we thought there was going to be no answer to the Fanny, but you know what Domeng says? What do you call me? What do you call my spear, bro? And look at this. He answered it straight to the face here with just normal Wind of Natures, normal Spears of Miseries, and just life-stealing the HP back.
And over there in the end, Calteezy actually got caught in a good read by RORA. Demon Kite holding that shrub up top. You had Domeng holding a shrub in the lower portion of the map. That was them reading the tendency of Falcons APBren and Calteezy to go into that part of the jungle, maybe cut the bottom lane or do whatever he can to get a pick up there. But nope, Domeng read that quick reaction to knock back the Fanny into the wall, get that stun. Demon Kite was also there, and they got the kill, solidifying their victory.
And we were talking to Midnight, right? He mentioned, you know what, this is how you do a double core. Demon Kite and Domeng. I asked Midnight what was the win condition at maybe 15 minutes for the comeback for FCAP. He says, you know what, Demon Kite and Domeng have to go down at the same time. Because other than that, other than a perfect engagement from FCAP, there was no way they were coming in.
Yep, look at that, Genius Wand, Glowing Wand, and then the Blood Wings. Then Ice Queen Wand also for a few there. A lot of their damage hinged on the fact that, hinged on the idea of the Fanny just being able to snowball and being able to be the main source of damage. Going up against the Aurora, again, she is not known as like high burst, she's high poke, and then eventually she'll be high burst. But it was also great itemization by Yue earlier. Deciding to go for the third item, Divine Glaive, instead of going for the Lantern. Lantern was fourth, it was Divine Glaive third, and the earlier items as well meant that Aurora just trumped FCAP in terms of the mid-trio damage department, especially since every time Ogwen finally would get a full stack Primal Wrath, he'd be in a bad spot that he wouldn't be able to just freely basic attack. The Suyo also being a much better damage option, more, how do I say this, consistent damage option as he can join in the fray of the fight. We know with the Fanny, you need to cable in, cable out, all that.
And then
so
you
much
kind of have to
jazz.
reload afterwards.
Yeah, sort of like reload, come back in. At least with the Suyo, he can just literally stand there, just like wait what the others do and then go in or start it off himself. Yeah.
Which is again one of the reasons why Suyo is winning in this specific matchup.
Yeah.
Every Suyo game that they pick, you know what, they win with it. And right now, it did feel like, again, despite the very good draft here by Falcons APBren, I really thought it was going to work. You mentioned it before we started. Aurora just played it a lot better.
Yeah, the execution by Aurora was, well, just really, really great. FCAP had no answer.
Let's see if there's going to be a guy with some answers here. Let's see, throw it over to Midnight.
Aurora MLBB is now 1 point up over the reigning world champions of the world as they take momentum in game number 3. Once again, we are going to be breaking down as to what happened in this game. My name is Midnight, and we are going to be looking at some stats here that will help us dissect as to what happened in this game. Now, first of all, again, objectives are key here for both sides, but there's one difference in this specific game. Aurora MLBB is able to group up in the mid-game. Their timing in the mid-game is that they have a lot of control over the tanky heroes on the side of Falcons APBren. First 2 minutes of the game, it was Falcons APBren that was able to sort of like put their control, put their foot down, and make sure that they're able to take the objectives. But after the 5-minute mark, it was all Aurora MLBB. The group up potential, specifically backed up by the re-engaged queen, the Aurora on Yue, allowed them to just constantly look for potential skirmishes against Falcons APBren, even considering invading the jungles of Kyle TZ. And that allowed Aurora MLBB to give so much space to their gold laner, which is Doming, and he was able to amass so much gold in his farm and be able to take the damage items that he needs. Now, looking at the item progression here, again, just look at the item pickups coming out from Doming. 7-minute mark, he already had the golden staff. And by the time when Aurora MLBB grouped up, they didn't exactly need damage. All they needed to do was just be able to make sure that these zoners on the side of Falcons APBren are not able to put damage or put a dent into their lineup. Now, looking at the damage dealt here, if you look at all throughout the statistics here, majority of the damage came out from Aurora MLBB. Because consider this fact, their damage dealer on the side of Falcons APBren, it's just a fanny. Clint has to farm a lot of items before he's able to dish out so much damage. But on the side of Aurora MLBB, their lineup is composed of early game flat damage heroes, meaning early game they have enough damage to take out the heroes that they needed to take down, specifically both the Arlot and of course the Aurora on Yue. Add to that, they also had the Suyu, which allowed them to be able to amplify their mid-game power spike with the Hunter Strike and Warrock's build up. Again, 5-minute mark, it was the go time for Aurora MLBB. They didn't hesitate on invading Falcons APBren and effectively shut down the timing of Kyle TZ and allowed Aurora MLBB to transition to the late game in a much more efficient manner. And that's the reason why they were able to win game number 3. Now, looking into game 4, let's see if Falcons APBren can adjust their game or will Aurora continue the streak. Back to the panel.
Thank you so much, Midnight. Brother, I do not know what else to say. I'm just, I'm still flabbergasted by how Aurora seems to have evolved here and the way that they're answering Falcons APBren inside the map, not even in the draft.
Yeah, I think one of the safest ways that we can look for really is the performance of Edward so far.
Yep.
After the Barrett's game number 1 that we saw from FlapTZ, where he was really one of the biggest problems for Aurora, now you have 2 games where Edward plays a more active role in the team fights, in the map, and then now, well, Falcons APBren are suffering. I think moving forward, as good as the Hylos pick is, you need a different kind of hero for FlapTZ to really shine. While right now we look at the best from Auroras, and yeah, you really see there. This excludes stats from this match, but for this playoff so far, you just it's a nice trip down memory lane, especially with a Valentino view it.
3-0 before this match started, and now it does feel like he can do no wrong.
Yeah.
Right now, I'm surprised by the Phobius, the Phobius stat line. It does feel like Edward might just be winningest more on that Edith. But again, we're gonna have this. They're probably gonna get stress tests here by Falcons APBren on the next draft.
All right, I'm back, guys. I would say again, I hate to admit it, but I think Aurora getting Suyu first on the red side is an anomaly. And also, add to the fact that I think Aurora MLBB just understands assassin junglers, how they pace, how they move around the map, how important the first 5 minutes is. Because consider this fact, like in that game alone, for the first 5 minutes, their attention was just solely on survival. Survival without getting scared. And what I mean by that is you see you and Renegade moving around the map, looking at the greens, making sure that Falcons APBren have to react. Because again, in the minds of Falcons APBren, they have to protect this Fanny. They have to make sure that he snowballs. Yeah. But that does not happen against the likes of the Gatot Kacha, the Aurora. Because even if you try taking them down, it's gonna take a lot. Like for the Aurora, you have to kill her twice. For the Gatotkacha, he has the Revitalize. So I think that was really key for Aurora MLBB in terms of shutting down what the pacing could have been for Falcons APBren.
Yeah, I think Falcons APBren now needs to acknowledge that this isn't the heyday of the World Tour era, the Titan era of Falcons APBren, wherein you can just pick a draft that you could say wins. At this point, you're going to also have to think about, okay, how does it mesh well in the team fight versus the other team? Filipino teams now really have stepped up their game. Coach Panda himself said beforehand that this is the most competitive season we've had in a long time. In terms of like the top teams, how they're performing, what they're doing with the drafts, how the creativity is getting stretched out. So now you're going to have a much more active role for FlapTZ in terms of being able to set. You're really going to need to be sharp, and then the mid-lane matchup between Few and Yue, you're going to have damage in there. It can't just be all control. You're going to have something that if ever Aurora says we're going to go, they're going to get bursted on.
Yeah, outside of the draft, it really is also a different story, right? Inside the game, they play a little bit differently and a little bit more not what we expected. Which again maybe have shattered the expectations of FCAP coming in this one, because they thought, you know what, we can just draft what we want, then things would work out. Apparently, they're gonna have to go back to the drawing board for that one, getting into game number 4. But for the meantime, again, we do have the Women's League. Sorry, was that
World Esports
World
Championship?
IESF. There you go.
IESF.
Happening as well. World's Esports Championship happening from
November 12th,
November 12th to 15. And the MLB Women is happening on the 16th to 19th. So make sure to stand by there and make sure to show your support for our players walking into the World Esports Championships. And you know, historically, we have been very winningest. Word of the day.
Winningester.
That's the word of the day right now. Winningester inside these international tournaments, and hopefully that also continues there.
I think the word you guys have been looking for is successful.
More successful.
No, with the winningest.
All right,
Winningerest.
All right, I'll follow the trend. Winningester. Yes.
Here's a gameplay pose, by the way, from Smart. They're copying Yue right now, who's probably shouting his name.
No, the kid wins.
The kid wins, of course.
The kid wins.
He doesn't need to shout. Wow.
Looks like Yue's dad or something. Looks like Yue's dad.
I think that man looks a little bit too young to be Yue's dad, dude.
Alright.
Or is it actually Yue's dad?
Is it?
Or is
his
it Yue's brother?
Right, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
That guy probably won.
He's gonna be
He
Yue.
probably won. Yue?
Nah, sorry. I'm sorry.
Congrats.
I'm trying to find the comeback for you there. But for the meantime, congratulations. You get a redeemable in-game code. Now, go get down the brass tacks here, ladies and gentlemen. Is it winning or...
It's a winningester.
Winningester.
It's like Worcestershire. No.
Betterest.
It's not close.
Well,
No,
it's not.
Don't abolish the English system, dude.
No, obviously we're back into it. We're just trying to lighten the mood because you know what, you guys seem very tense there in YouTube and in Facebook.
Yeah.
You guys have been going at each other's throats for the past how many minutes, and I can see your comments. Anyway, yeah. So don't worry. Getting into this one, it does feel like FCAP has been here before. I get a sense of like deja vu that I see yellow, I see a bad situation, and I see them trying to find a way to win. Now, for them, let's try to help them out. What they got to do?
Just don't give the Suyo, man.
Suyo.
Yeah, don't give the Suyo.
We're in the same
It's that
page.
simple?
That's simple. I think it's clear now, yeah.
Wait,
Do you agree?
FCAP chose blue, right? And then Aurora won on red. So I think,
Yeah.
yeah, there you go. So if you're FCAP, you're gonna be on red side. Just ban the damn hero. You know,
Right.
at this point, Suyo is kinda, and I am not over exaggerating, but he's kind of broken.
Yeah.
He's kind of broken in the sense that not a lot of people talk about this, but he's the only remaining jungler with no energy, with no mana. And that's the reason why he doesn't, you know, you can't slow down as soon as he's placing in the early game, because he doesn't need farm. He has good flat numbers, has HP-based damage. Just ban the damn thing.
Yeah, the man is a combination of 3 different heroes. YSS, Julian, and the other Nolan. It's like, come on, just take it out at this point.
He has no mana.
Yeah, I think the Falcons APBren tackle here has been to look at US hero pool and try to choke out Yue and what he can dish out for, and then Renegade. Now I think it's just like, okay, you take out the Suyo, and then again, just go back to... Again, it goes back to that idea that Falcons APBren in the documentary when they won M5 said, where it's like, you guys just want to fight? Just fight.
Yeah.
You guys want to fight it out? All right, let's fight it out.
Is that your Ducky impression?
Yeah, I mean, he said it in Filipino, so I'm not going to do that here. But yeah,
sounds very accurate.
You're going to be fighting back with a left punch.
Yeah, instead of trying to take away things from you and overthinking your priorities, really just see if you can kill him. If you can kill him in the draft, kill him in the game.
Yeah, that's why it's kind of weird that even though we hyped the Fanny pick, I was not a big fan because it was up against two of the hardest heroes to deal with, like the Aurora and the Kacha, which is already a big problem, but they didn't even address it on the second phase. They picked up the Clint.
That's true. That's
so,
true.
you know, they didn't double down in the early game, advantage that they had on their draft. So I think there's a lot of big adjustments coming out from Falcons APBren this game 4. And again, first step is to remove the Suyo, because again, there's a lot of different strategies that Aurora has come and prepared for, specifically the Mathilda first pick. So FCAP already step number 1, it's done. Suyo's out. Now, what do you do about a Mathilda?
That's what I said, right? The love team in red side.
There you go.
It's gonna happen.
Thank you.
Time again.
Thank you. They banned a Suyo, they banned a Mathilda. We go back to the normal broadcast of MPL. Phobius respect.
You see Demon Kite very vocal right now with the drafting. It's dishing out ideas. Yeah, Jushin available for you. The Fulvius available for Edward.
Again, you're kind of right. It doesn't need to be a priority, right? But it could get picked up by few again. Yeah, if they don't take it here.
I mean, there's still the option of going for the Hayabusa. So they go for the Zushin. It does block some of the the tanks and XPs, like the Gatot Kacha, but they're gonna pick it either way. And then maybe they go for a Hayabusa, Julian, or Ling.
I know that Chase Jang. Oh,
Cho!
Wipe out all the injustice in the world.
That's a rush.
Chogun Part 2.
Well, they gotta pick off. Let's see if
Chogun
they can just,
better.
What?
I'm sorry. I'm trying to make the movie title. Chogun Part 2. The Chogun, the better. The Chogun, the better.
That kind of works.
All right, there you go. Sorry.
Ling?
Continue.
Ling, Khalid.
Caliban.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Ling Moscow then.
Honestly, I don't mind just picking up the Fulvius and the Harith.
Oh!
Oh, Harith's open, yeah.
Yeah, it's
Good-
very
good
greedy,
catch.
but it's open, dude.
Harith?
Get the Fulvius.
Fulvius?
Clap, clap, clap,
Ling?
clap, clap.
Fulvius?
Or it could also just be the jungler, yeah.
I like the
Julian,
Ling.
Nolan, Ling.
I am the priestess of primal lightning,
Okay.
the hunter of all the evil gods.
Wow.
He's been on fire, so why the hell not?
Why not? Lunox is up for the taking, but I don't think you want Lunox against this these trio. Like, yeah, sure, you win the lane, but it's gonna be a hard game against Edith.
Yeah.
A couple of jumps coming out from Aurora, and also the possibility of just the lane popping out from the side of Aurora. So might as well just take the mage here or the jungle for a FCAP.
And if you're a Ling, if you go Lunox here, after Brilliance, you instantly die.
You die. Basically, that's your life, basically.
Yeah. Okay.
It's like the press to die button. I know it's a survival tool, but it's a press to die button in this regard.
Okay, that's a decent notion. Most people would think that playing Eve against a Harriet is a bad idea, but you essentially force the Zaman Force. So it is dependent on the preference of the teams, because like there's a lot of workarounds with these specific soft counters. That's why they're called soft counters, not hard counters.
Yeah, and again, if it's a soft counter, you kind of depend on your mechanics, kind of overcome the challenge. It doesn't completely answer a pick.
Okay, I like this take, man. It's full respect for Renegade.
Are they gonna overthink and ban the Rafaela?
Maybe. Wait, so Yua continues the 100% win rate on the Aurora?
Oh yeah, you're right.
And
what is it now? 5-6 games?
Let me double check.
Harith is his most used hero. That slipped my mind for
that's one of the weirdest stats with Aurora. Like they always pick up the Moscow, but when you go deep down into the stats, that's their best goal lane.
No, excuse me, he's not undefeated. He was 1 for 1 going into today.
Oh, on the Aurora?
Yeah.
Okay,
for you.
Never mind then. Never mind.
Again, they're getting into these scenarios where it feels like Falcons APBren doesn't really mind the counter pick too much, don't they? Just want to play their game.
I mean, that's their signature. That's their MO. They don't usually overthink. They just draft whatever whatever is good for them. So now Aurora, they remove the Hayabusa to make sure that the Juicin has a life to actually take care of.
Yeah, easier time, right?
Yeah.
Easier time for the Zushin. Same with the Harith.
Yeah, it never feels great to be a Harith and Juicin against a Hayabusa.
Will Kyle TZ opt for maybe a possibility of a Ling here?
Maybe.
Feels
Maybe,
feels like a powerful pick for Kyle. I think they gotta go double core again. Double core power. Phobius ban.
Yeah, there's
better late than never.
Seems like Demon Kite's happy that with what's happening.
Oh.
He's very vocal in this draft.
Yeah.
And he's smiling.
It's like
the smiling demon.
And he's always
Yesterday he won, but he wasn't smiling.
Okay.
You know that picture?
Flat-faced, yeah.
He was MVP.
There's no way they pick Alpha here, right? You're up against Show, Eve. There's no way you pick up Alpha here. So maybe they're discussing about the bans, I'd say.
A part of me tells like Aurora might just go, hey, you know what?
They
Let's
can.
just go for it.
It's a pick that's gonna get a lot of attention.
Yeah, it's
right?
confident.
Still
confident pick.
Put us up against Eve and Choto.
Ooh.
Okay, that might be it. I think they're forcing the Julian Nolan trade. So Nolan, you go Alpha. You go Alpha.
Alpha here.
Yeah, you go Alpha. It's worse to play Julian against Eve.
Yeah. And you overload your magic damage. At this point, you need the physical bridge.
I mean, that happens so far with a lot of teams, right? You're a Julian, you use up all your enhanced sword, your enhanced scythe, and then you die.
Unless
you can't walk out.
Unless Demon Kite brings out the Lancelot or a Benedetta.
Yeah. Actually, I was thinking, what if Edward goes Benedetta?
Maybe.
And then this Edith and the Rome.
Maybe.
Rome Renegade on
Benedetta tank, right?
Yeah, tank Benedetta and the EX.
Is that maybe why he's smiling?
Oh,
It's Rafaela.
So they did go for it.
I mean, we did mention the Rafaela Alpha combo earlier. I was just hoping for an Edward special, you know. But yeah, you were right. Like Edward's already on a hot streak on Edith, so why replace the hero?
Yeah, might as well continue it.
It's an easy Cloud game, honestly. Cloud, Moskov should work too. I don't know if there's any other hero that Super Mario can place against this Harith. Like Lunox is just a death ball at this point.
I'm worried for a Nathan here.
Okay, Moskov.
It's Moskov.
Moskov to open up the map. Ooh.
Yeah, it's a macro battle for FCAP, honestly.
Yeah, they're going for cross-map plays and then try to fight inside the box. Make sure that Super Marco comes in late and then maybe clean up from there.
Yeah, they definitely have a lot of options here for FCAP. Like, they can play the macro game, they can play for burst, look for trades. But in terms of, like, lineup-wise, Aurora MLBB's lineup is kind of one-dimensional, where they just want to snowball, get control of mid-game, and straight up lead from there.
Yeah, but then that snowball idea, that fighting, they've been punishing errors of Falcons APBren. In the past games that they've won, they've been playing better. Maybe that is just what they need. Just kill him.
Maybe just play better and then just play your own game. Let's see if that's going to happen here as Naisu and Ingan brings us the game.
You know, Rockhart, that's the advice I play with. A lot of times when I'm losing on a lose streak, I just say, you know what? I got to play better.
Welcome to
hey, that's
Mobile
what's going to happen here.
Legends.
FCAP wants to even out the series. The current world champions now sitting at 1-2 against Aurora here. Ingan, what do you think of the lineups here this time around? Is this the adjustment that Falcons APBren needs to get and even out the series?
Yeah, I do agree with the panel. In terms of what they can do, it's not one-dimensional, especially if Kyle TZ manages to snowball early game. They're going to have a lot of options to deal with Aurora's lineup. Fight in the box whenever there are neutral objectives. Go for the macro. If Super Marco decides that he doesn't want to join the fight yet, go in. But okay, Ogwen, very aggressive start once again from the Trove Ogwen.
Yeah, this is it's almost like a page out of Renegade's book when he played the Cho even yesterday when we saw that, you know, very aggressive early start, gets them the first blood, but that time it was worth the risk though, I would say, for Ogwen. He knows it's going to be available later on once he needs it. They just kind of have to adjust some of this early game, and it looks like for Falcons APBren they want to put some pressure on this. They also know, as Kyle TZ's spending a lot of time here, by the way, waiting for Ogwen to come and respond. What they want to do again is play against the fact that RORA's lineup gives them quite a bit of options, some tools to stay and, you know, sustain through some of the fights with this Rafaela pick. Again, another version of the heel man this time around. But ultimately, you've got those 3 purifies you have to go against if you're Falcons APBren. So even if you have the death box, like we like to call it from the Eve, you know, the real world manipulation, you've got a couple CCs and the unbreakable taunt that you can use, well, you got to get through those purifies first.
Yeah. So we can assume that at the very least, Ogwen's gonna have a hard time, even if he has the angle. One purify can disrupt the momentum of his show, like what we see the past few games. And Aurora right now, okay, in terms of a mid-game power spike, this is what Midnight was saying, that if ever they get it, a good start, they can just snowball from there as Demon Kite just works on the turtle. They won't even contest anymore. And uncontested, and they want to go. Poor Ogwen!
That was interesting because I don't know if that was the call, because they really turned on that turtle, and then Kyle's like, yeah, I'm out of here, but then Ogwen put him in a position where he knows he doesn't have flicker either. So I'm surprised he actually went forward for that, and maybe they hesitated on the call if they wanted to go or not. But ultimately, yeah, first blood in the hands of Demon Kite nonetheless. And look at this. Now this is where they put some pressure on Kyle Teasy to play around that. Ogwen's still waiting for that level 4 to have that Wave of the Dragon available, so he doesn't have it just yet. Once he does, you can probably expect him to try to make a play now that he has Flicker available again.
Okay, this is the one-dimensional style that the panel has been saying. Just Aurora literally grouping up, gonna utilize Renegade with Rafaela again. A huge pickup onto Ogwen. The Spear of Alpha gets caught up by the Lantern Flare of Yue. 2 kills already for Aurora. And
Look
it's
where they
all
go.
from Demon Kite. Now they go in for Super Marco. Has to pop the Purify. And now they're going to work on the top lane turret.
Man, that's a lot of just kind of extra time and gold that RORA can go ahead and grab themselves, especially for Domang here. And so Falcons APBren in this early portion of the game will find themselves trying to scrap what they can, try to catch up here. And this is always what we see. Like I said, when you have to work through these multiple purifies, but also against the fact that you have a Jushin across from you for Falcons APBren, some of their initiations have to be really calculated, because if not, and they're caught out in a bad situation, they're either going to get Spear of Alpha. Actually, there's a whole lot over there. Spear of Alpha, but even the Lantern Flare alone is enough to just kind of keep dragging you back. And so, you know, we see some of these limit testing for the damage from Kyle Teasy in the mid lane, but so far, Falcons APBren have not been able to find much here. Ingon, where is that time for them to go ahead and find these pickoffs that they're looking for?
I think now would be a great time for them to contest for the turtle again. They have good position here. Plus, if you manages to cast a good real-world manipulation without being interrupted, FlapTC could just go for the AOG from the backline if ever they decide to escape as Aurora works on the turtle. Again, no contest coming in from Falcons APBren. Ogwen evades the Spear of Alpha coming in from Demon Kite. But again, at this point, what do? The panel mentioned this. It's going to be a macro game for Falcons APBren. They're going to have to win the lanes that Marco has been going at. The split pushes has to be on point here if they want to extend this game to when Marco, the Bulletproof, has been activated.
Yeah, and this is almost the problem too. You know, so far, nice little check there. But so far, Edward himself has been pretty consistent with this Edith. Might look for a possible pickup here. He does go ahead and get half health more. He's fine though. Still has that form. Spear Destruction going to be thrown too. So nothing that FCAP finds there. They might be trading though. It looks like they're going to go put pressure on the purple. Meanwhile, simultaneously taking the tier 1 in the bottom. RORA seems to be finding all the wins right now at this point. And again, Falcons APBren look to be really struggling with UA alone. This is the threat that a Lantern has, where he just continuously throws them around.
And even if Ogwen or FlapTC decides to go for Yue, again, the presence of the Purify, he's just going to Purify the Crimson Beacon out. And that's all Yue needs. As Few cast the real-world manipulation, he's going to get the stuns though. But Yue just working on him with the Lantern Flare. They can go in again. Edward though has the Edith here, going to force out the Flicker from Few. Now the counter engages on for Falcons APBren. They're working on Demon Kite as he Spears of Alpha out. And they're going to get a kill onto Demon Kite. But Ogwen and Few will fall down as well. Here comes Doming with his Zaman Force. They're going to pick up FlapTC. And a triple kill from Edward. Red hot with the Edith. Oh, the Spear of Destruction is going to connect, but Super
You don't
Marco,
follow that up.
You don't? You don't?
No.
That's literally what the panel's been saying, like a Lunox brilliance, then you're dead.
Oh man, again, they said it on the panel. Edward has been so good on this on this Edith in this series, but just in general, right?
Not just good.
He's been better
Damn
than great.
good.
No, he's been greater than ever. at this
Greater than
point.
ever.
You know what? He's well on the way to getting to greater than ever. But I'll tell you this: the triple kill for Edward after he dealt with some of that pressure earlier on gives him more of that confidence to go ahead and even pump out enough damage while simultaneously being tanky enough to sit on the front. But let's take Edward out of the equation here. UA is doing that himself. And FCAP hasn't had a response. They tried to go ahead and bait that fight in to give them a favor, even with the setup from Few with their RWM, but they might look for it now.
Okay, here's one the kick. Edward goes in as well. Flap easy with an AOG. And this time, Aurora wants to go for more kills. They're going to catch Few! And they're going to catch more! Flap as well will fall in the hands once again of Edward. All 5 kills of Aurora from Legend 0. And now they're just going to extend their lead more by taking a mid lane turret. And even Marco at the top lane wasn't able to push the first turret up top.
Ingan, right now, this is just looking too difficult for Falcons APBren's lineup. They can't even walk into a bush without possibly dying. Like, that's where it's at right now. RORA has done something from after what happened in Game 1. And they've just showed a new hue of this lineup here from RORA, as they've continuously done throughout the regular season to where they now are in the playoffs. And for our current world champions, they're really looking for something with this to work. What kind of pickoff do they need? What kind of itemization do they need? Because, hey, none of them right now are in shape to really fight. This might be a moment where they can try to turn things around, but look at the fight for the purple buff alone.
Kyle TZ still gonna get his purple buff. Real world manipulation coming in from Pew plus the AOG. This might be Falcons APBren's opening. Edward with the Primal Wrath still alive. Flap TZ's gonna fall down in the hands of Doming as they want to go for more. Still no casualties for Aurora. Kyle TZ was able to get this purple, but again, at what cost? Flap TZ.
Edward 5-0-2 right now. This is what we're talking about. That triple kill just minutes ago really helped scale into this where he is now. And even so, when you commit so much and you throw so much at Edward, if you're FCAP and he doesn't die, he just pops the Primal Wrath. Next thing you know, he's back. It's kind of demoralizing, you know, if you're Falcons APBren. And so this Lord is up. And they might go ahead and try to get in position for this, try to get some information. But we already saw the preview of these team fights. They need to be able to have enough firepower to win these fights. And with the way things are going, this is going to be very difficult. UA alone driving off Flap and Ogwin. This looks like a Lord to take. The spear comes in, but you can't do anything about it as RORA will secure that Lord take.
And that's when you know that you have a huge lead. No contention whatsoever for the first Lord. The opposing Zushin just zoning you out, even if you're a Gatotkacha who's quite tanky, even if you're Ogwin who's a Cho who's quite mobile. You is just literally leading the charge, flashing his light up against Falcons APBren. And even again, if you decide to dive in onto Yue, the Purify is there. There's also the Crimson Beacon. There's also the help coming in from Renegade. So right now, at this point, you don't even have to worry about doming first because Yue is literally on the front lines. And then after you get past Yue, there's doming.
With that, they're going to have to defend here. Kyle just goes and grabs purple on the other side of the map, trying to get something. Again, this is not the game you want to have as a Nolan 0-0-0. Not much value at all. Almost 11 minutes in. This might be his moment, though, to turn things around with the FCAP as Lord marches in on the top side. RWM going to be dropped down. They're going to clear this out. They are going to lose that Holy Shield, and Kyle TZ will now take the orange buff as the rest of the team clears things out. They'll stay in the game. They keep things together here. But we got to start thinking, Ingan, is this enough? Is this enough for Falcons APBren to buy time, to hope to turn this situation in their favor? Because the top turret's going down.
AOG from Flap TZ just to work on the minions, but the problem is the Salmon Force is there coming in from Doming, plus Demon Kai with his Spear of Alpha. They brought down Flap and Marco! They have minions though! Kyle TZ going to be able to clear it out, and the discipline will be instilled for Aurora. They got more than what they wanted. First Lord, an inhibitor up top, and you also brought down Bulletproof.
They might be looking to get another turret or two here. Eyes set, mid and bottom, pushing it in. FCAP trying to defend.
Man, they're not even bothered by Kyle TZ's fracture because at this point, they're quite tanky enough, and Falcons APBren also lacks the damage as Aurora clears out all the turrets of the reigning defending champs of the world.
So they go in, take the discipline route. Aurora staying true to the fundamentals here, not taking chances even with the lead that they have, because they can rinse and repeat. Honestly, at this point, rinse and repeat, do the same thing. And for FCAP, looking at the items, they are not where they need to be. Looking at all the lanes here, quite the deficit, even for Super Marco, who we say bulletproof. He's had a hell of a game, trying to farm up, trying to just find some space to work with. And he needs quite a bit of time. There's almost, 3,000 gap between him and Domeng here this time around. But that's just the case of the team overall. Really struggling from the early to this point now. And with these Lords coming up.
Oh!
Oof, they might have to make a choice. No Avatar of the Guardian. Kyle might try to pull a miracle out, but look at the push to a bot. That could happen. But right now, Lord for the taking as RORA secures that one.
You know, Yue again doing wonders for this team. You just saw how he solo forced FlapTZ to cast that AOG away. And I mean, Falcons APBren, even with the AOG, they have literally almost a zero chance of contesting for that Lord. But without that kit, it's going to be harder and harder for Falcons APBren. But look at Edward.
Goodbye,
They know that Kyle TZ has to work on the macro as Edward pops his Primal Wrath. Gonna try and delay Kyle TZ for the defense here. Super Marco a while ago just casted the Spear of Destruction. It's gonna be a 5-1-4 as Kyle TZ has now recalled. Domeng works on Owen with a Zaman Force. Real world manipulation coming in from view. AOG gonna be casted right in the middle, but gonna be catched up by Demon Kite. FlapTZ is gonna fall down. Now they're working on Owen, forcing out his flicker. The Lord is still there. They can work on the Crystal. But still, Falcons APBren gonna clear out everything. Now they're gonna catch once again Owen. Kyle TZ trying to work on Edward. It's just 4 members on the defense, and Demon Kite goes in. Domeng as well, and Aurora. Match point!
RORA and everyone behind us out of their seats with this one. 3-1 right now. Like you mentioned, man, yes, match point. This we knew was going to be a good series. Heavily shifting in favor right now with RORA. The way they're playing, it's been amazing to see. We'll see what adjustments are made from FCAP, but let's go ahead and throw it to the Infinix to buy it over there. Rockhart, Brenmar, and Midnight.
I don't know if you woke up today seeing these results and expecting, you know what, this is going to be super duper close. Aurora kind of separated that completely and gave us a whole other story.
Yeah. Imagine after the stomping that they felt in game number 1, it's like, they reminded us why they ended up here in the first place.
Yeah.
And they showed that, yeah, you've been in the top for so long, Falcons APBren, but that means there's been so many eyes on you. So many eyes to think, we gotta take you down. Even Fnatic Onyx Philippines considers Falcons APBren the final boss. And now Aurora is showing, yeah, we're ready to take him down. 1 game away. And it goes all the way back to this legendary EXP laner who for 3 games in a row now has been a massive thorn on the side of Falcons APBren.
Yep, you think gold laners are bulletproof, so are XP laners. 603 on the Edith, and a massive thorn in the neck for the side of Falcons APBren. One of the major things that Falcons APBren missed in this game is Aurora's read on their movements. Every single angle, every single corner, Yue and Edward is always there to find the targets, catch him off guard, and potentially kill them. Around objectives has always been true as well. And an amazing performance coming out from Edward, even on those last few moments. Kyle TZ thought he was going to be able to reset that wave in the top lane, but he couldn't.
He played out of his mind here. He actually got a triple here in this one, which I guess would catch a lot of people by surprise, and maybe because of the gold here, it translated into the XP lane becoming completely dead for FCAP, and then after that, it was easy for them to take these objectives.
Yeah, Aurora just, this is really their strength, like fighting as a unit. The thing that Fnatic Onyx Philippines does best too, it's been shaky throughout the season. They weren't the top 2 team, weren't the top 3 team. But then now it got to the point where they're showing us, no, yeah, we definitely deserve to be in the spot that we're in right now. Shaky in the playoffs, but then now up against Falcons APBren, they just really are showing that if we know how you move, if we know your tendencies, we'll show you how good we are at every position and how good we are together.
Yeah. It was honestly a flawless game coming out from Aurora, just dying 2 times in this game. And considering the fact that, yeah, they picked up the alpha against the Eve, but it still worked wonders with the composition that they had with the Rafaela provided by Renegade, giving him enough movement speed, enough HP back so that they can outlast the team fight here of Falcons APBren. 1 turtle was what they needed in this game, and it felt like game was over by then. It didn't feel like FCAP really had any chance. Even with Fuse real-world manipulation, it was immediately answered up with 4 heroes jumping in instead of running away.
Again, this pick brings me back to an interview where we were talking about, no, that's not an interview actually. I met him in the hallway. I met Master the Basics on the hallway after they played Renegade's Rafaela into the Eve previously. MTV said, bro, RNJ picked that before I said go.
Oh.
So,
wow.
Before I said lock it in, he insta-locked it himself. So
yeah,
I guess that's the reason why, right? These are instances where they were confident that this was going to be the result.
Yeah, and I subscribe to that school of thought. Like a lot of people say that, oh, the Rafaela will just be given a lot of difficulty for Eve. But for me, the best thing that Rafaela does, again, is just to give you a chance to survive and a chance to get out. Once you get out of the box, that's done its job. And the Rafaela will always be able to do that.
Yeah. And it's, you know, that aspect, give that to Harith and Alpha, they're gonna be so happy with that.
Yeah.
It's like I've seen so many Alphas live by, you know, 5% HP. And then 5 seconds later, they're full HP.
Full HP again.
100%.
Right?
And even with the Hariths, like, you survive with 1% HP, you can get so many dashes out of that HP, and then you get your shields back.
Yeah.
And then nobody on the side of FCAP could actually finish the job. There was no Skypiercer.
Yeah.
Super Marco wasn't really allowed to join the fight. No pun intended. But, like, imagine a Moskov jumping into an Alpha, into an Edith, who can just use Primal Wrath and be a marksman herself. And then the shields coming out from, from Doming. Like, there was no way for FCAP to actually fight into Aurora. Like, if you imagine FCAP playing this game, the only scenario where they win is if they take early game momentum, have Kyle TZ snowball, and still, you know, you'd still be facing the Alpha. Flap TZ needs to find good initiations. But we saw how quick Aurora make a quick work of Flap TZ earlier. 1 jump, not even a full second later, he's dead.
Yeah, the Rafaela was great because even if Flap TZ, let's say he'll be able to hit it, again, 1 holy healing, they can have a chance to maneuver. Or if they already see the circle getting loaded up by the Gacha, holy healing, you're already out of it. So the Rafaela coming in, that's why I was thinking, is Falcons APBren going to overthink and respect it and actually ban the Rafaela in the next phase? They decided not to. They banned the Tigreal and they banned the Phobius, which in the scenario were both equally good bans, especially because you are going to be playing around the Nolan, you already have the Cho on you, so I get it. But then eventually at the end, it's like, well, you had the Rafaela.
Yeah, the Rafaela. Honestly, this Rafaela feels like it's the second best thing to getting the Matilda in this specific matchup, right? It does the same job, maybe less aggressive, but you know the job is gonna get done anyway.
Yeah.
So, okay, that's gonna be it. But for the meantime, before we get into the next one, I think Auntie also has a few thoughts about that, and I'm honestly really happy to hear it.
The lights within from seizing the win. Aurora MLBB now at match point. And isang magandang buhay. My name is Ankinara here at the analyst stand. And we are here to break down what happened in game number 4 between Aurora MLBB and Falcons APBren, because now slowly inching towards that coveted victory and M6 spot is Aurora MLBB. Now, if we will look at the goal difference, it really was in favor of Aurora MLBB. The reason for for this has been explained to us by both panels, and this is because of the mobility brought on by the Rafaela in their lineup. To me, the first 3 picks of Aurora MLBB were so strong power picks that it gave them enough space in the earlier stages of the match and secured the win. They were able to secure majority of the neutral objectives, and they were able to tear down turtles and turrets even at the 5th minute mark, giving them enough and ample gold lead, which also paved the way for the rest of their team to be able to be aggressive throughout the match. They weren't able to give their opponent Falcons APBren enough space such that they can fight back, because if we will look at the crowd control comparison, despite Rene J just choosing the Rafaela with the Holy Baptism as his ultimate, the highest CC dealer towards the latter stages of the match were both Yue and Edward, 1.5 and 3.65 with the Lantern Flare, and the Onward plus Earth Shatter combination were potent enough to dish out damage even to the frontliners of Falcons APBren. And again, a while ago, we were talking about how the gold disparity gave Aurora MLBB their lead. Also, the crowd control brought to them by those 2 heroes were more than enough to ensure that they will be able to secure the win. Now, if we will look at the item progression here specifically by Demon Kite, we will be able to see that he chose to go with the Winter's Crown as his 3rd build. This means that essentially whenever he overextends with the Spear of Alpha, he will have that insurance and security that he will stay alive if he chose to go with that Winter's Crown. And add to that, the Queen's Wings, he really has enough sustainability as well as Spellvamp if he needed to. Which is why Aurora MLBB was able to secure that win. And again, Aurora MLBB now at match point. 1 more game, and then we won't be seeing any of the strongest Titans compete in the M6 and even in the MPL Philippines Grand Finals. But now, let's head on over back to our panel.
Ito tayo sa Infinix booth. This is your very own Odin, kasama ang mga kabarangay ng Smart Omega. That's Nolly, BJ Light, Nico, and The Rod. Kakatapos lamang nila ng match against the Phoenix Army at na 2-0 sweep nila. Guys, kumusta naman ang naramdaman nyo after that match?
Masaya. Tapos, na-excite din kami dahil pagpo-finals na kami, tapos ang lamig.
Ang lamig dito sa playground, guys. Bumisita na kayo, diba?
Oo.
Road to Grand Finals na kayo. Sino sa tingin nyo ang makakatapat nyo? That's Aurora or TLPH?
Kahit sino na lang.
Ikaw?
Sana mga sino rin. Kaya naman lahat.
Kaya naman lahat? Sabi ni Loli, kaya naman. Pero may napansin ako, parang may magkamukha sa inyo. Ay, hindi ikaw. Itong dalawa, si Nolly at si Nico. Bakit kayo magkamukha?
Magkapatid po kami.
Tapos meron pa kayong kamukhang pro players. Sino yun?
Si Ryota.
Si Ryota? Hindi ba ipagkakaila, no? Ikaw ano ka ni Ryota?
Kinakapatid.
Kinakapatid! Alright! Thank you so much, guys. Hindi na nakakapagtaka kung bakit ang lakas ng kabarangay ng Smart Omega. Here at MPL Playground ay ginaganap din ang ating watch party kung saan pwede nyo mapanood lahat ng matches sa isang buong araw, all for free. Kita-kits tayo dito sa MPL Playground para saksihan ang Infinix Fancy Club.
There you go, happening right there on the ground floor. In case you guys wondering, this is actually first floor.
Yeah.
So
downstairs.
yeah, they're downstairs. I had to remind myself that all season long, because the dressing room is also downstairs. I always saying we're gonna go up to the dressing room, and then I realized, you know what? No, we're going down. And anyway, just
It's a bit confusing, yeah.
It's a short story. But then again, welcome back, ladies and gents. Infinix Fancy Laban, full swing. They also have their own playoffs. And again, reminder, the winner of that is going to win an Infinix phone each for the 5 members. In specifically the GT20 Pro. And 5,000 diamonds each.
Wow. 25 in total.
That's right.
It's a lot of starlights. I don't know why, but I always compete with starlights.
You need those starlights?
I need the starlights, man. I need the friend slot. Yeah, I need a friend list.
Me too.
I wish they could make that permanent though. Can we just buy friend slots? Because that's also the reason why I get starlight.
What, 10 dies each?
Maybe that could work. 100. I would pay 100.
Yeah. You know, I have a really good tip for managing like friend slots.
What?
Actually, remove friends.
Because a lot of them
Blasphemy.
haven't been online for so long.
Yeah,
if you look at it,
that is true.
75% of your friend list are made up of people who haven't been online for the longest time.
Or just play Magic Chess. You can't play with them anyway.
Yeah, or just play Magic Chess. So,
Good tip. Again, clean it out and add new friends. Oh, we got Intex Salon, by the way. They're still showing up and looking for the freshest look. This guy looks pretty fresh. Looks like he can come out. And look at that. Looks very familiar. Looks like someone I know.
Yeah, that looks like Sanford. Come on.
He does look like Sanford. And he's very mad.
I give the fresh look, the fresh look.
Give the fresh look
Give
to the
the fresh
fresh
look.
There is it. Look at those fresh
It is a
beauties
fresh
as well.
look.
Fresh it up.
Beautiful.
Nice one. Nice hit
Oh,
there,
that's
brother.
Zico.
That's Zico.
That's Zico's brother.
Zico's brother.
brother.
And they're counting down. They think that's him. He wins.
There you go. There you go.
And maybe Infinix can also give him like a complete hair color this time around. Because I think it's fading a little bit. Maybe just refresh it a little bit more. Make it full blonde. Come on, bro. You can do it. They're going to give it to you.
I think it's a style choice. I mean, not everyone can pull off full blonde like you. Like a full color of hair.
He's a different.
Like some
human
people,
being.
like me. If ever I need to color my hair, which I should remind myself, I never
You
should
did?
again. I did, and it went terribly.
Wait, when was that?
Did
again?
it though?
Huh?
When was that again?
Season I
11?
don't remember
What
for
was the
personal
color?
reasons.
Season 11.
Oh, it was
10.
ash gray and 9, dude.
Oh, 9!
It was
Oh.
ash gray and then it
I
became
like-
blonde and gold really quick.
I mean, I'm sorry. I mean, it looked cute, like when you had a full ash
Thank you.
ash gray.
Thank you.
But when you grew it out, it looked amazing.
Thank you.
It looked amazing.
That's
honestly.
very nice of you. That's very nice of you.
Majestic. And again, you got to be consistent with your hair.
This guy though.
Yeah, and consistent with your words, because if you say that you're going to take off your hair, you have to do it.
Yeah. That's
Yeah,
actually-
exactly.
You have to be consistent with
That
your
reminds
Yeah.
me of a certain somebody.
Yeah, if you're gonna if you're in like an MPL broadcast,
Yeah.
and as a respected professional broadcaster
Yep.
of the biggest esports league in the Philippines,
Yeah.
when you
Professional.
say you're gonna do something, you gotta do it.
Yeah. It's kind of like me. I do real talk, you know? I do stuff like that. But
Yeah.
No
when I
matter
say-
the consequence, right?
Exactly. When I say something, it's facts. When I say I'll do something, I'll do it.
Yeah.
So, like, you know, when we say what we want to say, make sure you back it up.
That's right. Just a bit reminder for you guys watching out there.
I have
at
scissors
home.
downstairs.
Always stay true to your word. Like, you know, FCAP stick in the blue.
Yep. All right. FCAP on the blue side. Maybe looking forward to that Suyo pick.
Yep.
And first pick, but I don't think Aurora's going to let that slide. It's either that or, again, they counter it with, you know, their typical strats with, like, the links, all the crowd controls. Aurora may have been prepared with the, you know, with the FCAP taking blue.
The problem here is if they want to do that, they're going to have to ban Chip, Suyo, and Loyi.
No, they let go of the. They let go of the.
You let go of the
Suyo.
Loyi here?
No,
Oh, you let
Suyo.
go of Suyo instead of the Loyi.
Again, Aurora's kind of one of the winningest team against Suyo.
Yeah, they look comfortable with Alpha as their jungle.
Good point.
If I'm Falcons APBren, you ban the Alpha, you ban the Fanny on the blue side. Because it
That's
looks like
true.
you no longer have the option to play Fanny.
Yeah.
Or if you're not even gonna ban the Fanny, just pick up the Suyo so that you're forcing Demon Cannon to the Alpha and just be ready for it.
I think FCAP were also the ones that banned both Matilda and Alpha against Blacklist International. They banned Alpha, they banned Matilda first, and then Alpha third. But now they're actually cornered with a team that plays Alpha even without the Matilda. They play Alpha with the Rafaela. So I think to save yourself 2 bans, don't even mind about the. Don't even think about like the Matilda or the Rafaela. Just straight
Let
up
it
ban the
go?
Alpha.
Just let those picks go?
Yeah, ban the Alpha.
Wow.
Because like those are the only 2 reasons why you would want those 2 heroes.
Yeah.
To set up the
Spicy.
Alpha.
All right. You know what? You're right. But at the same time, I'm also thinking, you know what? Are FCAP ever going to think about Demon Kite's Fanny, which gave a few teams hell in the last 2 weeks of the regular season?
I think, take it out. If you have one of your bans for Falcons APBren blue side has to be the Alpha and then
Fanny.
So you pick Alpha, Fanny, Harith, take it away from Dominic. That's good. Or Alfie, Alpha, Fanny,
That's Alfie. Alpha and Fanny.
Yeah.
Alfie.
Oh, good point. Good
or
point.
Phobius.
Phobius. But there's a good chance Edward's gonna eat it anyway. So.
Honestly, it depends on the, you know, whatever Aurora lets go on their side. Too,
Depends
'cause,
on
like,
the first pick. Right.
No, depends on what the second ban is for
Ah,
Aurora.
okay,
Like, for
okay.
example, you see the chip ban, and then they don't ban the Suyo, you're kind of screwed if you're FCAP. It's like,
yeah,
there's a lot of heroes that will go through in the draft. So if you're FCAP right now, it's not as comfortable as you'd think being on blue side.
yeah. And again, the trend for the last 3 games has been clearly right now Aurora is just fighting way better than Falcons APBren.
Holy cow. Okay, they did ban the Matilda, and they go for Gatot and Vexana. Now I like this. You get Alpha either way, third pick.
From few, pick up Aurora.
Aurora actually does feel like it can control the field that the Gatot Kacha tries to set up. And also just slow down whoever's trying to follow up with the Eternal Guard.
Yeah.
So you know what, you're right. Aurora looks like a perfect pick here for FCAP.
Yeah, the funny thing is, if Super Marco picks up Moskov here, they go Alpha.
Yep.
If they pick up something that isn't good, like with managing the sides, then RORA actually has the option to say, don't mind the Alpha, let's get Demon Kite on his fanny, let's win this.
Yeah, Moscow, maybe they go back to the Faramis.
Okay, so that's going to be Alpha for Aurora later.
Yeah, just to back up.
Oh, all right.
Okay.
No more Edith for Mr. Consistency.
I still think you go Alpha. Even with the Edith, you still go Alpha.
Yeah.
And right now, that just saves their possible Faramis pick for maybe later on, which does run the risk of getting banned out.
Yeah.
By Aurora.
I think it will be banned out. Both the Faramis and the Aurora would be banned out. Either the Faramis Aurora or Faramis Tig. Actually, maybe not, because Aurora can actually pick up a tick for themselves.
Or Valentina, or just pick up a Valentina for FCAP if they want to.
It's not going to suffice, though.
What if they just rush magic damage, burst, just go Julian?
On Aurora?
Yeah. If there's not enough, of course, yeah, it's going to be Alpha.
They go for the winning strat.
Yeah. This is the strat of like, okay, if we win that 1-2 early team fights, that's it.
Yeah.
We're going to Malaysia.
That's very true with Alpha. Like, I would know. I would know. You win first 2 turtles with Alpha, you're heading straight to the airport. Not to go home, to fly out.
Alpha enjoyer, Mr. Midnight.
Not me. Not me.
People who face against you.
I mean, you used to play with me and it's now against me.
Ooh, all right.
But Alpha's kind of nice because like if you win early game, which is kind of the trend in the current meta, you win the first few turtles, and if you don't have any counter, then game just feels like it's over.
Yeah. I'm looking at it. I mean, numbers would show that this Gata Kacha probably goes into the hands of Renegade, but something about it tells me like RORA are still floating the idea of going heel man for this one.
What's Edward's rate on the Gatot Kacha so far?
I am not the
I feel like we don't see a lot of Gatot Kacha on Edward, don't we?
No wins.
No wins.
All right, I'd rather
heading into this match,
I'd rather stick with the comfort picks here. You give Edward the Arlot or the Terizla because
I like the Arlot. Yeah.
I feel like the Gatot would be enough as a heel man for Renegade, considering that he does rock the Revitalize on Roam. So I think it suits Aurora's needs right now. So I feel like you go last pick gold, or if they have something in mind, maybe just pick up the Bea on 4th, and then you flex the Gatot Kacha till the very last.
Yeah, I like that. You know, a part of me is looking at the lineup of FCAP and just thinking, if she wasn't nerfed, I would have confidently analyzed here to say, hey, Aurora, consider picking up the Lolita now.
Ooh, that's actually true.
I still play Lolita a lot, even though he got nerfed. I feel like there's still a slot for Lolita somewhere.
Yeah, it just reduced her reliance on the magic power for the heal and stuff like that. The shields that she provides with Numenon Energy Core.
Very interesting though. Aurora, let's go for Faramis. So maybe they are looking into the Bea Arlot option, because like those two, they don't mind playing against Faramis.
Okay, there.
I think that they got baited.
Yeah.
Bea, maybe?
Part of me thinks so too.
Matrix is great here.
Yeah, I think you go Bea here.
And I will top it off with an Estes on row.
Nah.
Just kidding.
Nah. That's too much. That's too much. Suyu's gonna have a field day in the early game.
I know.
Like, yeah, sure, he's not gonna be able to kill anybody on the side of Aurora, but he takes all your greens.
Yeah, the Aurora lineup right now is built to win fast.
It is
like sub 15 minutes.
Natan. All right.
Yep. It was one of those.
Clean.
Already magic damage though. Not a magic spread. 1 true.
I think you go Tig here. Tig or Cho for FCAP.
I like Tigreal, yeah.
Tig or Cho, and then the few here. I'm still thinking about you know, the Promise. Either the Promise or I kid you not, Novaria.
For few?
That sounds pretty good. That sounds pretty okay.
Hell, run it back. Pick up the Nana again.
What about the Barats for XP?
Maybe. Well, you could also
you
could also flex the. Honestly, that might work. That might work.
Just for the alpha as well.
Yeah, just for the alpha. Because like right now he does not have any saves. So okay, they go Gronk.
Rhino online.
Sort of the same.
Come on, Novaria.
Sense, yeah.
Okay, they still go back to Promise.
Novaria is like the cheese pig, right? The Pyramus is like the alright. Let's not try anything risky.
I would have loved the Novaria Tig combo though.
Yeah, would have been great. But right now, it looks like RORA are in the cusp of booking the next ticket to Malaysia.
Yeah, it's a good Arlot game, not gonna lie.
A very good Arlot game right now.
Especially if they want to stick together for NetherRealm.
Unless they want to go for a Teresa. There goes the Arlot!
There you go.
Damn it! Okay, I think somebody's bound to Malaysia.
Pretty clean cut predictions there, gentlemen. And it does feel like good comfort here for Aurora.
Yeah, there's an off chance, very off chance that this might be one of those Falcons APBren for Ramis games where they win in less than 12 minutes. Very off chance.
That's true.
But the lineup of Aurora right now just looking better. Like early to late game potential, but the damage potential, that's why I'm saying what I said with Falcons APBren's lineup.
Yeah, I mean, FCAP, they might be going back to combat right now, but Aurora's draft is looking hella creative and is looking like it's Malaysia bound.
Yeah, and they've been playing better in the past 3 games against Falcons APBren.
Yeah, they gotta be greater than ever here if they want a chance to equalize. Let's throw it over to our casters to bring us the possible final game of this lower bracket finals.
And we're gonna find out if RORA will book their ticket to Malaysia in the grand finals here tomorrow, or if FCAP can dig deep and make it happen and extend the series, because right now, man, looking at it, it has been all RORA. And they've been on a momentum themselves from game to game to game up to this point after a devastating loss in game 1. Ingan, they're looking good. This lineup is good. We got the insights from the panel. What do you feel about it?
Man, I do agree with the panel. Again, the lineup of Aurora might just be too much for them to handle. Considering the past two games, Aurora has been dominating the first 2 turtles. And with the current lineup that they have, if ever they do again get the turtles plus additional kills, or at the very least don't get any casualties in exchange for the turtle that they've secured, they're Malaysia bound.
This is what I think. When you really look at this, there is that possibility, I would say, for Falcons APBren to have one of those games where they just somehow pop off, especially when they have a Faramus in the hands of few here, and end up winning really early on. The same can be said, though, when you look at RORA's lineup. The way that the alpha plays into the game, the way that you can actually utilize UA here and Renegade to help set those up as that, mid lane trio and win these fights. Like if it's the Turtle 1 and 2 going in the hands of RORA, it's going to be very difficult for Falcons APBren to come and fight back in those situations. The fact that Kyle TZ went Suyo, he has to have an immensely different game from what he showed us in the previous one.
Yeah.
When he was Nolan, honestly, Kyle TZ, he didn't do anything. Like, he couldn't do anything. So if you want to have a better game and a chance here, Falcons APBren, Kyle TZ has to be able to perform on the Suyo pick, get the early kills that he's looking for and objectives, and he's going to be fought off from this turtle here.
Yeah, but the thing is, Renegade is doing a really great job zoning out Kyle TZ, even popping to revitalize. That's why Demon Kite will get the first turtle, and now they disengage, but they might want to go for the counter trade as they want to go for Renegade. Power of Nature is there, but a final slash will save Renegade coming in from Edward. Now they're forcing out the fight here as Bill picks up 2 members plus the ultimate. They're going to bring down Renegade plus a kill onto Edward. And now Falcons APBren. This time they got an answer from the Turtle of Aurora.
And that was a great job from Renegade to zone out Kyle TZ from the Turtle. But then they didn't have a response to FCAP going and fighting, especially once that NetherRealm was available for few. That was a big moment ult to keep them in that fight. They come in, and then Kyle Teasy also gets a kill off of it. So all before that turtle actually broke out, this is what I was saying. They need to be able to get this lead going and build up through that.
Yeah. So right now, Demon Kite just working on giving a lot of pressure to Kyle Teasy. This time he has Renege and Yue by his side. Mike will go for those green jungle minions. Just putting a lot of pressure. Again, they know their winning capabilities. Yeah. They got the first turtle, so in terms of clashes, especially if you doesn't have his Nether Realm or... Okay, wait. Renege though.
You can jump out.
You can jump out with the AOG. Oh! It got cancelled out though. Okay, now he's able to go out. Okay, he did pop his Revitalize. That was a crucial escape coming in from Renege.
Yeah, he had to. Again, you were saying it, Ingon, they wanted to put pressure. They want to be able to do that to FCAP, but again, when they look at moments like that and these build up where they don't get the result they're looking for, this is going to help Falcons APBren continue to build up on what they need to. Taking things slow and steady for the most part, getting themselves in position to go ahead and contest this next turtle is going to be crucial for them. Renege, like you mentioned, he had to use the Revitalize early on, so he won't have it if they decide to go and fight for this. A lot of 1v1ing happening here in the gold lane between Domang and Super Marco.
Oh, they're still going right after it. Spear of Destruction will connect. Okay, so now they will both disengage. Here comes a clash. NetherRealm is also there. Now they're going to work on Flapteasy as they bring him down. Demon Kite is still alive, but quite low here for Demon Kite and Renege. Kyle Teasy has an advantage of getting the turtle. They have the jump as well. Again, oh, UF flickers in, plus the AOG. They're gonna catch Kyle! Kyle is gonna fall down now. Few left here to fend for himself by himself.
Oh, can he pull this off? Few, Ogwin are there.
Okay, they're quite low, but Renege has the Revitalize. Now they're gonna, there's a solo kill down bottom, plus a turtle take. Now they want to extend the fight more. They're going for it. Yue, Edward, Renege up against 3. Renege still quite tackling. Edward goes in with a vengeance, wanting to go for Few. Now they're gonna disengage. And just like that, Aurora continuing their dominance.
They flipped the script on that one really quickly. Demon Kite all alone here. He wants to put enough pressure just on them. Doesn't get the orange though. Could be in a bad spot. Spear of Alpha's out.
Okay, they're trying to go for a Demon Kite. Spear of Destruction will connect. But will they go though? Because Kyle Teasy goes in, plus Edward. Flapteasy as well. Demon Kite, they're going to bring him down. Super Marco picks up the kill. Now they're going to work on Edward. Stun not going to connect, but the Guardian's Barrier is there. He's going to Vengeance in. Just a delay, but he'll fall down.
Really interesting decisions from RORA. I mean, maybe chalk it up as the confidence through the series. In the past few games, they had an amazing counterplay earlier for that turtle. Demon Kite goes into the jungle, ends up getting punished, and also Edward. So, you know, choices like that where you had a little bit of a lead, you were building up on it. It's now gone, but at least Domang puts pressure, gets the tier 1 turret down. They're looking to play around some of the space that they can garner themselves. So RORA still working against a small deficit in terms of gold for Falcons APBren, but okay, good position. Domang, the fact that he went 1v1 with Super Marco as well, impressive, but now who claims that third turtle because it looks like they just want to fight out at this point.
Domang goes in with the entropy. Gonna dish out a lot of damage onto Ogwin. Now they're setting themselves up perfectly for this final turtle take. Again, the grouping up strategy, the Ubis strategy of Aurora has been working wonders for them. They won the last 3 games as Renege also picks up a Thunderbelt. Now let's see what kind of play Falcons APBren will do coming into this turtle take.
Yep, let the guy go up and clear that lane because he can chop nearly halfway across the map if he wants to. Right now, though, FCAP still controlling that mid lane. They're going to see Renege spot him out. But once again, the dance here, this time around for that third turtle. RORA looking to take the next one.
Renege just trying to zone out Ogwin. Here comes Curse Blast, but a counter attack! A huge wild charge here from the NetherRealm, but Edward catches him with the final slash. Demon Kite goes in, and they're going to bring down Super Marco. A lot is falling down. Flap as well, Few as well, in exchange for Renege. And that was a huge clash. But Aurora clearly won that trade as Demon Kite will work on the last turtle.
Oh man, you can see them feeling good about the fight that they have in them. Third turtle secured, mid turret being worked on. Uh-oh.
Another catch coming in from Edward. Just feeding him up to Domang! A killing spree coming in from the next standard.
Oh, the spear is going to throw. Doesn't land on Domang. Man, what a game Domeng is having here. And I know that title has been thrown around. Some people have liked to debate it, but the next standard working his way for that goal here for Aurora. Alongside the rest of the team, they're looking so synergized in this. Now on this side of the jungle, looking to put more pressure on the purple.
Okay, Edward's final slash won't connect as they try to work on the purple. Demon Kite might be able to secure it though, as Aurora will disengage. They're going to work on the top lane turret. Domin just freely pushing with the entropy even. They're going to get even Ogwin, forcing out the wild charge. AOG coming in from Renegade, but there's the catch coming in from Flapteasy. He has to pop the Revitalize though just to walk away. Aurora extending their lead by taking a turret to 1.8k.
And this is where, once again, Kyle Teasy is going to face that decision. Can he play around the map? Can he find something on the macro level, whether it's a turret push, whether it's just taking buffs? He's in that position just like we saw him in the last game. Yes, this one, he's had some kills. He's had a better time on the Suyo, but he still has to be heavily reliant on FCAP, on Falcons APBren, getting to that position where they can win those fights. We've seen good layering, right? I mean, even with the Netherrealm from Few, it's so good, but the problem is they have to watch out for the final slash. Our panelists called it. Perfect game for an Arlot against the Netherrealm, and we've seen it now a couple of times. As soon as it's popped up, FCAP is all clumped up. Edward's like, easy pickings, boom, final slash. So FCAP, look at the damage that they have to deal with from Domeng.
I mean, Domeng right now, this is an activated early on, 9 minutes, 30 seconds. Looking at the KDA, 302. And you're not just going up against any gold laner. This is Super Marco, a proven Titan, champion, bulletproof, as Aurora works on the Lord.
This looks like it's going to be a tough one to take here. It is going to go for a little bit of a reset. Few holding out the front flap as well alongside Ogwin. They have to keep this together. Again, they're working against nothing too crazy in terms of the lead. But right now, RORA trying to gain control.
Okay, here comes Flap, trying to zone out. Lord 6,000 HP, here comes the AOG. Demon Kite's gonna get the Lord! Now they're ganging up on Flapteasy with the Primal Wrath. Here comes the Wild Charge as they bring down Flap as well. Aurora wanting to go for more. They're gonna work on Few. Here comes Demon Kite with a Spear of Alpha, forcing out the Ghost Bursters. They're gonna catch Few. Renegade still working on it. And Aurora got the Lord plus Flapteasy.
They got the Lord. It was a good push as well coming out from Super Marco. But right now the mid is going to be worked on by RORA. They have the Lord. They have a whole lot going in their favor as they get ready to go and knock on the doors of Falcons APBren. They can almost see that ticket to M6 and our grand finals ahead of them. But they have to stay calm and collected here for Aurora and Falcons APBren. You're looking at the items. Are they capable of holding down a defense? We already saw previews of the amount of damage and burst potential from Aurora. But as they get ready and are situated, they're looking at these base turrets. The shields will be popped on all three. And now it's up to this Lord here. Falcons APBren on the defense. Should be able to block and hold things together. They have the clear. They can keep things at bay, even with Ogwin. And for now, RORA only gets the shields. They drop down the Eternal Guard. That's going to be made quick work of. And this might be all RORA gets.
Okay, they have to watch out for the potential setup from Edward. Flickers are available for the side of Aurora. They're trying to work on it. AOG gonna connect onto the back line. Spear of Destruction as well. They want to go for Edward. They're gonna pop his immortality as Kalteezy works on Renegade as well. Edward's gonna fall down, plus Renegade. A huge defense from Falcons APBren. Now they want to go for the conceal. They know Doming is low.
Who are they going for? Okay, they get a flicker out from UA. Even though they were down thousands of gold, Falcons APBren will hold it together. Again, it was only the first Lord push. They'll delay some of the recalls as well, going back to base here. Now looking to take some turrets off of the defense that they just made. They'll get this tier 1 down in the mid, and RORA will get recuperated and resituated as they try to hold down.
Okay, first blast. Plus Doming, Entropy, Renegade goes in after the back line, forcing out the Netherrealm coming in from the Few. Now the chase is on for Aurora. They're going to break down Few. The passive is there. He's going to be alive in 3 seconds. But that was a huge swing once again. A huge catch from Renegade. A good Entropy from Doming. forcing out Falcons APBren to retreat once again to their base.
I'm not sure if they're going to be able to get more from that. Aside from those couple kills, Ogwin providing some of that vision. The flare's going to go up as well. They keep it together. Lord's going to be up though. They have to go in and face this off. If RORA gets this freely, it's going to be tough for Falcons APBren. Right now, it's started up. Domeng just having his own form of a bulletproof game right now. Hasn't gone down, providing massive damage. And now the question is FCAP, can they pull it off?
Okay, it's going to be a red championship battle! Teasy gets the Lord. Now the chase is on. Renegade with the AOG onto the backline, forcing out Fuel with the Nether Realm. They're going to be able to escape. The Bees are still alive. Flap Teasy with a flicker out despite the final slash. Kyle Teasy with the Suyu pick. The patience play to out-retry Demon Kite makes Falcons APBren live another day.
What a steal, man. I know they still have some work to do, but what it does is buy some time. Ogwin's here, taking the brunt of the damage, rest of FCAP, rotating, and Super Marco's up top side. Wants to push in that tier 2. RORA, how do they respond?
Here comes the Curse Blast coming in from Yue. Ogwin just trying to soak up the damage as Super Marco's working up top. Ogwin quite dangerously low here. Gonna get bursted down by Domeng. But they're gonna counter attack with a Renegade kill. Super Marco beat up destruction. Here comes the Wind of Nature coming in from Domeng. 1v1 and the Bulletproof, the proven champion, will win that bout.
What a spear! Right on the mark. Imagine Domeng hasn't gone down all game and it happens to be the Spear of Destruction. No, the Spear of Super Marco to find him. And every little piece of these wins that FCAP is finding is switching momentum in their favor. Renegade and Domeng have to get up.
Here comes the pull coming in from Pew. They're going to work on Demon Kite. Demon Kite spears us Alpha out as they work on the mid lane turret. Now Aurora's base is now open as Super Marco brings down the bottom. Kyle Teasy brings down the top. Aurora, no more turrets left.
Oh man, how quick did we just get to this point? In a matter of minutes. Off the cusp of a steal from Kyle Teasy, who has been, like I said, trying to find things all game long. That started this whole transition, and now it's RORA on the back foot trying to just keep their purple buff up, keep things together, because all of a sudden, they're like, where's our base turrets? We were the ones knocking on the base of FCAP, and now look at us.
Couple of minutes back, Aurora was about to bring down the top lane inhibitor of Falcons APBren. Never, ever underestimate the heart of a champion. A lot of crucial, perfectly timed plays. Specifically, Super Marco all the way from the top line as he worked on the push up top, connecting the Spear of Destruction onto Domeng. And in these moments, legends are literally born. You know, when pressure is there, backs are against the wall, you perform at the highest level still. Falcons APBren, their heart just showing. Their heart, they don't want to lose this way, not against Aurora.
Again, for RORA, they'll approach this, keep things together. They have to now worry about the fact that Super Marco is a threat on these side lanes and that he's just going to be able to show up with their base turrets down. Who will do that job for RORA? They won't be able to get to the fight as quick as a Moskov, but they can still play around it. They can still try to control these areas around the Lord Pit, but right now it's worked on, and both junglers still respecting the fact that at this point in the game, the Lord also does quite a bit of damage. Now Few, Ogwin, trying to keep RORA's lineup at bay, and look at this, the rotates coming down. They're still going to go for a reset here. Neither team fully committing to this Lord, reminiscent of what we saw yesterday. Some of the longest Lord dances in the playoffs, in the season altogether. It looks like they're going to go for it.
So they're going to burst down the Lord. Domeng goes in with an entropy. Flap Teasy trying to zone after that. Demon Kite goes in. Spear of Destruction will connect. Oh! Teasy gets the Lord. AOG for Reggie. Onto the backline. Domeng is gone. A A lot of immortalities are being popped here as Falcons APBren continue their dominance. They're going to bring down 3. Now Few working on Yue. They're not going to let him go away as Kyle TZ dashes in. Few on the chase, wanting to bring down the opposing mid laner. But the problem is, he's going to fall down in the hands of El Capitan. Edward left to fend for himself. They have the minions. A desperate attempt from Legend Zero to defend this. But Falcons APBren, with the heart of a champion, will extend the series.
In the heart of a champion, coming together, still looking calm and collected, as if they weren't facing that match point. Now taking this series 2-3 for FCAP here, Aurora. What a game for them, and then turned around from Kyle TZ. Man, there's so many things to point out here. Let's go ahead and throw it to our panelists to break down the game.
You are absolutely correct, bro. Cool, calm, and collected, as a heart of a champion should be.
It's a hell. I don't know. It's something with MPL Philippines.
It's something about MPL PAs and something about that Faramis, man. The Faramis of Few. And Falcons APBren, just how they play around it. It's again, it's world class.
World class, 100%.
Yeah, I mean, we gotta be honest, Aurora, they did have that on the bag, but again, it's something with the Faramis, and it's something when Kyle DZ steals your Lord in front of 4 players of Aurora MLBB, which is why he is the game MVP for this game. An amazing performance on the Suyo. And we thought this was something that Aurora MLBB was prepared for, but they were not ready for the dash second skill retro steal from Kyle TZ.
Yeah. Soul Sever, the Soul Sever tap. Or did he? Yeah, Soul Sever tap.
Yeah,
it's
the
just we were talking about this the other day.
Yeah.
We've already also set it up in the panel in previous times before. Like at max, it can do like 6k worth of damage. The Soul Sever tap on the Lord, which makes retributions much easier. That once a Suyo is free during a Lord team fight, and he can quickly tap that and retribution, it's almost always a sure thing.
Yeah, it's kind of like a Balmond ult, you know, but on a second skill. And add to that the layer of control that Falcons APBren showed as well on the Lord. The Wild Charge was there from Ogwe. But again, going back, I mean, Falcons APBren, they did look like the early game was theirs, but come the mid game, they found a big problem. They didn't have enough damage to go up against Aurora. The Alpha was dealing so much damage, and Doming, you know, standing in the front line was being a big nuisance to Falcons APBren. But this overextension, when both Edward and Renegade died, paved the way for that Lord steal from FCAP.
Yeah, and you also can never underestimate the iframes that Asuyo has, surprisingly, right?
Look at that.
It was beautiful. No matter how well, it looked like it was very well zoned. It looked like it, right? But Scout Easy Care, not really.
From 6k to 3.5 to nothing.
Yeah, that's how fast. That's why Suyo was like, other than the fact, like, guys, remember, jugglers, your main job is one thing. Get those objectives, man. It's so easy. Soul Sever or...
Wow. So
keep
easy.
It simple. To keep it simple, tap to retry, secure.
Yeah,
boom.
tap to win.
Tap to win.
And that's why, you know, Suyo, again, I thought he was going to get a blemish on his record today, but not really.
I mean, we were already talking about how broken the hero is, and now we face this one facet of, you know, the Suyo. Like, he's amazing in Lord fights. And what's also amazing about this win from Falcons APBren is that, again, it's on the Faramis, which is why we were kind of surprised that Aurora let this hero through. They instead chose to ban, I think, if I'm not mistaken, that was the Aurora and Phobius, right? And then they opted to let Few have his Faramis. And FCAP, they're really comfortable with this kind of lineup. This is their composition. This is the Falcons APBren signature. In the late game, if they're able to fight, they find the right cause, they find the right macro decisions to make. And that's what punished Aurora in the late game.
Yeah, and punish Aurora as well in terms of them wanting to end it, trying to be just a little bit overeager. The entry of the Avatar of Guardian not working. Falcons APBren finally responding to it properly, and them just layering their crowd controls a little bit better. Yes, game 1 was great, but with all of the struggles that Aurora dished out on them, I feel like this was the best Ogwen Flap Few performance that we've seen all series long in terms of how they time and layer everything together to make sure that they maximize all the crowd controls they have, from the pull of the Faramis, everything that the Grok and the Edith have.
Yeah, and overall, you kind of just have to really commend as well how Few keeps this lineup together.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Despite, obviously, they looked like they were going to actually slip out in that last one. Aurora was waiting for that last Lord to just break through that trio of inhibitor turrets, and it looked like they were going to run away with it. But then again, just slow and steady as the captain calls your play.
Which is why it's kind of suicide to give the captain of Falcons APBren his signature here, because like he's gonna be able to make the ship work.
Yeah,
maybe able to go steer the ship.
And again, time and time again, FCAP has been here before. Let's see if Auntie Anara also thinks that as we throw it over to our solo analyst.
Never underestimate the heart of a champion. Falcons APBren are still alive and are continue to gain their momentum after that victorious win against Aurora MLBB in game number 5. And what a wonderful showing. Magandang buhay, my name is Auntie Nara. Welcome to the analyst stand, and we will break down whatever happened in that game against Aurora MLBB and Falcons APBren. If we will look at this entire gold difference timeline, for a majority of the time, it was Aurora MLBB who held the gold disparity. Up until the 14th minute mark, wherein Falcons APBren were able to masterfully steal the Lord against Aurora MLBB. That is when their momentum started. That is when they were able to turn the tides against them, held on to the streak that they have been continuing to do, and they were able to secure the win. After 2 consecutive Lord steals, Lord Retribution steals against their opponent, Falcons APBren are now able to extend the series to a possible Game 6. Hindi pala possible. Game number 6 na talaga ang kanilang ipinakita. And this just goes to show the mental fortitude coming from Falcons APBren. The fight is not yet over. And this is what we were talking about, right? It's hard to be able to turn the tides against you, but if you are dealing up against a Falcons APBren, that is what you have to point into. Now, if we will look at this highest CC dealer, it's mostly into the hands of Aurora MLBB. We are seeing Yue, Renijay. But in the 14th minute mark, wherein Ogwen was able to cast the wild charge against the jungler of Aurora MLBB, Demon Kite, and Kyle TC was able to cast the Retribution. That is when the time started to make a difference for Falcons APBren. Again, it is in that specific sequence that Falcons APBren was able to, in a way, win against the sieges given to them by Aurora MLBB. Now, we will be paying attention specifically to Super Marco in this item progression. We see him picking up the Rose Gold Meteor, and take note that he is going up against a Nolan. After they were able to steal the second Lord against Aurora MLBB, the Rose Gold Meteor procced, he was able to survive, and he was able to kill Doming with a shutdown gold. That cemented Super Marco's not bulletproof experience, but this just goes to show that the end is not yet here for Falcons APBren. Now, let's head on to M News with Mara Aquino.
All MPL fans are sure to be at the edge of their seats with what's happening right now in this best of 7. Mara Aquino here once again to bring you M News, the latest update in the competitive world of MLBB. In today's episode, we're heading over to Turkey. The MTC Season 4 Upper Bracket Finals is set for S2G Esports and Fireflux Esports. We've met these two teams prior in prior international tournament appearances. They'll be going up against each other for their region's first ticket to Malaysia for the M6 World Championship. The losing team will be facing Istanbul Wildcats in the lower bracket final for a final opportunity to secure an M6 spot. The lower bracket final and grand final for MTC Season 4 is set to be happening tomorrow, October 20th. And now we are heading over to MENA. For the latest update on MPL MENA Season 6, here's a report with our M News correspondent, Yasu. Pasok.
Welcome, MPL Philippines. Yaso is here, your M News reporter for MPL MENA. Our grand finalists are Twisted Minds and GK Esports. Let's start with GK Esports. This is the first time for them to reach the grand finals, and so far, they are undefeated in the upper bracket. After the previous season ended, many imports joined us in MPL MENA, and with them, MENA gained more experience. GK almost changed the full roster, and now they have Corvi playing as their goal lane player. And yes, he is the same Corvi from Deuce Volt, the team that finished as top 4 in the previous M5. Twisted Minds, on the other hand, are the most consistent team in MENA, keeping the roster as it is for the second season in a row. Their players represented MENA at M5 and at the last MSC, so it's the most experienced full roster in MENA, and they finished the regular season as top 1. Their ace player, in my opinion, would be the jungler, would be Huda. He joined for the first time with the team this season in a critical match at the lower bracket and led his team to the grand finals with his great assassin gameplays. I think it's gonna be a really close match, and I expect it to go to a full series. Since I have to give my prediction, I'd say the winner would be GK Esports, and it's just based on a feeling that they really want their first title. If that happened, GK Esports would be our M6 MENA representatives, and Twisted Minds would be our M6 wildcard representatives. MENA will have its grand finals on the 19th of October, and I would love it if you watched MENA representatives fighting for the title and the direct spot for M6. We all know that MENA hasn't passed group stage so far, but guess what? There is no group stage anymore, so there is no problem. I think that problem is solved. Anyway, can't wait to see MENA compete once again on the international stage. Oh, I almost forgot. I also have a question for everyone watching from the Philippines. Will we say at the end of M6, Pinas lang malakas? And now, back to you, Ms. Mara Aquino. Pasok.
Thank you, Yasu, for giving us the latest in your region. MPL MENA Season 6 will begin tonight for their playoffs, so don't forget to support your favorite teams. Now that's it for M News. I'll be seeing you once again tomorrow for the latest happenings around the world of competitive MLBB. But for now, babalikan natin ang ating mainit na laban. Falcons APBren kontra Aurora MLBB. Kanino ka? Write it down below. And to discuss more of that, we'll be heading back to our casters. Panel, pasok.
Thank you so much, Mara Aquino and Yasu. It's been a while, and I don't know what's wrong.
What's happening to Midnight?
I'm at the edge of my seat, bro. Can't wait.
You're at the edge, brother.
Can't wait for the next game. Come on, bring it up. Bring it up.
He's so
Come on.
excited, and it's probably because we've seen this before, right? We've seen Falcons APBren in this scenario before where it feels so hopeless. It feels like there's no way out. But then again, they just pull something out of the bag.
They make it out. It's not like we've seen this before. We always see this.
We always see this.
In MPL Philippines.
We're a lower bracket country. We see this all the time.
Yeah, I agree. Agreed.
So right now, we are waiting for draft for game number 5. 6.
We're in game number 6 now.
All right, game number 6. And Suyo still undefeated in this specific matchup. Am I correct?
I will have to double check that.
Yeah, I think
in my magical system that I can't show on camera right now.
The 100%. One thing I'm sure is you get a better chance if you get the Suyo so far.
Yeah.
And again, the stats.
Damn broken.
The stats on that guy is just too much, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, considering all the win rates and stuff, like he does have, I would say, a balanced win rate. I mean, 60% is not balanced, but in the scope of, like, in a big picture, it's not that broken. But still, conceptually, the hero is kind of broken. It's like he's the only hero in the game right now in the meta who deals more than 5k damage to the Lord.
Yeah, I believe the term you were looking for was a buttload.
Buttload.
It was a buttload of damage.
Buttload of damage.
Like 5k. sometimes 6, right?
6.5.
At max.
At max,
Yeah, that's the
6.5k with
Yes.
one Blade Surge tap.
Yeah,
Oh, sorry,
you don't
Soul
have
Sever tap.
you don't have to test it because I tested it myself. I'll be posting a clip of it
Yeah.
once the playoffs is over. But basically, 6.536. That was the cap. 1 second skill, Retri, Lord's gone.
So things that for you guys to maybe take as a good advice from Mr. Midnight. Please practice your Suyos.
No, please don't.
No?
Just ban it. Just ban it. It's annoying to
I mean,
deal
you
with.
have to be ready to pick it up if your enemy doesn't ban it up.
Yeah.
Right? You have to still practice.
It's like a cheat code.
Come on, man. You know I'm pretty low mechanic. I'm forcing myself to play Suyo.
Okay.
Same with me later.
I mean,
so,
I myself were practicing Suyo for a little while, and then I just figured out the lure thing. I was like, you know, I love balanced heroes, even though I love playing broken heroes as well. But it just feels sturdy, man. Like I get all the lords.
Yeah.
I get all the lords, and I can't even get hyped about it because it's a cheat code.
It's like it just feels nasty. It's like you gotta take a
It
shower
is.
after a game of
It
Suyo.
is.
I
Gotta
think
wash your hands.
that's something that we did see in the previous game, right? Where it felt like Aurora was in control with like 5k, 7k gold lead. But you know what? I'll just go in. Kalti says I can do it.
Exactly. It's a walking win condition.
So it just feels like it's too much, and we'll have to wait and see because right now Aurora is picking up the blue side.
Okay.
So more leeway to ban it out, number one, and number two, options to also go for it first if it's left open.
Yeah. I think if Falcons APBren give that Suyo to Aurora, it's gonna be a very low death game for Demon Kite. He's an incredibly safe player. And all the Suyo games we've seen him play this playoffs have backed up that idea.
Yeah.
He knows when to enter. He really bides his time. He doesn't force any Suyo plays. He plays it like how a Leo Mord would be like. He'd sweep.
Deadly.
Yeah, I was about to say, you know, Falcons APBren might just repeat what they did in game number 3. So it's the same thing. Chip, Suyo, and Juicin ban out from the side of the Bees, and Aurora might just take up the Gatot Kaja or the Edith.
And I love that.
Oh, we forgot about Matilda.
Matilda's open.
Okay, Alpha's about to come out. They
Alpha.
take the Alpha!
And oh my goodness,
Okay,
that's
you
powerful.
You go Hayabusa here, right? You go Hayabusa Moskov.
Let's.
Don't you?
I think so.
I wouldn't want to link here. I'd rather go Haya or Nolan is too one-hit pick-off bursty. Might not be. I'd have to pick it's Haya or the Julian.
Yeah.
But then it's still up against an Alpha, so yeah, you fall into the Haya.
So I think you go Haya Moskov or Haya Zask for Aurora. Zask is kind of annoying to deal with if you're an Alpha or a Harith.
Or
Okay, you go for
Bane
Edith.
Jungle.
No. No. If they do Bane Jungle, should be last pick. But they should be, you know, both XP and Roam should be visible already for the side of FCAP. So instead of going for the Hayabusa, they go for the Moskov now, and then maybe force 2 bans on the jungle on the side of FCAP so they free up the mage role.
I like that. Speaking of mage, I think if you're a Falcons APBren, pick up the mid now, and then just take out 1 or 2 of the best options for Aurora later.
Paramis just will enable Super Marco to just go ham.
Yeah.
Farah, Alpha, Harith. But yeah, that's a fighting comp. That's a signal to Aurora that, hey, we're gonna be aggressive. We're gonna invade. We're gonna fight a lot. So instead they balance it out and they go for the Vexana route instead.
Okay. Maybe they're really comfortable in just, you know, putting View on the Vexana. But my concern here is that all mages are open for Yue. Val, Aurora, and, you know, the Zask special.
Yeah, the Zask especially.
Among the planes exists
You'd rather
the
take out the Eve
equilibrium.
instead of like the Valen or the
Really?
Zask.
Was made for.
I feel like Valen, yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Because he's going to get Eternal Guard 100%. And if you go for like a big time mage like, it's big time Roam Ultimate, he's probably going to take it as well.
I mean, Eve is kind of like the answer against the Alpha and the Harriet, so it's kind of warranted. But yeah, the question that Renmar, you know, put forward here is very alarming. Like, you would rather play against the Val, Zask, Aurora than the Eve. I think it's still a valid point for both sides, but still, it's you know, it's a big concern for FCAP at the moment that Yue is gonna be able to play whatever he wants in this game.
Covering all the bases with Ruby as well, getting banned out. still respecting
Julian ban.
the prowess of Ogun on that hero.
They banned the Ruby on the side of Aurora. I wonder why.
Yeah, that's what making me scratch my head too.
I think they're looking into Nolan.
And maybe they've maybe they've just done their homework that, you know, Ogun picks up this hero in clutch sometimes.
Yeah, I'd rather ban the Tick though, because like that's a big concern. Even though you have Mathilda and the Moscow when you're on the playing field, like if you put Demon Kite on an assassin that does not have the same mobility as a high-end Ling, he's gonna suffer against the likes of Tig. So I think that's where FCAP's mindset is at the moment. Like there's no way Aurora's gonna pick the Ling. High is the only next option. So yeah, Tig is a very much viable pick here for FCAP. Tig or Cho, honestly.
Wow, that's a big wombo combo that seems to be getting set up here by FCAP.
Yeah. Maybe get the Cho now, because like you can still play it on XP on flap.
Exactly. Or the Gatot. So it could be a thick Gatot front line.
Maybe.
Ooh, that can be so tanky.
Oh, what if they go Hylos instead?
Hylos is great against Alpha, against
No, I mean FCAP.
Yeah, I'd rather have it as a roam. I don't want to see a non-set, non-front EXP for flap. He needs an out. It can't be the high loss. He'll just get poked down.
I mean, they can run fast.
Well, yeah.
They can attack. They can overwhelm Aurora fast.
Honestly, go for Aramis Bane.
Here?
Yeah, you have a Mathilda. You have a Paramis that can go well against the Harriet and the Alpha.
Sure. Yeah,
Bane will supply the late game damage, and also it protects yourselves from the Gatatkacha with the deadly catch.
Reporting for duty. So you want them to go turbo here?
X-Borg, okay.
X-Borg and Aurora.
When was the last time we saw this?
Demon Kite.
Demon
Aurora.
Kite.
1-0 against.
And then FCAP tried replicating it against Onyx, didn't work out against the Alpha.
Yeah.
So it might be the same storyline. This X-Borg might not work out that well against the Alpha. I do love the Aurora though. Like it adds more aggression with the Edith, but they're playing for mid-late game.
It also adds a layer that FCAP has to play around. You can't go straight into the Frigid Glacier.
Yeah. Why ban Ruby though if you're gonna go X-Borg? Either way.
Yeah, I don't know. Good point. Now that they go X-Borg, it's like, what's the Ruby for?
Yeah. Honestly, Ogun can go whatever he wants here. Even the XP. I'd rather just go Cho. Something I can pick up here, or Arlot, somebody with a displacement or a stun.
Yeah.
Wherever I go, pain.
Oh!
Whoa.
I did not expect that at all.
Other way around.
To be fair, in my head, the Rafaela Alpha was still a thing, but it was FCAP. I did not know they play both the Alpha and the Rafaela.
Okay.
Again, this is why best of 7 is a thing. Like all the things you prepared last night, by game 4, throw it all out.
Yep. It's more reactionary at this point, and who can have better reflexes in the game and in the draft will win.
They matched heal for heal. They buckled down on the idea if your opposing roamer is a healing type, get a healing type as well.
Yeah.
And they take a page out of, cover the names, that's an Aurora draft, FCAP.
Yeah. Honestly, I think we're going to game 7.
Okay. See if that's going to happen here. Game 6 feels like it's FCAP sided. Let's see if Naisu and Ingan thinks the same.
You know what? I'm going to speak for the both of us.
What?
We want Game 7.
Of course.
We're thinking the same thing. This is going
Welcome
to be
to Mobile
an
Legends.
FCAP game to take it all the way. Again, I wouldn't have it any other way, man. The last time that we had a best of 7 in the lower bracket final was never. It's now.
Yeah.
So we need 7 games, and that's what we want. Now, Demon Kite on the Jungle X-Borg. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure how I feel about it. We already got a preview of this even back before, and so you need a lot to happen here. Now, one of the great interactions between that, though, is if they can actually get UA to get a really good Frigid Glacier freeze down, then obviously it helps even with the last Insanity. And then you have a lot of utility and mobility because you have the Matilda again in the hands of Renegade.
Yeah, but the thing is, again, Falcons APBren taking a page out of Aurora's book. Ogun, who would have thought, would go for the Rafaela paired up again with Kyle TC's Alpha. So even if there's a lot of slows coming in from Aurora or Catch, okay. Now they're going to force out a few flicker. Renegade, as aggressive as he can be, will take one and bring down Few. Now the counterattack onto Yue. Pride of Eyes is there. But still, they're able to take him down. A 1-for-1 trade.
Good little trades happening here, but you know, the fact that it was UA that goes down, It's going to have a little bit of a delay building up there, but expected from Renegade. Oh, another.
Guiding wind, and just look at that. Just not afraid to burst down Marco.
Oh, okay, he's not there in time. I was just going to say expected from Renegade earlier on, and then he does that as well. So this is Aurora making a statement, man. They want to be able to get that early game lead. They want to be able to establish themselves in the early game. So for Falcons APBren, they're seeing the tone that's being played here. And they'll be the ones to adjust. The turtle, though, for the taking.
Okay, Kyle TC gonna pop the Faraga armor of Demon Kite as he works on the turtle. AOG coming in from Flap.
Oh.
He wants to work on the kill onto Demon Kite, but a save coming in from Renegade is there. So it looks like it's gonna be an uncontested take for Falcons APBren, but now the attack is on. Frederick Glacier connecting onto 2 as they try and work on Edward with the Primal Wrath. He's gonna flicker out into safety.
That was a great call from UA. They got the call. They know that Edward was there, and if it wasn't for the Frigid Glacier, you know, he wouldn't have been able to go and get that distance that he needed. He even had to burn the flicker, but RORA keeps themselves together. FCAP gets the objective. They're going to build into this. And you're seeing it, right? Some of the struggle here with the export jungle showing some of the weak points, at least in the beginning of this game. But again, adjustments are to be made, and so far, Kyle Peasy feeling tanky enough on this alpha, paired up with the fact that you have Ogwin healing them up. They might break out and fight.
Okay, ultimate's being casted by the 2 roamers as Kyle TZ works on the backline onto you, and there's no passive again. AOG coming in from Flap TZ, but the first man down is Owen. Frigid Glacier will connect onto 2. A counter attack coming in from Aurora. They might be able to burst out Kyle, but on the other hand, Super Marco's going to bring down Doming here as they try and work on Phil, but Phil remains alive and be able to take down Renegade.
Phil's still alive?
Again, Phil.
I was expecting him to go down 2, but man, talk about a rotation from Edward to show up for that. Able to cap out the kill on Kyle TZ. That spear not going to land. You know, I don't even think you take that if it did. Not really worth it right now, but good responses from both teams. Falcons APBren will keep things together. First item still looking to get locked in and fall into place here on both ends. But this is what we expect for Game 6. A lot of this back and forth, and yeah, that's the apparent thing too. You know, both these teams have good capabilities of extending those fights, healing through them. It's just at the same time, you want to be able to go ahead and have that advantage when it comes to those setups, those counter setups, if you will. And UA so far with the Frigid Glacier, you know, a lot of times he's been on point with it. But if he has to deal with getting out-angled by FCAP, for example, especially around these turtles, might struggle a bit. Renegade again going forward.
Okay. There's Avon Force from Super Marco is there as well. As Demon Kite will get the turtle. Frigid Glacier collecting onto a lot of people. Here comes the last insanity coming in from Demon Kite. Plus the explosion. They're going to bring down Kyle and Flap TZ. Renegade picks up a kill and Demon Kite gets the turtle.
You see what I mean? They're throwing their bodies forward, especially Edward. Frigid Glacier goes down, and that allows the fire and ice combination between the Aurora and the X-Borg. The last insanity, enough to pop out enough damage and just cook the members of FCAP. So that's always what Falcons APBren is going to have to worry about, you know, playing against it. And sometimes if they jump forward, again, Renegade.
Redirecting that Circling Eagle onto Flap TZ to try and zone him out. Here comes the flamethrowers coming in from Demon Kite. And so far, looking good for Aurora. Their aggression, although sometimes it looks like it's overextensions, because of the fact that US Frigid Glacier continues to connect onto at least 2 or 3. The counterattacks that you would expect Falcons APBren to do. Now TZ goes in with Spear of Alpha, might be able to burst down Edward though.
You were just saying it.
The
Frigid Glazers.
The Glazer!
Time and time again, Ingon, they have been on point. Bottom lane again, Renegade just taking a trip around, but that's the thing. This Aurora pick was so good for the lineup here that they wanted to work, and it's been working great for the past 6 minutes. Falcons APBren will have to go ahead and adjust to it because eventually, you know, again, that was just a little bit of a lack of damage that they had where they couldn't cap out on the kill, and UA was able to save them right there. So once again, you're kind of just playing catch up for now. Both turtles, each one for the team, the third one coming up here. And we'll have to see this time around, how does Falcons APBren adjust to it? Flap has been able to jump in, but usually when he's able to jump in with the Avatar of the Guardian, he's not able to get the targets he's looking for. And they still have to work through the passive as well from UA once he has it up. So they'll take their time here. Super Marco. So there, Domake still on the bottom side. They're going to break it out.
Okay, Demon Kite gets the turtle AOG. Okay, not going to connect though. As Aurora trying to disengage Falcons APBren. They didn't have a trade. And all throughout, look at Doming just working on the bottom lane, forcing a reaction onto Falcons APBren. Spear of Destruction won't connect though. Oh, the chase. Good Spear of Misery coming in from Doming. Now Flap TZ charging his taunt. It's not going to connect though. They're trying to go for Doming, but Doming manages to escape.
Very closely. Again, trying to use the spear. Didn't land. Able to escape. But now the attention here from Falcons is going to be on that tier 1 bottom side. And there's nothing that RORA can really do. Demon Kite also still up there on that top side turret. He's been doing great, you know, on the X-Borg, although we talked about how there could be some weak points and everything else, but just, again, the combination between him and UA really allowing things to fall into place at this point. We'll see if there's enough firepower coming out from Falcons APBren up to this point. We saw a little bit of glimpse of it, and the more that Super Marco also gets those items on this Hereth, they should be able to fight, even if they get frozen for a bit. Again, the Zaman Force can help them play enough time, and a jump plus the healing plus the Eternal Guard knockup in the air might be able to buy enough time for FCAP to extend a fight in their favor. But right now it's more so of just kind of getting us situated, getting buckled in for Aurora's control, because they've been controlling the majority of this game.
Yeah, especially the man in front for Aurora, Renegade, has been performing phenomenal with his aggression, aggressive circling eagles, guiding winds as well to save the team of Aurora. And not to mention Demon Kite, always paired up the last Insanity with his retribution to out the red tree. Kyle TZ, that's why he has 2 turtles, Kyle TZ's 1. So this time, let's see, a huge thing that Kyle TZ needs to do is to burst down the Firaga armor to disable Demon Kite right away before the neutral objectives take place here. Not just even Kyle TZ, even the other members of Falcons APBren as the First Lord will spawn.
Just send it on Renegade again. They go forward.
They want to go for the zone.
Trying to keep it together here. Guiding Wind on out. Just out of the danger. Out of harm's reach. Lord's still going to be held there, so it is going to go for a reset. They got the Eternal Guard out, so that's not going to be available to you right now. So it's RORA keeping things together. Renegade also still doesn't have that circling eagle. So they got to wade through this. Domang still working on that wave, pushing it through. Lord still on the reset. Right now, the tier 1's mid lane for both teams still up too, so pretty much even grounds to work with right now, and neither team really committing, waiting for those crucial ultimates back up. Renegade's is up, circling the eagle again.
Oh, they changed their target onto Few. They want to burst him down, but the flicker is out there. Now Falcons APBren on the retreat. They're going to bring down Few. Yua in trouble, though. He then able to cast the Frigid Glacier, but Super Marco will fall down in the hands of Domang. Now the attack from Aurora is just too much for them to handle. 3 Bs are down. Kyle's easy with Spear of Alpha just to walk away. And Aurora executed that to perfection, dividing and conquering the Titans to gain the advantage for the clash and get the First Lord.
What a good play and a great call for Renegade and Demon Kite to switch it up. It focused down Few, forcing the flicker, and then still diving in with the last Insanity. And again, it's UA. I know I've been saying this many times, but that Frigid Glacier is buying so much time for them to do something like that and then show back up to the fight and collapse down on the rest of Falcons APBren. So right now they have this big objective secured. They've got a big lead against FCAP. Their work is going to be cut out for them. They have to be able to maintain the line, the front line here, and deal with just what Renegade is doing. He's been a lot of the start of these initiations with a Circle Eagle. Sometimes he's starting up, sometimes he's pulling back, but initially it gets something, whether it's a battle spell or the other, out from Falcons. They're going to keep it together here, working to keep as much space on the map that they can work in, but right now the top just being focused down from Domang. Lord waiting down to the bottom, slowly making its way. They're holding on to the Holy Shields the best they can, but RORA is looking solid as they approach the base here of Falcons APBren. One last check at the items to see if they have enough firepower. Mid lane Holy Shield down. And slowly but surely that Lord making its way down the bottom as FCAP eyes off RORA here. They're going to go in.
Oh, Cost Easy goes in with the Frigid Glacier from UA. Might be able to bring down Cost Easy. The Winter Crown play is there. Will they be able to save him though? They're going to burst him down in the hands of Demon Kite. The Lord is still there onto the bottom as they work on it. They want to bring down an inhibitor. The Lord still up as Falcons APBren works on it. Now Kyle Teasy. That was a huge effort. Oh, they still have minions, Naisu.
They can. They're going to push in, trying to sustain through this. Got to clear the waves. That top turret going to be the next target from RORA. And FCAP in a very dangerous position. Wave's going to be cleared up. Eternal Guard dropped in. But they hold on for now to the top and mid turret. As Kyle Teasy will be back up. That's all RORA's going to get this time. But man, oh man, talk about a lead, talk about unanswered initiations and unanswered startups from RORA here. As Falcons APBren still scrambling to get what they need. Looking at the items, really behind. Nearly in every aspect, every lane. And Super Marco, he did have the Holy Crystal now. He's got the Starting Scythe, Feather of Heaven, should have enough firepower, but again, it's all about the spacing that they have to work with. It's so hard for FCAP to set up the way they want to because of what Renegades doing half the time.
Yeah, and of course also UA. Again, the crucial Frigid Glacier. Most of the time it's not for the offensive, it's for the defensive for him to enable his squad mates to go and re-engage as they work on the second Lord. 7.3k gold lead for Aurora.
And here we go, they find themselves once again in this situation. Falcons APBren. Can Kyle Teasy pull it off again like he did in the previous game? They're going to zone him out as much as they can. That mid lane being pushed in, top as well for the minions.
Edward goes in with the Earth Shatter Flicker combination. AOG2 at to right back. But Kyle Teasy is going to fall down. Doming working on bringing down Flap. Two members are gone. Demon Kite also gets the Lord. Flickers are out from Falcons APBren. Fear of Destruction coming in from Doming. Gonna do the free hit though. They have minions. They also have the Lord. Now Falcons APBren. Oh, they need to defend this Naisu.
They're going to keep it together. They got the Lord. Now they go mid.
UA goes in with a beautiful stun. And the bees soar too high to the light as Aurora burns them down to ashes. The light within shines brighter than ever as Aurora seizes the win.
A super team dethrones the Titans. And with that, a grand final spot and a chance to go represent the Philippines at M6 in Malaysia. A new world champion will rise in M6. What a series.
Man, you said it. What a series. New teams will be representing the Philippines. And this super team has been doubted even for the start of the season, and we can hear the crowd chanting M6 because they have finally booked the ticket. Renegade, Edward, UA are back to the world stage.
Oh man, again, so tough to see a team that has won so much and accomplished so much as Falcons APBren. The current world champions won't get to defend their title in M6 and talk about the improvements that we saw here from RORA. Again, I'm Naisu, this is Ingan. Thank you so much for joining us here on the English desk. We're going to throw it over on stage with Mara and Falcons APBren.
Falcons APBren will not be going forward. What is your final message to everybody supporting you, not just here, but all over the world?
Sa lahat ng sumusuporta sa amin, sorry hindi kami nakapag M6 ngayon, pero babawi kami, only lang kami. babawi kami, anlibawi naman kami. Tapos siguro ito yung time para pahinga rin muna kami. Tapos babalik rin naman kami sa grind. Alam niyo naman na lagi tayong bumabawi.
Hindi kami sanay sa gantong sitwasyon. For so many times, I've announced you guys as champions. Pero napatunayan nyo na ang inyong kakayanan, napatunayan nyo sa buong mundo. You represented yung lakas ng Pinas. And for that, we thank you. You have been the best in the world. But this, unfortunately, is not your season. But a true character of a champion is someone who will come back stronger. Once again, everybody, let's give Falcons APBren a big round of applause. Ogwin, keep your head up. Falcons APBren, chin up, because I know you will come back stronger. You may now take your bow. And your journey ends here. And now, your grand finalist, Aurora MLBB. Congratulations, Aurora MLBB. Demon Kite. Demon Kite. Finally, makakapunta ka sa world stage. This time, M6, nakita ka namin sa MSC. You made us proud. Wait, nakita mo ba yung message yung sinabi kanina ni Coach Panda?
Hindi ko pa masyadong marinig kasi nagpe-prepare po kami.
Sinabi niya bumoto siya sa Aurora MLBB. Tinanong kung bakit ang sabi niya. Because I want to see Kite in M6. Congratulations! You've done it! What is your response to Coach Panda's prediction? At ngayon, M6 ka na.
Sobrang thankful kay Coach Panda kasi sa kanya din ako nagsimula. Tsaka maraming salamat sa pag-support. Tapos soon magkikita naman tayo dalawa sa world stage.
Nagsisink in ba sa'yo na i-represent mo ang Pilipinas?
Hindi po eh. Parang di makapaniwala.
It's like a dream and you've made it into reality. Actually, ang gusto kong tanongin dito si Domeng. Domeng! Domeng! Ang lupit! Kasi, ito yung this is the furthest you've been. Not only are you making it to the grand finals, you're gonna be waving the Philippine flag in Malaysia! Gaano ka-importante to para sa'yo kasi first season niyo pa lang to bilang Aurora MLBB.
Siyempre po, napakasaya po sa akin and nangako din po ako sa former teammate ko na Onyx na antayin nila ako dyan. Ayun.
I don't know if you can see this, pero si Domeng right now is tearing up. What are you feeling right now? What are you feeling?
Parang di pa ako mag-relax kasi may grand finals pa kami bukas. Siguro bukas na lang. Masaya lang ako ngayon.
Sana proud ka ngayon sa sarili mo dahil you made such an impact with your team. You were phenomenal. Rani J! You led your team not only to the grand finals, pero dahil sa leadership mo ngayon, you're gonna be the representative for Philippines. Pero bukas, haharapin nyo ang Fnatic Onyx Philippines, ang naglaglag sa inyo sa lower bracket. Ngayon, ano ba ang mensahe mo sa kanila? Kasi hinihintay namin ang inyong competition bukas.
Sa totoo lang po parang gusto ko talaga mag-good luck kasi talagang malakas talaga sila ngayong season. Medyo sa lahat ng game namin nahirapan kami sa kanila. Kaya yun, good luck, kagalingan namin bukas. And yan, marami kami natutunan sa mga laban natin. Kaya i-apply namin lahat yun.
We're gonna be watching for that match tomorrow. And now, it's time to announce our MVP. Let me hear some names. Sino? Isa pa, sino? Let's take a look at the screen. Our MVP is Demon Kite! Demon Kite! Anong mensahe mo sa lahat ng mga manonood? Imbitahan nyo sila, suportahan kayo para sa Grand Finals bukas.
Maraming salamat lalo na sa mga nagpunta dito tsaka sa suporta sa amin online. Yun, lagi lang namin bibigay yung best namin tsaka sobrang thankful kami sa inyo sa suporta nyo. And yun, good luck bukas tapos abangan nyo kami sa Grand Finals bukas guys.
And now it's time to announce our lucky fan who will get 5,000 diamonds. Come on up! Ang ating lucky fan ay mag-uuwi ng 5,000 diamonds. Siya ang na-recognize natin na fan of the day mula sa Aurora MLBB. Isang RORA. Sino dito ang paboritong player mo? What's your name, by the way?
Rhyme po.
Rhyme. Who's your favorite player?
Yue.
Yue, dito ka. Bakit nga ba palagi natin sinisigaw ang pangalan ni Yue? Bakit mo siya hinahangaan?
Magaling po siyang mid laner. Tapos, ano po, gusto ko yung playstyle niya kasi kakaiba. Message, good luck sa Grand Finals.
Yue, anong gusto mo sabihin sa ating lucky fan na talagang todo suporta sa'yo?
Congrats dahil nanalo ka. Tapos salamat sa pagsuporta sa amin palagi yun.
Congratulations! Aurora MLBB, you're heading to the Grand Finals! You may now take your bow and take your walk of victory! Ayan na! Nakilala na natin ang ating kupunan, second team, who will support and represent the Philippines in M6. What a match that was. We're gonna break it down for you, so we're gonna head back to our panel. Pass up.
We have locked in our second representative for M6 World Championship.
Damn!
And we are also going to see them in the Grand Finals. And I'm just a little bit shocked here. Help me out, boy.
Well, I am not. I expected FNOP, Aurora, we're getting FNOP and RORA. But I did not expect that Aurora was going to be able to win this game. Honestly, not gonna lie. I thought Falcons APBren had this game, but Aurora wanted to go to M6 so bad they ended the series right there and then.
Yeah, all throughout the series, it seems like the ones that we thought had the better lineup, they would eventually end up losing the game. That was the thing for the entire series. And Renegade on the Matilda heel man back in action, but with the Matilda build right now leaning towards magic damage, this is actually one of the hidden hitmen of the game right now with how much you can do with your poke and single target damage once you lock in with that circling eagle plus the blooms. And how Demon Kite played this, I feel like has to be commended as X-Borg up against a lineup that Falcons APBren showed. There is one thing though that I realized as the fights went on. One of the reasons why Demon Cat is having a good time, you have the spacing provided not only by the Edith, but the ultimate, the Frigid Glacier of the Aurora provides so much space for an X-Borg.
Yeah, and space was what they were fighting for all throughout these fights, right? It feels like they're revolving around the Gatot Kacha jumping in and jumping out, and Renegade, he had to make a really good decisions for this to work.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing that we have to also consider here is that they didn't really play the X-Borg Matilda that much, because Renegade was always trying to zone out Kaltizi. So instead of the usual typical like alpha games that we keep on seeing, Demon Cat was just having a fantastic game, and he played an amazing X-Borg, but because of what his teammates are doing, like, he's just able to play his own game.
Yeah, that's the best way to put it. Aurora played a much better team game consistently all throughout the series. The 2 games Falcons APBren won was them at their peak of being able to do great team play. Aurora, the 4 games that they won and even the games that they lost, they showed tremendous team play together.
Yeah.
You can see how they want to do things, how they want to play together as a team. While Falcons APBren, coming from their long era of domination, you can see each and one of them have their own mini agendas of setting something up alone and then hoping that everyone else can follow.
Yeah, and the downside of this composition is that it's not the typical Falcons APBren that we've seen from the past few months. Like what Renmar said, a lot of question marks on the Raphael pick. It works wonders if you're Aurora. But if you're FCAP, this is not their typical lineup. And it's very much obvious because like you take away the macro from FCAP, suddenly they're a normal team. And now Aurora, they have the macro advantage because guess what? They have the Moscow, they have the Mathilda, they have the ability to zone the Alpha during the turtle fights. And you stretch the game to the point where your heroes are much stronger compared to their lineup. Like the X-Borg is an amazing frontliner that also deals damage with a Warak. So again, you take away the only advantage of FCAP, like take the macro away, they're beatable.
You guys actually mentioned that. Like if you covered the nameplates, that's
Aurora.
It's Aurora draft. So I guess they didn't play too much into their strengths. FCAP were trying to adjust to what the battlefield was. And they thought, you know what, Aurora's reading this very well. Apparently it didn't happen, so I guess because of that, Aurora will be locking it in with a 4-2 scoreline, by the way. And we have a guest right now. We're going to talk to someone, Coach RC here. See if we can get into this one. There you go.
Welcome to Esports, Coach RC. Welcome, and you are seeing also the English panel once again. And I know napanood nyo lahat ng mga ganap, Coach RC. Kamusta ang ganap dito sa playoff so far?
Unexpected kasi nag-usap kami ni Flap niyan Sabi namin magkikita kami sa M6. So, lakas talaga ng Aurora, lakas ng Pinas.
We've seen it from a while ago and nakita rin natin yun, especially in this match. Now I'm going to be throwing it over to the English panel. Rockhart, what's up there, guys?
Yo, what's up, Coach? Quick question. How is Falcon Esports right now? And what do you think it makes this team that you handle so great?
Actually, yung training kasi namin, hindi siya yung normal na training na ginawa namin before. No, kasi mas pinalakas namin yung endurance tsaka mentality ng players. Kaya feeling ko mas nag-dominate kami nito ng maraming M6 qualifiers.
So they increase the endurance and the stamina of the team.
For the best of sevens.
Yeah, no wonder you guys were able to win a best of 7 series for your M6 qualifiers in your region.
Yeah, again, Falcon Esports, Coach, you guys are no longer a stranger to international tournaments. Like you guys are very familiar. You took out Cloud9 and MSC, but this year coming to M6, what's different with Falcon Esports in this international tournament? Like, what's the difference compared from MSC to M6?
Siguro, kagaya nga na sinabi ko, mas ano na kami ngayon, mataas na yung endurance namin tsaka mentality sa players. Kasi last international kasi namin, hindi kami masyadong prepared nun dahil ang dami ring ups and down, alam niyo naman. Then, ayun, siguro yun lang, yung mentality tsaka endurance ng players.
So it's really the mentality endurance that you focused on improving here. And yeah, you're going to need that for a world championship that for the first time in MPL or MLBB history, we're implementing a Swiss format for the group stage. Hindi na to yung traditional group stage that we are familiar with, where you can end up with a group of death, a group of surprises. There's a chance everyone is gonna end up facing everyone. Ano yung thoughts mo sa bagong Swiss format natin for the M6 World Championship?
Actually, hindi na siya bago sa amin kasi naranasan na namin siya sa isang international team na nalaro namin before. Tapos, medyo masaya siya kasi kumbaga babagay din siya sa amin kaya mas, yun nga, yung sinabi ko yung endurance. Kaya mas pinapalakas namin sa players yun ngayon. Kasi, pag natalo, kumbaga parang pag natalo ka, may 1 or 2 chances ka pa para maagapan ka dun sa until the last part. So yun, para mas masaya siya.
Alright.
Mas maraming chance.
Yeah, Coach. Ngayon, lipad naman tayo dito ulit sa Pilipinas.
Okay.
Napanood mo yung mga naging match-up natin ngayon sa playoffs. How do you think Falcon will fare against our M6 representatives? Yung M6 representatives namin, Fnatic, Onyx Philippines.
Yan.
Tapos ngayon, Aurora MLBB.
Yan.
Actually, lahat naman siguro na nagko-compete is may different strength. siguro yun sa amin, hindi ko muna masasabi kasi mas maganda yung ipapakita na lang namin kaysa na sabihin namin.
Wow. At Coach, no, siguro excited na rin kami makatapat kayo in the future, yung ating mga M6 representatives. True. Pero kung nanonood ka ng MPL, ensure kaming napapanood mo to. Yung palagan segment natin dito, Coach, mukhang kailangan mo nang ilapag.
Correct.
Ang mga sentence mo, ang mga
Correct.
bara. Coach, kailangan may bara mula kay Coach
Bars.
RC. Anong palag mo, Coach?
Siguro ang palag namin or ang palag ko is kaya namin mag-practice in 2 months na walang day off.
Wow! Ay, mahirap yun, ha?
Tulon! Yun ang palag.
Ilang oras ang training nyo sa isang araw, Coach? Madagdag lang natin.
Ang start namin, from 11 a.m. Siguro 12 to 13 hours.
Grabe, tas 2 buwan nila ginagawa.
Wait, ang 11 a.m. to mga 10 p.m. or
Mga 10
more?
p.m. legit.
Oo.
Okay.
More.
Wow!
Depende sa
Ang
players.
hirap nun, men.
Now, that's an endurance test. Kaya pala yun yung sinasabi kanina ni Coach RC. Coach, maraming salamat for giving us an opportunity to be with you and to talk about what's gonna happen for the M6 World Championship. Meron ka bang gustong pasalamatan, Coach?
Thank you so much sa lahat ng sumuporta, especially sa MPL Philippines and also to my team, Falcon Esports. And gusto ko rin magpasalamat sa lahat ng tao na tumulong sa akin para mapunta ako sa ganitong sitwasyon. Thank you guys, I love you.
There we finally have it. Yes, and
Yes.
that is all love for one of our Filipino imports, Coach RC. Again, maraming salamat. We hope to see you again soon, this time in Malaysia. And of course, to our English panel, hope you guys have fun there, all right? I am sure that we have still lots to talk about by the end. Bye, guys. We'll see you in a bit.
Sige, nice! Sobrang boy! Tawa. Nice one, boy. Kalma. Mamatay. Kalma. Hindi mo sustain ko kayo rin. Nice!
Like I mentioned yesterday, their volume just increases by 10% every day.
Yeah, the dichotomy of that is like you have Demon Kite in the one clip going, calm down. Suddenly cuts to tower!
Chalak! And then the very last celebration was just like ah! Not even words, just ah!
It's just pure unbridled joy. I love hearing the mic checks that we have.
Yeah,
Congratulations
the shout check.
again, Aurora. The shout check.
Very happy to see that. The boys are very happy. And again, not gonna lie, sorry to cut this short, but they do have a lot of stuff to prepare for. FNOP is no joke.
Yep.
So it's gonna be a really big day tomorrow for both of these teams. So hope you guys are ready as well. And I suggest you guys also just keep it together. But before that, of course, also get your Maya cards. Get those limited edition MLBB cards and get banked up with Maya. And of course, it's the #1 digital bank in the Philippines. Starts for as low as $199, by the way. You can already get that cool card. You can pay online with it.
Not a lot of people with that card, and they got a lot of bank. Big bank. Yeah, they got big banks.
Yeah, apparently I missed an opportunity to get that. Apparently there was a thing for us talents to get that for free.
I know.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like a few seasons ago.
I missed it too. So we can catch up now.
Did not know about that.
Yeah, and before anything else, let's take a look at the MPL fans who are giving their all-out support on the watch parties being held all over the Philippines. Right there, you see all the way from Luzon and Visayas as well.
Whoa!
Everyone's having a lot of fun, and you know what? We didn't get out as late as often, so you know what? People who are in the malls still have some time to get dinner. You know,
that's awesome.
That's very awesome for you guys. People in UP Town Center in QC, in Luzon, Festive Walk Mall in Iloilo, that's Visayas, and MMCM Plaza in Davao City representing Mindanao.
Yeah, feels nice to just be with everybody, with everyone that watches MPL, fan of the league, fan of the teams, get to share your passion, maybe make friends along the way.
Yeah, from nationwide, we're looking at the race for the world. Whoa. But before we step foot into Malaysia, we have to settle who the best is in the region of champions.
That's right, we can celebrate all we want, but before that, we go mano y mano. FNOP versus Aurora is happening tomorrow in the best of 7 for the grand finals of Season 14.
Best of the best team in the country that is going to be settled tomorrow.
The most unpredictable season we've had, the most competitive, the most exciting, and it's a new era, officially a new era of MPL Philippines.
That's right, it's a completely different champion for sure, not just in the world, but also here at home. That's saying something. And of course, there's also a champion possibly gonna get crowned tomorrow in our Infinix Fansik Laban playoffs. And that's between the Barangay and the Cavalry here. Being held at the Community Hub at Green Sun, Makati City. That's happening at the same time as MPL Philippines Season 14 playoffs.
Yeah, they have their own stage. So the people from the Atoy Army, or so should I say the Kabarangay, that's Riota's family. And of course, the Cavalry are going to be facing off tomorrow for a chance to win an Infinix GT20 Pro and 25,000 diamonds. That's 5K each.
I hope we can watch that tomorrow before the grand finals.
Can they do that?
Hopefully we can go downstairs and then, watch it ourselves.
I think they finish before our show starts.
All right, cool. So let's go downstairs. Let's hop downstairs and watch the grand finals.
Let's make it a date. Thank you so much for joining us here in Infinix Game. Tambayan, Renmar, Midnight, and Rockheart closing off for the day, and Mara to close out the show.
Tomorrow we'll crown a new champion for MPL Philippines. Will it be Fnatic Iconic Philippines or Aurora MLBB? Whose hero within will reign above the other? Sino ang makakakuha ng titulo bilang pinakamalakas sa Pinas? Sama-sama muli tayo dito bukas dahil mararamdaman natin ang pinakamainit na entablado. Ako po si Mara Aquino and you've been watching MPL Philippines Season 14. Keep it good vibes, everybody, and see you at the Grand Finals.
The 14th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 14. The official tournament phone of MPL Philippines, Infinix GT20 Pro. Partner in esports, Maya. Official supplier, EMC Asia and Index Salon. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPLPH on TikTok for more content. Experience the Lakas ng Pinas playoffs of MPLPH Season 14 action live at Green Sun Hotel. Grab your tickets now via official MPLPH website. You can also get a chance to win 1,000 diamonds by sharing your hashtag MPLS14 live experience on Facebook and TikTok. And to ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.